Hello. Hi, guys. Thank you for joining the live stream. Good evening. I hope the audio is coming fine. It's a new mic. It's a new mic distance. So I'm not sure how the audio is going to come. Let me see if the volume and all is fine. Yeah, the volume seems to be fine. Yeah. I hope now the volume is fine. So today we have basically 3 live streams that we are going to check out. First two will be one recent one by Dr. Ankit Shah, his appearance on Sattology just 3-4 hours back. Okay. The second one will be Dr. Ankit Shah's appearance on Jaipur Dialogues just from 2-3 days back, and a lot of points are overlapping because it's just in a matter of 3-4 days. So we will fast forward whichever points we find repetitive, and then we are going to look at Balaji Srinivasan's second episode with BR Biceps. Okay. And Balaji Srinivasan, for those of you who don't know, is a very famous tech entrepreneur, startup guy. He has many inventions of himself by himself, and he's a great collaborator with the government of India today. Okay, he has met up with I think Narendra Modi multiple times. I think he's followed by even Narendra Modi. Narendra Modi, I have seen, has even retweeted one or two times his tweets. Okay, so anyway, he's pretty closely getting into this India as a startup ecosystem. Okay, he has big hopes for India as well, but the reason I find him pretty different from most other analysts is he is not on that bandwagon of China is done, China is about to die, China is the end of China is near. He is not on that train. He has many different interesting arguments about China, which he mainly has discussed in the first interview with BR Biceps. But we are going to today check out the second one, because that I find has actually more relevance, okay, in terms of how the USA is faring, etc. And if we do get time, we will get into the first live stream as well. But before some more people join, I just want to make 3 points of my own, okay, that I have noted down. I have just the topics I have noted down. So I had 3 things that are going on bugging me, okay. First one is, you all know that the Ankit Shahi principle, okay, let me know if the audio is coming fine, okay. So Ankit Shah's prediction is that since dollarization kind of gave Saudi Arabia and UAE the money to push and promote and finance radicalization in the entire Indian subcontinent, therefore de-dollarization is automatically going to lead to de-radicalization in the Indian subcontinent. And there are many proofs that you can actually wait. It's clipping a little, and there are many ways you can actually argue that Ankit Shah is in fact right, because there have been positive steps shown by the Saudi Arabian government and the UAE government towards a move towards a great friendship with India, and towards sort of an impression that we are not going to stand for Islamic radicalization anymore. Okay, and but I have been noticing something else, that if all of Ankit Shah's predictions do come true, even then West Bengal has a big problem. Okay, which is that one of Ankit Shah's predictions is that after 24-25 or by 2030, Indian farmers are going to see a huge uptick in their personal profits, which we haven't seen for Indian farmers up till now. They keep doing backbreaking work decades after decades. They are the ones who keep committing suicide because of poverty. The one state where that does not happen is Punjab, where they have 5 Mercedes in every family, and they were the ones who protested against the changes in farmer laws the most. So all that is going to change. I think farm laws are going to be shoved down everyone's throats by Narendra Modi in the coming times, in the coming weeks or months, maybe. I think before elections, and finally the middleman is going to be cut off, and there is a food security problem forever in the entirety of the world, and no other country which has a young population which is English educated, can consume on its own, has purchasing power on its own, and can provide services to the entire world, and has agricultural land, okay, and can now act as a manufacturing hub for the world. All these combinations are not present in any other country. Okay, now coming back to the Ankit Shahi prediction, that principle that Indian farmer women, it's sort of a hyperbolized metaphor maybe, that Indian farmer women or the wives of Indian farmers will be taking massages in USA. Okay, they will go for visits to USA and will take massages from American women. That's the kind of world we are going to be looking at, because a dollar's valuation is going to flip. Dollar will get down to about what, 60 rupees maybe, after de-dollarization, after BRICS makes its own currency, okay, after the negotiations happen, after a currency takes over the world which is actually pegged to real commodities being gold, crude oil, wheat, okay, rice maybe, or a basket of finite commodities, okay. So then Indian farmers, Indian agricultural community sees huge investments and huge innovation. Now, at the same time, de-dollarization has happened. Radicalization का पैसा सऊदी अरेबिया और यूएई से आना बंद हो गया है in this hypothetical scenario, okay. But the people whose minds have been persuaded by the violence in the Islamic doctrines, people who are sure that people around us are kafirs and we need to kill them as soon as possible, or if not, get jizya from them in some way or the other, or take over this Darul Harb in some way or the other and establish Darul Islam. Those people are still educated in these ideas, and their education is not going to reverse just because of de-dollarization or the idea of Saudi Arabia not pushing these ideas anymore. Now, in Bengal, which is a very, very fertile state, and if BJP comes to power in West Bengal by end of 2024 or 2025 by some shenanigans, okay, like no confidence motion, etc., the stuff they pulled off in Maharashtra, etc., those kind of things. Then if Shubhendu Adhikari ends up showing off West Bengal also as a stable place for a lot of investments, then India's agricultural sector also shoots up. Now, the fun part is, the interesting part is that among Bengal's farmers, 35 to 40% are Muslims. And that's a conservative estimate. It's probably more, okay? Then you see that it might not even matter that de-dollarization actually happens. The radicalization in Bengal, at least, will probably still go on as smooth as it is going on today, because that money will be routed through agricultural investments. And then what do we do? As my notion is that they are not going to ask for a new country anytime soon. They are not going to merge with Bangladesh. India is a rich, prosperous mother now, of whom they need to drink as much milk as possible. But there will be a lot of violence, and the worst case scenario I see is that AFSPA or some sort of stuff will have to happen in Bengal, because this is based on Ankit Shah's principles. And if Ankit Shah's principles are not even to be factored in, okay, since a lot of our Hindutva homies don't even believe that de-dollarization is going to happen or de-radicalization is going to happen, even if de-dollarization happens. So, their predictions are on place anyway, okay. But even if Ankit Shah's own predictions are taken seriously, even then, Bengal is looking at dire consequences, guys. Okay, this was the first point I wanted to make. Second point is that Beer Biceps, in his recent podcast, in the second episode with the guy called Ganesh from the fantastic channel called Think School, there, although it's a very, very good podcast, okay, you all should absolutely watch it, because I mean, these two are such young guys. One is 30, one is below 30. Both of them creating the best content on YouTube, at least the most significant pro-India content on YouTube. One has 6.68 million subscribers, one has 3.68 million subscribers. For reference, Jordan Peterson has just 7.68 million subscribers. Beer Biceps is just 1 million lesser than Jordan Peterson, okay? So, those two guys discussing amongst themselves what it's like to be a podcaster in India, or what it's like to be a content creator in India. And both of them are of the same age, so this is the first time you all will see Beer Biceps in a different vibe or zone altogether, okay? So, there's a lot to learn and a lot to respect in that, of course. But the thing that kept pissing me off is that Beer Biceps has said and done this in previous podcasts as well, but in this one, he mentioned it 3 times, which is, he thinks Hindus or Hindu men in India are the equivalent of white boys of India, okay? Which is to say that since their race or that culture is the majority population in the country, therefore, the men who are anyway in some ways privileged, therefore, the men of those cultures are insanely more privileged than others, and therefore they probably should not talk or comment on everything and anything around them, especially things which involve the so-called minorities of in that racial sense or in that cultural sense. Now, I have a huge problem with that, not remotely because I happen to be 90% libertarian, a Thomas Sowell guy, etc. But also, Beer Biceps has absolutely gotten this wrong, even on strictly the grammatical sense of this phrase. Okay, white boys are so called because they are at least the colonizers in that land. Hindus are not the settler colonizers in India. Oh my god. Islamic invaders who came and stayed back, Ashrafs, they are the white boy equivalents of India. Okay. Anglo-Indians, they should be called the white boys in India. They are the colonizers who never left. Hindus are not the colonizers who never left. So I tweeted something out to Beer Biceps. None of my followers even liked it. They probably didn't get it. I was kind of bringing it up out of context. So I hope someone corrects him on his comment section that he needs to quit this premise of thinking himself to be an apologetic Hindu guy who is the equivalent of white boys of America. Okay, this is the problem with learning history, philosophy, sociology, everything from YouTube podcasts. Okay. And that is why when one Kushal Mehra fanboy or one Rajiv Malhotra fanboy debates with me on every point because on some point they think I have been disrespectful to Kushal Mehra or Rajiv Malhotra, they forget that just because one guy says something in one video or one book does not matter. Your learning of any subject has to be holistic. It has to be from multiple sources, from multiple books, and then you get to a good enough conclusion, which at least is true enough or right enough for you at least. Okay, in which you at least can conclusively argue in front of people. Don't just say watch that video or watch that or read that book. Okay. Now, why is Beer Biceps saying that? Because he has also gotten these social science premises based on maybe one or two articles he has read, one or two videos he has seen from some cool American liberal YouTuber where they have said that, yes, we white people should really watch our tone, etc. He has now imbibed that in himself that, oh, then we are also the white boys, isn't it? That's idiotic nonsense. That should not be taken seriously. Okay, now the third point I wanted to make is that in the 3.5-hour podcast that ANI's Smita Prakash did with Sushant Sareen, Anand Ranganathan, Abhijit Ayar Mitra, and Tehsin Poonawala just 2-3 days back, which is their year-end fantastic gathering that they have, since all of them are good friends amongst each other, and Tehsin Poonawala says stuff there as a Congressy, which would almost make you think like, wow, Congress seems to be a good enough party. Why shouldn't we vote for them once in a while if push comes to shove? And then you remember what the rest of the Congress party is like. But there, near the end of the video, I found something hilarious going on, okay? They all of a sudden broke into a debate of what's a good freebie versus what's a bad freebie, okay? Or freebie versus welfare. And there, everyone made bullshit points more or less. There are no such things as good freebies, okay? All freebies are bad, but remembering that all freebies are bad, you must possibly do it anyway if your elections are that important to you, if winning that election is that important to you, or if it benefits the society in some other remote indirect way or some. I don't have any defense of freebies, so I'm having a tough time arguing even steelmanning this argument. But I would argue that since there is no real Hindutva wave as of yet in Madhya Pradesh, which is why they had to do Ladli Behna Yojana. And that's why they won in Madhya Pradesh, BJP, okay? For example, in West Bengal, if BJP comes to power, they will come to power with lots of Muslim votes, lots of formal Trinamool Gunda votes, and of course, they will probably double the Lokhir Bhandar freebie that they give away to women for simply being housewives, okay? So that shows that the other narratives of BJP are failing. But this idea that there is some good freebie and bad freebie is absolutely false, because the argument made by people when they say that there are in fact some good freebies is when they're talking about targeted poverty eradication schemes, okay? Which is, let's say, people randomly giving away TVs or something. Instead, why don't you give away a laptop? Or make some people go to a college, okay? Pay for someone's college, okay? Now, even that is bad, because every freebie, some way or the other, leads to bad incentive structures for the entire economy, okay? when you give away free laptops, laptop prices are going to shoot up because the laptop manufacturer or seller knows that the government is going to pay for it. Why should I charge less? That is exactly how college and university education in USA has shot up so significantly without any significant improvement in the quality of the education they are providing. Okay, they know that the government is going to pay for it anyway, or some insurance is going to pay for it. So why shouldn't we increase the prices or charge more? That's the same way why health insurance has also become so insanely costly in USA, because they know that it's not the person who's directly going to pay me back, it's the insurance company. They have insurance money, so I'll just charge whatever the fuck I want. Okay, so anything free is bad, but there might be other justifications. But let's not presume this bullshit that some freebies are good, some freebies are bad. Okay, all freebies are bad. All of them lead to inflation. All of them lead to bad incentive structures. All of them lead to bad habits. And as for Smita Prakash making an interesting point that rations at least are very important, because we used to hear so many cases of people dying of starvation. People don't die of starvation because their rations did not reach there, or because there were no rations. Okay, I will guarantee you that even today, if Congress or Trinamool Congress becomes the central government, okay, people will again starve to death. Okay, it's a matter of rations getting siphoned off. Ration is getting siphoned off even in West Bengal. Okay, this is the biggest thing that welfareist people and socialists forget, that they think it's a good person running the government, they think it's a good person running the entire bureaucracy, they think it's a good person running the local party office. Okay, everyone is a good person. Okay, कोई पैसा नहीं झाड़ेगा, कोई राशन का खाना नहीं झाड़ देगा. Okay, that's the biggest bullshit premise that at least people outside Bengal seem to have forgotten, since they are saying that everything good is being done by Narendra Modi or Yogi Adityanath. They keep forgetting what the kind of place we are living in West Bengal. Okay, on paper, policy wise, West Bengal is pretty much as left of center as BJP. There is leakage in West Bengal, which there is not under Narendra Modi and Yogi Adityanath. That's the difference. So ration food is also being siphoned off and stolen away in West Bengal. So what's stopping anyone else from doing that in the future as well? And what's ration as a free service being given to people have got to do with any of this? Okay, ration free का है, on theory अच्छा है, कोई झाड़ देगा कि नहीं, वो factor है, and that is very possible that it will be stolen away. Now we get to the live streams. Okay, thank you for listening to my rant. I will check some comments before that. Okay, Nina was saying that Muslims are not that much in farming, more in trades as far as I've seen. Nina, actually, I tried looking at a lot of data. I could just make my own inferences based on some vague data I found out, which is why I'm saying that it's somewhere around 35-40 based on the vague data I found out. Okay, it might be a little more, but have you found some more specific, more precise data? If yes, then let us know. Okay. Okay, now the live streams. First one is Ankit Shah's recent, just 5 hour back wala live stream with Sattology. I watched up till here. Sattology himself also makes great points. He's a very educated guy. And just do me at least a favor, since we are kind of, in a way, indirectly profiting off of Sattology's videos. Please go and subscribe and like his videos as well, guys. We have had so much of knowledge distribution because of this person. He is an NRI himself, and he is a CEO of 2 companies in LA. After that, he is running this YouTube channel.
Any moment now. तो आप सब लोग पूरे मुझसे कोई क्वेश्चन तो पूछ सकते हैं, and also you can comment. Only thing he cannot, I'll give you the email address also, which will be here, and but you can ask questions here and we can take these questions. जब प्रभु श्री हिमांशु पटेल जी हो गए शुरू, संदीप दत्तानी, मंतु पनिग्रही, सुरेंद्र गोयल, हिमांशु पटेल, थैंक यू. जब प्रभु श्री राम आएंगे उससे पहले अननोन. ओके, थैंक यू. नमस्ते.
नमस्कार.
लोग खुश हैं, बोल रहे हैं कि बस जब प्रभु राम आएंगे तो उनके पहले अननोन मैन अपना काम कर रहे हैं, बोल रहे हैं हिमांशु पटेल.
जी बिल्कुल. तो प्रेपरेटरी स्टेप्स है पीओके के लिए. तो ऑब्वियस सी बात है कि जब ये हैंडओवर का प्रोसेस चल रहा होगा तो आप नहीं चाहते कि विद इन पाकिस्तान कोई न्यूजेंस खड़ा हो. और वैसे भी इन टेररिस्ट को आप वापस लाके क्या ही कर लेते, क्योंकि आपको जो डेटा चाहिए तो दैट डेटा इज ऑलरेडी अवेलेबल विद सऊदी अरेबिया एंड यूएई, राइट? तो इनको यहाँ लाके आप क्या करते?
नहीं, एक्चुअली क्या है ना कि थिंग्स राम मंदिर का एक आना है एंड एवरीवेयर देयर इज एन एक्सपेक्टेशन, देयर इज ए पीपल आर ट्राइंग टू सी अभी क्या होने वाला है, व्हाट इज बिग इज गोइंग टू हैपन. एक्चुअली द बिगेस्ट थिंग इज द राम टेंपल इज कमिंग, दैट इज द बिगेस्ट थिंग, नंबर 1. और तो अंकित जी, मेरा एक क्वेश्चन होगा कि हाउ विल इट चेंज द माइंडसेट ऑफ द इंडियन पॉलिटिकल डिस्पेंसेशन दिस टेंपल?
देखिए आदित्य जी, सबसे पहले तो हमें ये जानना है कि कोलोनाइजेशन का इम्पैक्ट कितना हुआ है लोगों के ऊपर. और क्योंकि अगर डीकोलोनाइज करना है तो वापस वही सारी ट्रेडिशनल चीज को आपको रिवाइव करना पड़ेगा जो आपका खुद का जो कल्चर था. अच्छा, और इसके बारे में हम आई थिंक 1.5 साल से इसी पे बात कर रहे हैं कि डीकोलोनाइजेशन का पूरा वेव शुरू होगा. तो जब हम बात करते हैं कि सेलिब्रेशन की, चलो सेलिब्रेशन की बात कर लो, तो ये पूरा जो जैसे दिसंबर एंडिंग सबने सेलिब्रेट किया अभी न्यू ईयर, राइट? क्योंकि आज फर्स्ट है. तो अब पहले तो हमें ये समझना है कि न्यू ईयर कैसे सेलिब्रेशन हो रहा है और इसी मंथ में क्यों हो रहा है. तो हमारे जो संस्कृत के न्यूमेरिकल्स थे, जो सप्तम, अष्टम, नवम और दसम, इसको जो है अप्रोप्रिएट किया गया और सितंबर, अक्टूबर, नवंबर और दिसंबर मंथ क्रिएट किए गए. अब क्योंकि उन्होंने न्यूमेरिकल्स चुराए थे यहाँ से या लेके गए थे और उनको पता ही नहीं है कि यूजेज क्या है, तो उन्होंने सप्तम जो होता है वो 7th होता है, तो उसको सितंबर बंद कर दिया. और इसी गलती के चलते उन्होंने 7, 8, 9, 10 तो 10 मंथ्स का कैलेंडर सेंचुरी से ऊपर चलाया उन्होंने. और इनफैक्ट आज भी 2-3 वीडियोस हैं यूट्यूब पे, आप देख के, मतलब यूरोपियंस दे आर ट्राइंग टू वंडर कि ऐसा क्यों है कि 10 मंथ्स थे. अगर यहाँ से डेटा चुराओगे तो यही होगा, 10 मंथ्स का कैलेंडर आप फॉलो करोगे. तो ये जो पूरा बदमाशी है. और सबसे अचंभे की बात ये है आदित्य जी कि आपका जो न्यू ईयर है विच इज एग्रीकल्चर साइकिल के साथ जो मैच होता है, राइट? तो वो आता है मार्च और अप्रैल के अराउंड, राइट? फरवरी के बाद. ओके, तो इसको जो है वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड में जब क्रिश्चियनिटी में कन्वर्ट करा गया लोगों को जबरदस्ती, तो उन्होंने बना दिया अप्रैल फूल्स डे. मतलब जो कोई भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम के हिसाब से न्यू ईयर सेलिब्रेट कर रहा था वेस्ट में, उन लोगों को जब कन्वर्जन हुआ उनका क्रिश्चियनिटी में, तो उनके ऊपर हंसा गया कि अगर आप 1 अप्रैल को सेलिब्रेट करोगे तो यू आर अ फूल. तो आज बड़ी अजीब बात है जब आज हम पूरे विश्व को देखते हैं कि 1 जनवरी को सबके सब सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हुए. तो ये लोग, मुझे नहीं पता, मैं कोई सेलिब्रेशन के अगेंस्ट नहीं हूँ, लेकिन ये तो समझना पड़ेगा ना कि ये कैसे 1 जनवरी आ रहा है और दिसंबर क्यों एंडिंग माना जा रहा है. तो आपको एटलीस्ट इतना तो आपको.
This is a pretty fascinating piece of history that Dr. Ankit Shah has unearthed from somewhere, and he posted it on his Twitter as well. So it's as legit as it can get, other than writing a book or a paper. It's coming from a PhD who's writing on his on his Twitter handle without deleting the tweet. I think we should use this as arguments in multiple places while talking to commies. But the words themselves make sense. Saptam se September, अष्टम से अष्टक या अष्टम से अक्टूबर, somehow maybe नवम, नवंबर, दसम, दिसंबर.
को नॉलेज होना चाहिए कि भाई आपके एंसेस्टर्स की खिल्ली उड़ा के ईयर को शिफ्ट किया गया है, उनको बेवकूफ बोल के, और आप नाच कूद रहे हो उस डेट के ऊपर, नई डेट के ऊपर, राइट?
ये ग्रेगरी ने किया था ये.
हाँ, तो ठीक है, आपको अगर करना है सेलिब्रेशन, मैं सेलिब्रेशन के खिलाफ नहीं हूँ, पर आपको नॉलेज होना चाहिए कि आपके एंसेस्टर्स को, आपके पूर्वजों को, उनको बेवकूफ बोल के कैलेंडर शिफ्ट किया गया है. फिर भी आपको सेलिब्रेट करना है, गो अहेड बाय ऑल मींस, मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, लेकिन आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन होनी चाहिए. दूसरा हमें ये समझना है कि ना सिर्फ इन्होंने ये अप्रोप्रिएट किया, 25th December.
Yeah, and most Bengalis don't know how the Bengali calendar has started. The Bengali calendar was started by the greatest Bengali king of all time, King Shashanko himself.
तो जीसस क्राइस्ट का बर्थ डेट बोला जाता है, बाइबल में कोई जिक्र नहीं है. तो मकर संक्रांति की फेस्टिवल को, मकर संक्रांति जो स्टार्ट होता है दिसंबर एंड से लेके जनवरी 15 तक जो चलता है उस पीरियड में, जिसको विंटर सॉल्स्टिस बोलते हैं वेस्ट में, तो बेसिकली सन गॉड का वर्शिप है वो. और क्योंकि क्रिश्चियनिटी में सबको जबरदस्ती आपको कन्वर्ट करना था यूरोपियंस को, तो आपने मैरी क्रिसमस कर दिया उसका, बेसिकली सेलिब्रेशन ऑफ उत्तरायण. ओके, उसको आपने मैरी क्रिसमस कर दिया. तो लोगों को ये पता नहीं है फिर भी सेलिब्रेट कर, आई डोंट नो बेसिकली कि उनको पता नहीं है सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं या पता है फिर भी सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं. तो अपना तो ये चैनल है सत्तोलॉजी, तो अपने तो जो फैक्ट है वो बताएंगे,
बिल्कुल
हम
सही
लोगों
बात।
को अच्छा लगे ना लगे, दिस इज व्हाट इट इज। ओके,
एक्चुअली क्या है कि जब
तो
सूर्य मकर में जब घुसते हैं ना, मकर नक्षत्र में घुसते हैं, तब से नया साल शुरू होता है उत्तरायण का। तो 6 महीने उत्तरायण, 6 महीने दक्षिणायन। तो अभी इस समय जो है, और शरद पूर्णिमा तक जाके पीक पे पहुंचता है वो दक्षिणायन के समय में। तो वो ये साइकिल है शरद पूर्णिमा, ऑटम साइकिल। तो दिस इज द होल फैक्ट। हाँ, प्लीज कंटिन्यू सेइंग समथिंग।
हाँ, अच्छा दूसरा तो और भी अजीब है, मिडिल ईस्ट में
Okay, I will just respond to these 3-4 interesting comments that have come. Okay, so here to learn is saying I only watched one Sattology video where he said that it is a colonial mindset to think Vanars of Ramayana were not literal monkeys. So I don't know how I should see him. Vanars of Ramayana were not literal monkeys. Uh, so his view is that there were actual Vanars or something. It's a metaphor anyway. So even if I don't know exactly what he meant, and I don't remember what he said, the one you are pointing out, so I can't comment too much on it. JD releases an explainer video on this New York topic. Okay, Nina is saying I found a Times of India article where it says the two communities that are least in agriculture are Muslims and Christians, with 41% of their population in agriculture, whereas Hindus and Sikhs are at 57% and 47%. Yeah, that's the nationwide average. Because you see, the most Muslim concentrations are in northeast India, where the agriculture that they do is not counted, I guess, in mainstream agricultural statistics, because the things that they can cultivate is not really that popularly, they don't have that sort of a mass consumption. And secondly, since Muslim immigration is going on every day, illegal immigration, and the last census we have are from 2021, so these statistics will be all jumbled up. And also the Muslims who are coming from Bangladesh each and every day in West Bengal, they are given Aadhaar cards and stuff by local leaders. So they are going on getting into farming every day. So it's some sort of a, I mean, if you go around traveling by road all around West Bengal, you will notice a difference. I have all Bengalis have gone around West Bengal by road to some nearby beautiful scenic locales, etc. But this is the first time we are seeing so many Muslims on the streets for uh, almost every menial job. Okay, whether it's road manufacturing, home construction, farming, local kirana shops. Okay, I mean in the villages. Okay, everything is Muslim, 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 Muslim. And how do I know they are Muslims? They are showing me off that they are in fact Muslims. They are wearing lungis. They have long beards. They have a topi, and they are speaking in the Bangladeshi accent as well. Okay.
में
And the other thing here to learn is saying that also he says every place mentioned in Mahabharata and Ramayana should belong to India. Man, places like Xinjiang, which is Uttar Kuru, Andes, Udaygiri, Africa, Dweep are mentioned as places. Indians knew of these places doesn't mean they are India. Yeah, fair enough. Doesn't mean they are in India. I don't think he said that India now needs to go and take them up or annex them in some way. I think he has said that India needs to let people know that they are mentioned in our epics. तुम्हारा एपिक तो तुमने सब धो डाला है, हमारे एपिक्स में अभी भी है, तो हम एटलीस्ट बोल सकते हैं कभी ना कभी तुम हमारे लैंड में ही थे. एंड व्हाट यू आर पॉइंटिंग आउट इज दैट दे वर नॉट रियली आवर लैंड्स, वी न्यू ऑफ दोज प्लेसेस. या फेयर इनफ. Nishingo Prasad Bhaduri says Bengali calendar started when Akbar was crowned. Yeah, that's what happens when you dedicate your book to Mamata Banerjee. If we use this statistics, my estate leaves us with these numbers. 37% of West Bengal farmers are Hindu and 16% are Muslims. The rough vibe that I got was about 40% of farmers are Muslims, but I think it's conservative because we are not factoring in the illegal immigration that's going on every day. Okay. Bro, I have a book suggestion, A Defense of Hindu Theology. Raja Ram Mohan Roy. It's an archive, a 50-page book. Read if it's possible here. आज ही करो. आज तो नहीं कर सकते, आज 2-3 लाइव स्ट्रीम प्लान है, उसके बाद करेंगे. He says that Hindu researchers who say Vanars were forest-dwelling tribes are colonized. We should take Vanars as literal monkeys according to Sattology. Okay, if they are literal monkeys, then it's an even bigger problem because how could we have used them in warfare? Sorry, I meant out of total population, 37% are Hindu farmers, 16% are Muslim farmers, rest others are in other professions. I see. But in Bengal, there are no other professions too much like that, right? In Bengal, farming is a major profession. I think people who don't see Islam from... okay, we'll get back to the live stream now.
मानोगे कि जितने भी जीव्स और क्रिश्चियंस को मारा गया, उनके सर काटे गए और फिर उसके बाद रात को पार्टी होती थी. तो उस पार्टी के जो गल्फ के सॉन्ग्स हैं उसका रिमिक्स बना के यूरोप की कंट्रीज, स्पेन, फ्रांस, यहाँ बड़े बड़े सिंगर्स जो हैं वो जश्न मना रहे हैं उसके रिमिक्स बना के उस सॉन्ग्स के। तो आपके एंसिस्टर्स के सर काटे गए, ठीक है, मिडिल ईस्ट में, और उस पर जो नाच गान होता था उसका रिमिक्स वर्जन बना के आप खुद नाच रहे हो। तो ये जो बड़ा अजीब सा है आदित्य जी, लेकिन अब क्या ही करें, अब ऐसा चल रहा है दुनिया में। तो दिस इज व्हाट इट इज। और जहां तक आपने बात करी राम मंदिर की, विभूति जी के साथ कल ही था मैं एक डिस्कशन में, तो विभूति जी बता रहे थे कि ये तो राम लल्ला का प्राण प्रतिष्ठा नहीं है, ये तो भारत का प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हो रहा है, तो पूरे देश का जो है प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हो रहा है। और बहुत उम्मीद के साथ के 500 साल का जो सेक्रीफाइस हुआ है। अच्छा, एक और भी कंफ्यूजन है लोगों को, जहाँ पे बहुत विरोध हुआ इस बात का कि बीजेपी इसका क्रेडिट ले रही है। तो मैंने इसके ऊपर सुबह ट्वीट भी किया कि 1000% पूरा क्रेडिट बीजेपी को ही मिलेगा, और इसकी वजूहत भी मैंने बताई क्यों ऐसा होगा। क्योंकि जब तक स्टेट अपना डायरेक्शन नहीं लेता ना, तब तक कोई आउटकम आना नहीं होता। आप कांग्रेस को वापस लाके देखो, कुछ ही साल में हिंदुओं से चंदा इकट्ठा करके वहां बाबरी खड़ी कर देंगे वो। आप लाके तो देखो कांग्रेस को। तो ये आपको जहां क्रेडिट इज ड्यू, आपको मोदी गवर्नमेंट को क्रेडिट देना ही पड़ेगा। 1000% बीजेपी को क्रेडिट जाएगा इस बात का। मैं मना नहीं कर रहा कि 500 साल।
Look, in this, I disagree with Ankit Shah a little bit, which is that 100% of the credit goes to BJP. ऐसा नहीं है. If you read How I Became a Hindu by Sitaram Goel, you will know that they kind of jumped onto this movement. It was carried out by other Hindu parties, Hindu organizations, non-profits, NGOs, etc. RSS played some role or the other, but BJP in fact had major disagreements with people who were on the ground doing the protests and doing the petitions, etc., doing the research. Okay, people like Konrad Elst, Sitaram Goel, they were flabbergasted when they were called on a party meeting stage, okay, with LK Advani doing the opening of their book, inaugurating their book, and they thought he will inaugurate the book and then say a few words about the research they have done in discovering so many temples that were destroyed by Islamic invaders. Instead, LK Advani inaugurates a book and casually moves on to saying that just give us this Ram Mandir. Just give us this Ram Mandir without the Babri Masjid, without any violence, and we will forgive all other temples, all other, not just Gyanvapi and Kashi. We will forgive all the 40,000 other temples. So Sitaram Goel was very, very pissed off with this idea that who made you the representative of the entire Hindu society? You are representing just a fraction of a minority of a Hindu society who happen to be BJP voters, and you don't even know if all BJP voters even agree with you or not. Okay, so it just came to your mind that yes, you will not be confrontational, so you will go around saying that I am such a great statesman. You give this one peacefully, and we shut up all about all the other temples. So this was a hilarious situation that not only was LK Advani bringing a knife to a gunfight, they were saying that no, we won't give it to you peacefully anyway. तो वो तुमको जो करना है करो. तो अभी भी ये लोग बोलते हैं कि बहुत सारे लोग बोलते हैं बीजेपी में कि अब चलो अब ज्ञानवापी और काशी विदाउट वायलेंस दे दो, विदाउट बवाल दे दो, तो हम बाकी सब माफ़ कर देंगे. वो तो ये भी नहीं देंगे, तो अब लीगली ही एक के बाद एक सब कुछ ही लेना पड़ेगा. एटलीस्ट द 1900 to 2000 दैट आर डॉक्यूमेंटेड बाय सीताराम गोयल एंड द 40,000 which are ambiguous at least in their evidence. Other people might take care of them in other ways. देखते हैं 2040 तक इंडिया का क्या हाल होता है. But 100% credit to BJP is not fair, because I'm saying that BJP would not have a movement to latch on to and do something about it. I am 100% in agreement with Dr. Ankit Shah when he says that BJP did give it a direction. BJP did execute the final procedures. Okay, if Congress was here, they would not do that. They would in fact play the opposite side. Okay, yes, BJP did do that. मगर उन्होंने किया क्या? उन्होंने किया जो चीज़, वो एक सालों का एफर्ट के ऊपर उन्होंने फाइनल एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव एक दीक ले गए उसको. ओके, मगर विदाउट दोज पीपल whom I also want to credit for, Sitaram Goel, Konrad Elst, all the activists who died, who lived, all those, without them BJP would not have something to give direction to. That should not be forgotten. That I don't think anyone forgets. These are just good rhetorics, but many people have put in their efforts without which BJP would not be able to jump onto this.
साल की पूरी जो सेक्रीफाइस हुई है, इनफैक्ट गोधरा में जो कार सेवक मारे गए वो भी तो अयोध्या से ही आ रहे थे उस ट्रेन में 2002 में. तो मैं किसी की सेक्रीफाइस को डीवैल्यू नहीं कर रहा हूँ, मैं ये बता रहा हूँ कि 2014 में पहली बार आपकी खुद की गवर्नमेंट आई और उसके कुछ ही सालों में राम मंदिर डिलीवर हुआ है। तो स्टेट का जो पावर होता है उसको आप अंडर एस्टिमेट ना करें।
बिल्कुल नहीं कर सकते।
Yes, but that does not mean 100% credit goes to them. It's always what 70% credit maybe at best.
आपको क्रेडिट बीजेपी को पूरा पूरा क्रेडिट आपको
पूरा नहीं।
बीजेपी को देना ही होगा,
देना ही
राइट।
पड़ेगा, 100% देना
तो जो कुछ लोग बोलते हैं कि क्रेडिट क्यों ले रहे हैं, बिल्कुल क्रेडिट लेंगे वो, राइट। तो क्योंकि पॉलिटिक्स का एक बड़ा रोल होता ही है।
हाँ।
अगर ये गवर्नमेंट नहीं होती तो आप और 5 सेंचुरी और आपकी सेक्रीफाइस ही हो रही होती
शायद।
ओके।
Yes.
तो जब तक स्टेट कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं
पड़ेगा।
देता
मुझे
तब
इस पे
तक
हंसी
कोई
आ गई,
आउटकम
वो लिखते हैं ऑल जनवरी फुल सेलिब्रेटेड यस्टरडे।
रवि जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सही बता रहे हैं। तो मुझे भी बहुत सारी विशेष आई, तो मैंने उनको सबको यही जवाब दिया कि भाई अगर आपने मुझे नूतन वर्षाभिनंदन किया है मेरे हैप्पी न्यू ईयर में, तो फिर आप ग्रेगोरियंस को भी मैं नूतन वर्षाभिनंदन करता हूँ, राइट। तो मैं उनको ग्रेगोरियंस बुलाता हूँ, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है मुझे बुलाने में और विश करने में। तो यही
अच्छा,
बात है कि जी
आपने कल बहुत सारे ट्वीट्स किए, आप जवाब दे रहे थे, मैं देख रहा था, जो खलबली मची है वेस्ट में, डेमोक्रेसी इज डाइंग इन
जी
इंडिया, है ना, एंड यू वर रिप्लाइंग टू देम
नहीं,
एंड आई
बड़ा
आल्सो।
नया चला है,
हाँ।
बहुत नया चला है। सारे बड़े बड़े एक्स एम्बेसडर्स खड़े हो गए हैं ट्विटर पे, बोल रहे हैं कि रशिया के साथ ऐसा क्या बेस्ट फ्रेंडशिप हो गया है, दिस एंड दैट। अच्छा, यूके से जर्नलिस्ट सब बोल रहे हैं, मीडिया वाले, कि फ्री ट्रेड अग्रीमेंट की डिस्कशन बंद कर दो, ये वो, जैसे वी आर डिपेंडेंट ऑन देम है। उनको पता, डिल्यूजन देखो आदित्य जी, कि उनको पता भी नहीं है कि उनका फाइनेंशियल हकीकत क्या है आज। तो ये जो बकवास सारी बातें हैं इनकी, जो अब क्या ही बोलेंगे अब इनको, तो इनको तो पहले तो समझना है कि भाई उसमें लिखा था इन्होंने,
यूएसए के एनालिस्ट, हाँ, $33 ट्रिलियन डेट में है, जीडीपी है 23 ट्रिलियन, डेट है $33 ट्रिलियन, और उसके बाद भी इनका इनका फुदकना नहीं बंद होता है। ये दिस इज लाइक सीपीआईएम के जैसा कोई निर्लज होना कोई तो सीखे सीपीआईएम से भाई। अभी भी बोल रहे हैं कि हम तो राम मंदिर नहीं जाएंगे इनॉग्रेशन में, क्योंकि ये सब धर्म वर्म ये तो पर्सनल चीज़ है, इनको लेकर पॉलिटिक्स का है करना। और उसके उसके सेम दिन सुबह को बोल रहा है कि हैप्पी बर्थडे टू आवर ग्रेट लीडर माओ जेडोंग, और जिसने कि 40 मिलियन लोगों को मार दिया। अरे बाप रे।
कि इंडिया वाज अ चैंपियन ऑफ डीकोलोनाइजेशन, तो वो रशिया के साथ मिलके यूक्रेन का ये ने वो ने, भाई हम भी तो डीकोलोनाइज करने वाले हैं, हम पीओके कैप्चर करेंगे, कौन रोकता है हमें, देखते हैं, वी विल आल्सो डीकोलोनाइज। तो ये जो है ना वेस्टर्न सुप्रीमेसी जो दिमाग में से गई नहीं है, अभी तक नहीं गई, तो उनको लगता है कि कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आएगा, तो भर भर के सोशल मीडिया पे भारतीयों ने बराबर से उनकी बैंड बजाई है। क्योंकि अच्छा, वो जब खुद पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हुए पाते हैं तब कहाँ उनकी वैल्यूज चली जाती है। मतलब आप तो हमसे वैल्यूज की बात ही ना करो, मतलब वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड टॉकिंग अबाउट वैल्यूज हैं, जस्ट फॉरगेट अबाउट इट, सच अ बिग जोक ऑफ द सेंचुरी मैन। तो ये क्या बकवास है मतलब। तो और अच्छा, आप दूसरों को बोल रहे हो,
Sorry, I'll pause a bit again before he makes his next point. Yesterday again, another clueless libertarian friend of mine was posting that, India, sarcastically he said that, see, India is the greatest civilization ever, and see, on the streets, on some railway platform, people are sleeping on the platform, with their chadar and all covered up, because they are waiting for the train and they did not find any place to sleep. So see how clueless libertarians are, that even in 2023 they think that people sleeping on the platform is the worst thing you can say about India. So even if it was a footpath, there would be some argument. It's inside a platform, okay? It's not even the platform where people actually wait, with all the seats all around you, and in between there's a place, there's a bit of a spot where you also lie down, etc. Okay, by the time your train comes, and that is being pointed out by a Bengali Hindu libertarian as, see, this is such a point of shame for India as a civilization. When you claim to be the greatest civilization, this is the reality of your country. Arey bhai. So I had a fun time posting pictures of San Francisco, New York, Canada, and even France's homeless problem, all of which they are in complete shambles. They are poor, dirty, unhygienic streets. Okay, Joe Rogan left LA because he comes out of his house and sees a heroin injection is lying on the street. A human poop, okay, tatti, is on the front of his house, in front of Joe Rogan's house. Okay, that's why he leaves for Texas. So, and then I had fun posting about Canada's homeless problem as well, because he's a big Jordan Peterson fan. So I said that your sugar daddy Jordan Peterson का civilization का भी यही हाल है भाई, तो हमको बोल के क्या होगा. Mao invaded India and CPM supported him. Yes, but you see, dharma is a personal matter.
आप ये बताओ हमें कि आपको कौन सा मैंडेट था सद्दाम हुसैन को मारने का, आपको किसने मैंडेट दिया सारे कंट्रीज डिस्ट्रॉय करने का? तो आप तो हमें वैल्यूज का कुछ समझाओ ही मत, राइट। दूसरा, आप हमेशा डिक्टेटोरियल इस्लामिक रजीम, टेररिस्ट रजीम पाकिस्तान की, हमेशा उसी के साथ खड़े रहे, आप तो हमारे डेमोक्रेसी के विरुद्ध खड़े थे ना आप इतने साल।
Yeah, even Saudi Arabia, they stood with Saudi Arabia all this when Saudi Arabia was an Islamic radical republic, what autocracy.
कहाँ गई, तब कहाँ गई थी आपकी सारी वैल्यूज? तो ये सारा भाषण ना अपने पास ही रखें, इनको बोलो। और हमको कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है कि आप हमको बताएंगे कि हम रशिया के साथ कैसे रिलेशन रखेंगे, हमको ना ही कोई एडवाइस की जरूरत है। अच्छा, दूसरे इनके जो डिफेंस डील्स वाले भर भर के, क्योंकि हमारे वहाँ भी भर भर के उनके एजेंट्स हैं आदित्य जी यहाँ पे इंडिया में, जो आर्टिकल्स लिखते हैं मीडिया में। कल ही पढ़ रहा था मैं, टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया का आर्टिकल लिखा था, अच्छा इकोनॉमिक टाइम्स, तो पूरा ईयर एंड का बता रहे हैं डिफेंस के बारे में, रशिया का एक भी बार जिक्र नहीं है। भर भर के आर्टिकल में चाइना 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 लिखा है। तो ये जितने भी जो इनके एजेंट्स हैं, इनको भाई कोई समझाओ कि अगर आपको वेपन्स बेचने ही है, हम लेने को भी तैयार है, पर आपका जो यूएसपी है ना, इज नॉट चाइना थ्रेट। वो बहुत ही बकवास सेलिंग पॉइंट है आपके पास। कुछ मतलब अच्छा वाला सेलिंग पॉइंट लेके आओ कि हम इतना टेक ट्रांसफर करेंगे, हम इतना मेक इन इंडिया जॉइंट प्रोडक्शन करेंगे, कुछ ऐसा टेम्पटिंग डील लेके आओ। ये जो चाइना थ्रेट लिख के आप जो बेच रहे हो ना माल, ये तो 2014 के पहले की मार्केटिंग स्ट्रेटेजी है, अभी नहीं चलेगी। तो बहुत ही बकवास। अच्छा, इतना तो आप हमें इतना तो हमें क्रेडिट दे दे इस गवर्नमेंट को और प्रोफेशनल्स को कि हमको हमारा थ्रेट परसेप्शन मालूम है, और उसका कितना कैपेसिटी है उनका, वो भी हमें मालूम। सो डोंट टेल अस कि चाइना थ्रेट इज योर यूएसपी फॉर सेलिंग द वेपन्स, ठीक है ना? कुछ और लेके आओ नया मटेरियल, तो हम विल मैनेज चाइना ऑन आवर ओन। आप नहीं आने वाले। और 1971 में जब आप आए थे तो किस लिए आए थे वो भी हमें पता है। सो लेट्स नॉट गेट इनटू दैट। तो ये जो इनका जो ट्रस्ट का कोई फैक्टर ही नहीं बचा आदित्य जी, आज पूरा यूरोप इनको कोई मासेस कोई ट्रस्ट नहीं करता यूएस को। आप यूरोप में यूरोपियंस को आप पूछ के देखो कि पूरा वो यूक्रेन वॉर का पूरा जो भी बोझ है उसकी मार किसको पड़ी है आज? यूरोपियन कंट्रीज को पड़ी है, मासेस को पड़ी है, और किसको पड़ी है? तो इनका ट्रस्ट फैक्टर जा चुका।
यूरोप में तो एज मोस्ट ऑफ यू ऑल नो, यूरोप में बोला कि हम तो इतने अच्छे लोग हैं कि रशिया से हम तेल नहीं खरीदेंगे, फिर इंडिया रशिया से वो तेल खरीद के उनको डबल दाम में बेच रहा है, वही खरीद रहा है गांडू लोग। तो हियर टू लर्न इज सेइंग तो सीपीआईएम, बट आई हर्ड फ्रॉम कॉमिजे टू दैट सीपीआई स्प्लिट टू फॉर्म सीपीआईएम बिकॉज दे अपोज चाइनीज एग्रेशन। या I think that's when CPIML and CPIM bifurcated. I'm not exactly sure, but you see, CPIM is traditionally against far left politics. CPIM is as long as I have been alive, I have seen that CPIM members of CPIM absolutely hate Maoism, Maoists. Okay, they hate any sort of leftist politics with arms. Okay, now they are so desperate that they are even wishing Mao on a holiday, which they shouldn't. Their name is Communist Party of India Marxist. It's not Communist Party of India Maoist. Unless they also believe that there are so many great ones. My salutations to all of them. Who is an idiot? Ankit Shah. Why is an idiot? Give me a counter. No, I have still not heard one single counter argument to Ankit Shah's predictions that, see, this is why he's wrong. In fact, this won't happen, but this will happen. And why I'm saying that will happen, that's also because of these reasons. All I see as counters to Ankit Shah is that, no, it sounds too good to be true. No, this is too idiotic. No, this is too stupid. No, this is too naive. Are, explain karo na, karan samjhao. The only reason I am getting behind Ankit Shah a little bit is because he is explaining everything with some data. No one who is countering him with any data. They are just saying, no, this can't happen. No, ऐसा नहीं होता है।
चुका है। और जिस प्रकार का इनका विचित्र सा बिहेवियर जियोपॉलिटिक्स में रहा है, जैसे ही आपने देखा पन्नू वाला जो इंसिडेंट हुआ, हम उसको कोई मोल भाव देते ही नहीं है। आपको व्हाइट हाउस से स्टेटमेंट देना हो, स्टेट डिपार्टमेंट से देना हो, लंदन से दिलवा दे, हमको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। यू हाउस्ड अवर टेररिस्ट, पीरियड। ओके, फिर आगे कोई डिस्कशन नहीं होना है इसके बाद, ठीक है? तो ये जो है ना, ये इनको आई थिंक दे आर नॉट अंडरस्टैंडिंग द जियोपॉलिटिक्स ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड। अगर उनको ये लग रहा है कि भारत कोई यूके है और यूके वाली ट्रीटमेंट हमें देंगे तो वो भूल जाए, राइट? तो इनको और कोई यहाँ पे पेशेंस रख के कोई वेट नहीं करने वाला। रशिया हैज ऑफर्ड मेक इन इंडिया जॉइंट प्रोडक्शन टेक ट्रांसफर। फ्रांस विल आल्सो ऑफर। यहाँ पे कोई रुका हुआ नहीं पड़ा है आपके इंतजार में, आप आओगे कब हमको अच्छी सी डील ऑफर करोगे, कब हम एक्सेप्ट करेंगे। आप नहीं लोगे, कोई और डील ले लेगा, ठीक है? तो ये जो बदमाशी।
Okay, Elliot Anderson is saying that I'm from Kerala. We don't even hear anywhere in Mao. I myself study in communist-centered college. You are saying propaganda. Nyan, Malayali, Anu. Okay, what is propaganda? That that communists love Mao or communists don't love Mao?
है और टाइम पास है, और समझ में आता है कि भाई आपके इकोनॉमिक का पूरा क्राइसिस चल रहा है, समझ में आता है क्लियर। तो उसका मतलब ये नहीं कि आप किसके साथ भी कैसा भी बिहेव करो। तो ये जो फड़फड़ाहट है पूरे सोशल मीडिया पे वेस्टर्न इंटेलेक्चुअल वर्ग में, भर भर के जो लिखते हैं, अच्छा ये कर लो वो कर लो, इंडिया इज अ फ्रेंड। अच्छा, हम कोई नए फ्रेंड बने हैं क्या रशिया के साथ? वो लिखते हैं न्यू फ्रेंड। भाई साहब इनको ना हिस्ट्री का पता ना जियोपॉलिटिक्स पता. रशिया इज अवर न्यू फ्रेंड. मतलब कितना हास्यास्पद कमेंट्स है इनका, मतलब आप सुनोगे तो आपको हंसी आएगी.
नहीं एक्चुअली
रशिया
क्या
हैज
है कि
ऑलवेज बीन अवर पार्टनर.
ऑलवेज बीन दीस पीपल आर 23-year-old एनालिस्ट. ये अभी अमेरिकन कहीं से पढ़ के 23 साल 24.
Yes, and that CPM ruling your college, they are the ones who have wished Mao Zedong, who is a mass murderer, who has murdered 40 million people on his birthday just few days back on Twitter.
20 साल 25 साल 27 साल. और वो जो बिलीफ का जो फैक्ट्री है ना, मेक बिलीव वर्ल्ड, आई बिलीव इन दिस, वो उस पर ही पूरी दुनिया चलती है इन लोगों की, वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड की. वो पुराने हम लोग बात करते हैं वन मसीहा सिंड्रोम, वन लाइफ सिंड्रोम, उसी की बीमारी है ये पूरा. अच्छा, मैं आपका ट्वीट्स में देख रहा था और जिसमें मैसेज दिया है, आपने एक बात करी थी, द फ्यूचर ऑफ द इकोनॉमी, टेम्पल इकोनॉमी पे भी कहीं पे आपने लिखा था, सनातन इकोनॉमिक्स, जयशंकर का 5 दिन का विजिट के बाद. सो दिस 5 days विजिट ऑफ जयशंकर, व्हाट वाज दैट टोटल, व्हाट वाज द इंपैक्ट?
देखिए एक तो पूरा बहुत मीडिया में फेक नैरेटिव चला कि ये पन्नू वाला एपिसोड हुआ है या आसिम मुनीर जो है ब्लिंकन से मिले इसलिए रशिया में ये सब हो रहा है. ये बहुत ही फेक एनालिसिस जो पूरा मीडिया में फैला हुआ था. क्योंकि एक बात समझे आदित्य जी, हमारा इंडिया रशिया समिट ड्यू था 2023 में और प्रधानमंत्री ने जाना था रशिया, और जो भी ये सारी अग्रीमेंट साइन हुई है वो एक्चुअली प्राइम मिनिस्टर की विजिट में होनी थी पुतिन जी के साथ. तो एक्चुअली अगर कोई रियलिस्ट एनालाइज करेगा तो बोलेगा कि भाई हमने छोटा फंक्शन किया बड़े फंक्शन की जगह. पर ये तो पूरा ही फेक एनालिसिस मीडिया में चल रहा है कि बहुत बड़ा कुछ हो गया. इनफैक्ट जो होना था उससे कम ही किया है हमने. ओके, ज्यादा नहीं किया है. अच्छा, दूसरा आपको ये समझना है कि जयशंकर जी की जो विजिट है, प्रेसिडेंट पुतिन ने खाली अभी तक 4 ही पर्सन को बायलैटरल समिट, मतलब 1-to-1 बायलैटरल का रिस्पेक्ट दिया है. एक है वांग ही जो चाइनीज फॉरेन मिनिस्टर है, दूसरे एक्स डिफेंस मिनिस्टर जो गायब हो चुके हैं चाइना के, और हमारे एनएसए दोवल जी, और चौथे जयशंकर जी. 4 ही ऐसे रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हैं जिन्होंने पुतिन के साथ, प्रेसिडेंट पुतिन के साथ 1-on-1 बायलैटरल किया है. तो इस इंपॉर्टेंस का,
the people who have disappeared from the Chinese Communist Party recently, they are the ones, at least a large chunk of them are the ones who were pro manufacturing still. Okay, they are not looking at this internal consumption thing that China is heading towards. They are still living in that old world idea of that we will be the manufacturing hub of the world, and that's how our prosperity will happen, even though it did not happen. They broke the backs of their society, their families, their polity, their institutions, their environment, their citizens. Okay, and in the end they managed $13 trillion, even though a lot of it is probably fake counting as well, because their bookkeeping is very questionable and suspect. So let's say even $13 trillion, and USA's GDP is $23 trillion. So their so-called $13 trillion has come at the cost of the citizens of their country, whereas USA has just simply printed $3.3 trillion in the last 3 years. Which is why Xi Jinping has realized that no, this being the manufacturing hub of the world is not going to work anymore. We are going to reduce manufacturing and focus a little bit more on consumption. And that is why he is kicking out the pro-manufacturing, pro-exports people from his party, okay? And that is why he has eliminated the ideas of, eliminated the names of Lenin, Mao and Karl Marx from a lot of party papers. Yeah, whatever Afin is saying about the history of CPIM, okay, that's the correct one. Okay, Elliot Anderson is saying, bro, CPI is liberal-minded party, CPIM is hardcore communist party, CPI doesn't support communist values, they are all about communism and community support, relief services. Absolute bullshit. CPI's full name is CPIML, Marxist-Leninist.
मतलब ये होता है कि
which CPI are you talking about today? The party that is called just CPI, aren't they CPIML? Or are you saying that there is a different CPI and there's a different CPIML? And what I'm saying is that if at all there is something called an imaginary CPI which does not believe in Marxist values of communism, etc. If they believe in humanism and community, let them change their party's name to Humanist Party of India, not Communist Party of India.
धीरे धीरे जो हम देख रहे हैं जयशंकर जी को इक्विवेलेंट बनाया जा रहा है फॉरेन के नेशनल लीडर्स के साथ. और प्रधानमंत्री, मैंने प्रेडिक्ट कर ही दिया था जयपुर डायलॉग्स पे कुछ महीने पहले कि ये होने वाला है. धीरे धीरे प्रधानमंत्री जी हायर सीट ले रहे हैं क्योंकि 2030 का जो मैंने प्रेडिक्शन दिया है कि इंडियन फॉरेन मिनिस्टर विल बी द मोस्ट पावरफुल मैन ऑन अर्थ बाय 2030. तो वो अगर जियोपॉलिटिकल गोल है तो सादा सी बात है कि फॉरेन मिनिस्टर नेशनल लीडर्स को मिलेंगे और प्रधानमंत्री जी जो है वो बहुत ही हायर सीट लेंगे जो भी प्रधानमंत्री होंगे. तो उनसे मिलना तो इट्स आउट ऑफ क्वेश्चन 2030 के बाद. तो आपके पास
Okay, now that supporting China once in a word does not make or break that party, okay? Their policies, their economic vision, their name, all that is still under the needs to be scrutinized.
बहुत ही कुछ बड़ा कुछ ऑफर करने को होना चाहिए तो आपको मीटिंग मिलेगी। तो इस प्रकार के जो जियोपॉलिटिकल गोल्स हैं नेक्स्ट डिकेड के लिए 2030 के बाद, उस हिसाब से समझ में आता है कि जयशंकर जी नेशनल लीडर्स को मिल रहे हैं। वो ऋषि सुनक को मिले, उन्होंने लिखा रिप्रेजेंटिंग प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी। वो पुतिन जी से मिले, बोला रिप्रेजेंटिंग प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी। एमबीएस से मिले, उन्होंने बोला रिप्रेजेंटिंग प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी। और जो ब्रिक्स की वर्चुअल समिट हुई जहां पे प्रेसिडेंट पुतिन और शी जिनपिंग बैठे थे, वहां भी उन्होंने लिखा रिप्रेजेंटिंग प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी। तो बहुत सादा सी बात है, जो 1.5-2 साल पहले मैंने प्रेडिक्शन दिया था कि जयशंकर जी कैन बी वन ऑफ द कैंडिडेट्स आफ्टर द प्राइम मिनिस्टर, तो दिख रहा है कि उस डायरेक्शन में कुछ जा रहा है। लेट्स सी, वी डोंट नो, बट सर्टेनली वन ऑफ द टॉप कंटेंडर्स फॉर द पोजीशन। ठीक है, तो यही है, बड़ा चेंजेस है। रशिया के साथ लैंग्वेज की वापस बात की गई है, क्योंकि वही मैंने बताया कि इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज विल नो मोर बी ऑपरेशनल लैंग्वेज ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। तो धीरे धीरे उसी डायरेक्शन में सब कोई, चाइना ने शुरू कर दिया है वही यूज चाइनीज लैंग्वेज। इंडिया के नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में सारी रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस वापस आ रही है। जयशंकर जी रशिया जाके बोल के आए कि रशियन लैंग्वेज हमें ज्यादा स्ट्रेस देना पड़ेगा इंडियंस को भी सीखने में, क्योंकि बहुत सादा सी बात है।
उन्होंने संस्कृत से कनेक्ट किया, संस्कृत से आप रशियन सीख सकते हैं, उन्होंने बोला हमने।
वही इसी पे तो प्रेडिक्शन दिए थे मैंने कि
this is going to give some happy butterflies to a lot of Aryan invasion theory fanatics as well, that they are going to see now even your foreign minister is saying that Aryans came from the steppes of Russia, okay? So but people left places, people went everywhere, people came to India, people went out of India, but yes, there are connective tissues in the languages of all of Eastern Europe, Russia, Asia, South Asia, etc. That is of course undeniable. For example, there was a political thriller film web series I was watching just a few months back, and there the Russian Navy, villain Russia, their Navy ship which was attacking USA, it was called Yantra, Yantra. Okay, Elliot Anderson is saying, bro, nobody gives much about communist ideology. We are modern-minded. Here, it's all about tech park and many modern-minded stuffs. Okay, what is their opposition to BJP? Word for word, tell me. How are we going to remove English vocab in native languages like South Korean has also that? Yeah, that's going to be a tough ask. Okay. Nina is saying, but the party in power is CPIM. What does some random other CPI faction have to do with anything? Yeah, that is what I'm wondering. CPI has crop and sickle. Yes.
लैंग्वेजेस ऐसे ही सिखाई जानी चाहिए कि भाई संस्कृत से कैसे डिराइव हुई सारी लैंग्वेज। और एक्चुअली ये जो बात है कि रशिया इज गोइंग टू बी, प्लीज कंटिन्यू।
रशिया इज गोइंग टू, हाँ मैं बोल रहा था ये कि मैंने भी जो स्पेनिश या इटालियन है संस्कृत से सीखी है, संस्कृत के शब्दों को ही मैंने यूज करके वही ग्रामर यूज करके, एंड यू कैन डू इजीली डू दैट। प्लीज कंटिन्यू।
तो एक बहुत क्लियर बात है आदित्य जी कि जो डीकोलोनाइजेशन की हम बात कर रहे हैं, जहां एक्सपोर्ट्स का मॉडल पूरा रिजेक्ट किया जा रहा है, हम बोल रहे हैं कि हम खाली वही कंट्रीज को एक्सपोर्ट करेंगे जो हमें एक्चुअली कुछ देता है एक्सचेंज में, सम रियल प्रोडक्ट, रियल सर्विस। पूरा वर्ल्ड उस प्रकार के फाइनेंशियल रीसेट में आगे बढ़ रहा है, एक प्रकार का इवॉल्व्ड बार्टर सिस्टम बोल लो बिटवीन कंट्रीज।
राइट।
तो इसमें सादा सी बात है कि इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज की फिर क्यों जरूरत है? बहुत सादा सी बात है। तो जो हम बता रहे हैं कि भाई रीजनल लैंग्वेज एशिया को एक्सपोर्ट करने की उतनी क्वांटिटी में जरूरत ही नहीं है, बिकॉज वी आर दैट कमोडिटीज रिच नेशंस। तो हमारा तो प्राइमरी प्रोडक्ट्स जो एग्रीकल्चर से आता है, मतलब जो हम बताते हैं कि एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर का वापस रियल वैल्यूएशंस में आ जाएगा, कोर सेक्टर्स की सबकी रियल वैल्यूएशंस वापस आ जाएगी आफ्टर द रीसेट। तो ये सब उसी की तैयारी चल रही है। अगर वो रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस की बात कर रहे हैं, अगर प्राइम मिनिस्टर टायर 2 और टायर 3 सिटीज बोल रहे हैं जो हमने प्रेडिक्ट करा था, उसका मतलब ही होता है नॉन इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज। टायर 1, टायर 2 और 3 क्या होता है?
Yeah, and we already have that Ola GPT, Krutrim, and then Bharat GPT is also coming out. So real-time translations are not going to be that big of a problem, I think, in the next 5-6 years. But the other thing that a fantastic analysis that Ankit Shah has given is about the CBDC, the central bank digital currency, which is of course would make any libertarian shit their pants. But I'm of the opinion that privacy is out of the window, okay? You don't have any privacy as of now, okay? Your privacy dreams were over the day 9/11 happened, okay? The day Obama brought on that Patriot Act, which was actually sitting on the shelves for many years. They were waiting for a chance to bring out the Patriot Act and do complete mass surveillance. So, since privacy is out of the window anyway, the only reason a government is not coming after you is because either you don't matter that much, or you haven't pissed them off enough, or because they are waiting for you to say something so controversial that they get a big excuse to fuck you up. But other than that, there is no such thing called privacy in today's life. But since Americans still have this sort of a naive imagination of a privacy idea, they still are very opposed to the idea of CBDC. I am just saying that तुम्हारा गार्ड मार चुका है, ओके, मर चुका है तुम्हारा गार्ड, तो अब CBDC मान ही लो, अब क्या करें? कोई भी लिबर्टेरियन माइंडेड चीज़ें भारत में कोई रिमोटली भी नहीं सुनता है, तो अब CBDC कैसे रोकेगा कोई? तो CBDC is going to be your money, but completely controlled digitally by the government. One fine morning, if they get, if Mamata Banerjee is the, let's say, PM in 2035 or 34, and she gets pissed off with you, your bank account will be just zero. Your money will cease to exist, okay? Now, the one little side effect, good side effect that CBDC will have is that there won't be so many kinds of taxes from all these avenues, okay? At least income tax will probably go to hell, because all the government knows everything that you are doing with your money, okay? Everything that you are earning with every penny. So they will tax you accordingly. You won't have to go through these countless numbers of taxations and tax breaks, etc. But also Ankit Shah predicted that, actually, which makes sense, that therefore, in order to avoid those taxes, people will just stop using this currency thing that we have come up with in the last few hundred years completely. Okay, people will, since they want to avoid the CBDC taxes, they will go back to some sort of a barter and exchange system again. Okay, so if I want to buy your guitar second hand, I won't give you money because फालतू में government tax ले लेगा. उसके बदले में I will probably arrange a song for you, or give you a guitar processor, okay, or give you some other thing. That's going to happen, and that is what he's saying here as well. So everything we are seeing now is heading more and more towards a return to the barter system, an exchange system. Oh, I wanted to respond to something Vaibhav here said. Vaibhav, एक बात तुमको याद रखना होगा कि वैभव का प्रीवियस कमेंट कहाँ गया, रुको हाँ, वैभव इज सेइंग recent excavation results in Rakhigarhi stretches Harappan people to 8,000 years. Yeah, but the problem is that can't be used as an argument to say that therefore AIT है ही नहीं, because they will say that Harappan civilization is not a Hindu civilization. वो पहले आर्ग्यू करना पड़ेगा.
इंडिया में टायर 2 and 3 means what? Non-English. As simple as that. It's common sense, right? तो NEP में भी वही बता रहे हैं वो कि रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में पढ़ाओ, राइट? तो लिटरली ये क्लियर हो चुका है कि रीसेट उसी डायरेक्शन में जा रहा है जहां इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज का कोई काम ही नहीं है. अच्छा, जहां काम पड़ेगा भी वहां पे भी जो मैंने प्रेडिक्शन डाला है कि रिलायंस, IIT बॉम्बे और एनवीडिया और ये सारी जो डील्स हुई है, ये इसी के ऊपर है कि कोई भी लैंग्वेज में दे कैन इमीडिएटली ट्रांसलेट एंड रियल टाइम में हो जाएगा. तो ये जो पूरा सिस्टम जहां हम बोल रहे हैं कि 2030 के बाद पासपोर्ट रिजीम फ्लिप, यूनिवर्सिटी का रैंकिंग फ्लिप, वीजा सब कुछ फ्लिप होना है, सारे इंडेक्सेस फ्लिप होने हैं. So,
you see, and people don't understand the logic or the reasoning behind these claims of his. उसके लिए तो इनका 12-15 वीडियो देखना पड़ेगा, जैसे कि मैंने देखा है. वो ये सिर्फ क्लेम सुनते हैं, द एंटी अंकित शाही पीपल, एंड दे जैसे ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है, हमारा तो गरीब देश है, हम गरीब ही रहेंगे. तो like to quote Sanjeev Sanyal, because Sanjeev Sanyal and Shekhar Gupta call people like Abhijit Banerjee, Amartya Sen povertarians. Okay, actually Shekhar Gupta coined this term because Shekhar Gupta is a libertarian at heart. So he coined this term called povertarianism of Amartya Sen. So a few days back, just like 1 or 2 months back, Sanjeev Sanyal was quoting something by some economists like this, Kaushik Basu or Abhijit Banerjee, and the caption Sanjeev Sanyal posted is that हम गरीब हैं और माँ कसम हमेशा गरीब ही रहेंगे. तो सिंस हम गरीब ही रहेंगे, ऐसा नोशन बहुत सारे हिंदुत्ववादियों का भी हो गया है. तो इसीलिए ये डायरेक्ट सीधा क्लेम सुन के उन लोगों को लगता है कि अरे ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है, इतना अच्छा कैसे हो सकता है. बट दे हैव नॉट हर्ड द काउंटलेस रीजनिंग्स ही हैज गिवन.
उसी डायरेक्शन में रीसेट जा रहा है. और सादा सी बात है कि इफ रशिया इज गोइंग टू बी द रिचेस्ट कंट्री इन द वर्ल्ड, तो जो कोई भी रशियन लैंग्वेज को मिस आउट करेगा वो बहुत सारे बिजनेस डील्स या वो अपॉर्चुनिटी खोएगा, बिकॉज ये वंस इन अ लाइफ टाइम आने वाली अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं ये सारी. तो आगे जाते हुए जो प्रेसिडेंट पुतिन ने इनविटेशन दिया ही है कि हम मेरे फ्रेंड को मैं देखना चाहता हूँ रशिया, सो प्राइम मिनिस्टर विल गो नेक्स्ट ईयर. और वैसे भी ब्रिक्स समिट तो है ही अक्टूबर में 2024. तो लग ऐसे रहा है.
हाँ, वी आर टाइपिंग नाउ इन इंग्लिश, सो व्हाट. So in the future when AI happens, I will type in English, it will show up in Bengali, and maybe it will show up to a Bengali in Bengali, it will show up to a Marathi in Marathi. Okay, you don't know how AI can work in the future. Don't judge the future based on what's happening or going on right now. Okay, and the other thing is that India's economy is doomed. to be fair, no future will we will never grow 9%. Yes, we will never grow 9%. Yes, but that is because inflation won't be as high as it is today, or never again will inflation be that high, because inflation mainly has happened because of freebies of the world, and but even way more than that, America's printing of dollars unlimitedly. Okay, when USA prints dollars unlimitedly, everyone's inflation goes up, and with that inflation, everyone's growth rates also go up. Okay, on paper, even if your salary doesn't go up. Okay, सब कुछ का मतलब इन्फ्लेशन हो गया 6-7%, तुम्हारा सैलरी अगर था 30,000, वो अचानक 7% से सैलरी इंक्रीज नहीं हो गया. तो yes, 9% growth won't happen, and it won't matter that it doesn't happen.
मोटा मोटी के क्वाड को साइड पे रख दिया गया है, क्वाड समिट को.
Yeah, Niner, if you say that he's too bullish on Russia, there I don't have too much reason to disagree with you, because you know that he is bullish on Russia. For what reasons? Yeah, there can be a disagreement of degrees, but this large overarching statement that he doesn't know anything, it seems too good to be true, that just shows too much of ignorance to counter.
कि भाई जब तक वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज के साथ जो पेंडिंग चीजें हैं उस पर कोई क्लैरिफिकेशन नहीं आ जाती, जैसे ये फालतू के पन्नू चुन्नू मुन्नू वाले केसेस, वो सब बकवास जो है जब तक सेटल नहीं हो जाती, तब तक मुझे नहीं लगता कि क्वाड समिट तब तक करेंगे. तो नेक्स्ट ईयर आई एम रियली डाउटफुल.
अच्छा, जो रामायण कालीन जो मैप है ज्योग्राफी, नहीं, रामायण कालीन जो मैप है अपना ज्योग्राफी का, वो थोड़ा अलग ही है. और भगवान राम जब बात करते हैं ना, वो आदेश देते हैं हर जगह, वो साधारण बात नहीं होती भगवान राम की कहीं पर भी. और अभी भारत और व्लादिवोस्तोक का जो रूट है, दैट इज शॉर्टर देन द अदर रूट वाया सुएज कैनाल एंड मेडिटेरेनियन सी. और इसकी भी है काफी, क्योंकि सारी यूरोपियन कंट्रीज हैं, रेड सी में हुती रेबल्स हैं. सो नाउ दिस न्यू रूट व्हिच इज बीइंग प्लान्ड, वो एग्जैक्टली एज पर रामायण के हिसाब से मुझे लगता है. मतलब लोगों ने ऐसे सोचा नहीं है, लेकिन मैं जब रामायण देखता हूँ ऐसे लगता है, because to reach Pacific through to reach South America through Pacific is a easier route. तो do you think कि ये जो नया लाइंस हो रहा है, जो ये एग्रीमेंट्स तो रामायण के बाहर मतलब लोगों ने ऐसी प्रैक्टिकल एस्पेक्ट से किए हैं, but I see a bigger role in geopolitics now. There is a new trade route in India and Russia on the eastern side, and by eastern to northern, वो at least 1,000 kilometers कम का route है, and much more beneficial for India because it goes through all the countries which India wants to ties with. East Asia तो पूरा भारत का ही था. What do you see the changes coming in the geopolitics based on this new trade route?
देखिए,
okay, Elliot Anderson, listen to what I am saying, and listen to the English grammar of it. Okay, doesn't and will not के बीच में एक फर्क है. It matters now, it won't matter in the future, because no one's inflation nor growth rates will be shooting up in the sky, because USA won't be printing dollars incessantly anymore in the future. If in fact that prediction about USA's dollar printing does not come true, then India's growth rate will also be 8-9% for as long as you like. Okay, but if USA's printing stops, which is good for everybody's inflation, then our growth rate also won't cross 6%. Okay, and that won't matter because the inflation is not happening to that extent. Today we need 8-9% growth rate because the inflation is 6-7%. Okay, it's not, nothing is in an abstract silo कि अभी 8-9% अच्छा लग रहा है तो हमेशा के लिए 8-9% ही अच्छा रहेगा. Why is 8-9% good then? Why shouldn't we criticize the government or kick out the government for not giving us 15% or 20%? Come up with any random number. Okay, Vinay Singh is saying, Dada, he is astrologer, he make a claim, then say that his claim was true, his claim rely on goody point. He is not an astrologer. He has said it himself. It would be even more lucrative for him if he was an astrologer and coming and making these predictions. Okay, do you know how much you can charge to tell people that तुम्हारा बेटा होगा, तुम्हारा बेटी होगा? He's just making financial claims. দাদা আমার কমেন্টটা পড়লে না, সপ্তর্ষি, ইয়া, ও তুমি বোধহয় পুরো পেপারটা পড়োনি. CNN 18-এ হিস্টোরিয়ানরা ইন্টারভিউ নিয়েছিল. ইন্টারভিউয়াররা বললেন যে ওনারা বললেন যে আমাদের ডিএনএ হারাপ্পানদের ডিএনএর সাথে 30% মিলে গেছে. Then that should have been the headline. This is a bigger find, because all these days Neeraj Rai and all, they have not conclusively said that we are in fact racially at least the descendants of Harappans. If that is so, then AIT is in fact over. Satyajay Behuria is saying, bro, do you think that capitalism based on fiat money will allow us to grow? USA can print more money anytime they see fit for them. Yes, that is what is happening today, but it won't happen after 24-25 if everything Ankit Shahi is saying is true. Yes, I know, but I explained the reason why we are growing at 78%. Rama never visited South. Okay. Povertarians keep the lid of the petri dish closed. This is the way of looking at the people by the... Yes. He thinks Russia will find treasure in the Arctic. Yes, they will.
जो अगर आपने वो सीटिंग देखी हो, क्योंकि मैं तो बॉडी लैंग्वेज रीड करता हूँ, अगर आपने वो सीटिंग और डिस्टेंस देखा, जयशंकर जी और पुतिन के बीच। और उस मीटिंग में देयर वाज वन मोर पर्सन जो व्लादिमीर पुतिन के फॉरेन पॉलिसी के एडवाइजर है, उषा यूरिकॉव समथिंग ऐसा कुछ नाम है, और वो डायगोनली ऑपोजिट बैठे थे चरणजीत सिंह के सामने। और चरणजीत सिंह जो है वो यूरेशिया वाला दिखते हैं रीजन, तो यूरेशिया के साथ फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट का डिस्कशन आगे बढ़ रहा है। और ये जो पर्सनालिटी है उषा यूरिकॉव जो भी है, उनका स्ट्रेस रहता है इस बात पे, रशिया इंडिया चाइना फॉर्मेट, वो उस फॉर्मेट को पुश करते हैं ज्यादा बनिस्बत रशिया, सेंट्रल एशिया एंड भारत। ओके, तो जब दोनों डायरेक्टली ऑपोजिट बैठे थे तो एक बात तो क्लियर हो गई कि भारत ने दोनों ऑप्शंस ओपन रखे हैं। दूसरा आपको गौर करने वाली बात है कि प्रेसिडेंट पुतिन ने इशारा किया और कैमरास बंद कर दिए गए। तो वो बायलैटरल जिस प्रकार से एंड हुई, ये बात तय है कि वीडियो का जो रिकॉर्डिंग बंद होने के बाद अलग से कुछ चीजें डिस्कस हुई है। और जिस प्रकार का वेलकमिंग जेस्चर था जयशंकर जी के लिए, तो बहुत ही पॉजिटिव कुछ डिस्कशन हुआ हो सकता है कैमरास बंद होने के बाद। बहुत क्लियर उस कैमरा का उस क्लिप को देख के पता चलता है कि एंड में व्लादिमीर पुतिन ने इशारा किया और वीडियोस बंद कर दिए गए। तो कुछ ना कुछ बड़ी गतिविधियां चल रही है, क्योंकि जयशंकर जी का स्टेटमेंट बहुत बड़ा आया है कि 2024 विल बी द ईयर टू टेक सम बिग डिसीजंस एज अ नेशन, राइट, वो स्टेटमेंट भी आया है। तो समझना है कि बड़े बड़े चेंजेस 2024 में ही आने वाले हैं। हम तो जानते ही हैं, जो हम 1.5 साल से बात कर रहे हैं। अच्छा, एक रशिया से पूरा डेलीगेशन आ रहा है, वो भी ब्रिक्स और नए फाइनेंशियल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स डिस्कस करने के लिए आ रहा है। बहुत सादा सी बात है, वही फाइनेंशियल रीसेट वाला चल रहा है मामला। और ये भी हो सकता है कि कुछ क्योंकि रीजनल बैलेंसिंग की शब्द का इस्तेमाल हुआ है, रीजनल बैलेंसिंग, तो हो सकता है पीओके भी डिस्कस हुआ हो। ओके, तो बहुत कुछ हो सकता है डिस्कशन में। और ओवरऑल ये भी हो सकता है जो हमने बात करी कि फ्यूचर में दो पॉसिबिलिटी है कि एक सर्बिया से जो गैस पाइपलाइन आती है थ्रू चाइना, हो सकता है वो भारत एक्सटेंड की जाए, या एक गैस पाइपलाइन जो है सेंट्रल एशिया के थ्रू भारत एक्सटेंड हो। पर गैस पाइपलाइन का कुछ बिल्कुल डिस्कशन हुआ होगा, क्योंकि दोनों बैठे थे, जो रशिया इंडिया चाइना फॉर्मेट सपोर्ट करते हैं वो वहां से बैठे थे और यहाँ से यूरेशिया वाले बैठे थे। तो क्लियर बात है कि उस पर भी कुछ डिस्कशन हुआ होगा लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए। दूसरा आपको ये समझना है कि जो रूट्स की आपने बात करी, ट्रेड रूट्स की, तो एक INSTC जो चाबार के थ्रू रशिया जाता है, एक रूट तो वो है ट्रेड रूट, जो एक हमारा आईमेक कॉरिडोर जो यूएई सऊदी अरेबिया से यूरोप जाने वाला है, और एक चाबार पोर्ट से रशिया को जाएगा। ये दो रूट्स हैं। और तीसरा जो आपने बताया व्लादिवोस्तोक, चेन्नई व्लादिवोस्तोक कनेक्ट वाला, तो वो एक तीसरा है। दूसरा उनका एक अग्रीमेंट हुआ न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर के, तो जो कुंदनकुलम प्लांट है उसके एक्सपांशन की बात हुई। एक बात तो क्लियर है कि पोस्ट क्रूड ऑयल वर्ल्ड में न्यूक्लियर फ्यूल वाला बहुत इंपॉर्टेंस बढ़ने वाला है, वो बहुत ही क्लियर बात है। दूसरी एक बात चली है न्यूक्लियर पावर्ड सबमरीन के बारे में, तो वो भी कुछ डील हो सकती है इस साल, जब प्रधानमंत्री शायद जाए ब्रिक्स समिट के लिए या बायलैटरल के लिए, तो ये भी एक डील फाइनल हो सकती है, न्यूक्लियर पावर्ड सबमरीन फ्रॉम रशिया। दूसरा, जितने भी कंपनीज, वेस्टर्न कंपनीज वहां रशिया छोड़ के जा चुके हैं, वो कंपनी के एसेट्स टेक ओवर करने के लिए रशिया ने इंसिस्ट करा है कि भारतीय कंपनीज वो एसेट्स ले लें। तो ये भी कुछ हो सकता है, क्योंकि उस तरफ से बात चल रही है कि रशिया के जो डॉलर सीज किए हैं वो यूक्रेन को दे दिए जाए। तो यहाँ रशिया बात कर रहा है कि आप जो कंपनीज छोड़ के गए हो वो भारत को दे दिया जाए। तो बड़ी बदमाशियां चल रही है, लेकिन हो सकता है ऐसा हो, so you never know.
Very interesting times, very interesting times, very interesting times. अच्छा,
Okay,
ये जो
again, time for some great comments. I will respond to them. Yes, Vaibhav, yeah, you reminded me actually that Neeraj Rai had categorically said on Kushal Mehra's podcast the last time I watched him that yes, Aryan invasion theory is out of the question, but others he is not so conclusive about. Yeah. So Elliot is saying that what I'm happy at the moment, but I'm really afraid export-led growth won't have a future because we see trade exports dropping and all. I don't know how long we can incentivize. See, again, you are judging the entire future of the world, society, humanity based on what's happening right now. We are in a very, very tumultuous period at the moment that started from the COVID scenario, okay? All of that, uska repercussions abhi bhi chal raha hai. But it won't go on forever and ever. But also, in Kerala, Indian government is doing the Visijam transshipment seed out hub. Why do you think that is? Okay, why are we spending so much money there? And what do you think will be the benefits of this, of that? Nothing. And Adani taking leases in so many ports. You think none of that's going to amount to anything? And even if, let's say, export is not the sole thing that drives India's prosperity, even then we will still have services sector and agriculture. Internal consumption is not out of the window for India.
एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग चीज हुआ अभी, भारत ने 5 शिप्स डिप्लॉय किए, 5 बड़े शिप्स डिस्ट्रॉयर्स प्लस फ्रिगेट्स, प्लस उसने डिप्लॉय किया, हम लोग डिप्लॉय किया भारत ने एयरक्राफ्ट्स, और सारे रेड सी में डिप्लॉय किए। बड़ा आश्चर्य हुआ उसके बाद से कि भारतीय शिप्स के अलावा बाकी सब पे अटैक्स हो रहे हैं। एनी शिप विच इज इंडिया फ्लैग, उस पर अटैक नहीं हो रहे कहीं पर भी। तो अमेरिका ने भी जो भी कर रहा है, अमेरिका भी एक सिक्योरिटी गार्ड के जैसे काम कर रहा है भारतीय शिप्स के लिए। तो मोस्ट ऑफ द इंडियंस मे नॉट नो, क्योंकि उनको लगता है कि इंडियन न्यूज़ तो हौच-पौच ही आता है। बट यू सी द अटैक्स हुआ उसके बाद, जब इंडिया ने बोला, राजनाथ सिंह ने बोला समुद्र के नीचे से घुस के निकालेंगे, तो लिटरली इंडियन सबमरीन्स वर इन द अरेबियन सी उस समय। तो वो सही बोल रहे थे,
जी
एग्जैक्टली।
देखिए देखिए आदित्य जी, जो हम इतने टाइम से बात कर रहे हैं, फाइनेंशियल रीसेट के बाद यूएस के पास वो पोजीशन नहीं होगी ग्लोबल पोलिसिंग की, जिसका मतलब है कि सब देश को थोड़ा थोड़ा बाहर वो जो नेविगेशन है सी लेन्स का, उसका सिक्योरिटी का थोड़ा थोड़ा बर्डन सबको लेना पड़ेगा, जॉइंटली शेयर करना पड़ेगा। इंडियन ओशन में हम रहेंगे एज अ नेट सिक्योरिटी प्रोवाइडर, लेकिन वहां जब हॉर्मुज तक, राइट, और सुएज कैनाल की बात हो रही है, और इस तरफ अगर इंडो पैसिफिक की आप वहां तक बात करो, साउथ कोरिया तक, तो वो एक्सटेंशन के लिए सब कंट्रीज ने थोड़ा थोड़ा पार्टनरशिप करना पड़ेगा इन टर्म्स ऑफ कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट। तो मुझे लगता है कि सबने विड्रॉ कर लिया, जो वेस्टर्न कलेक्टिव थे, फ्रांस ने मना कर दिया, यूके ने मना कर दिया, ऑस्ट्रेलिया ने मना कर दिया ज्वाइन करने से। तो एक मैसेजिंग यूएस ट्राई कर रहा है देने को कि फटाफट से डिफेंस डील्स करो फाइनल, सो ज्वाइंट प्रोडक्शन जल्दी से स्टार्ट हो। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि अटका पड़ा है टेक ट्रांसफर पे, क्योंकि भारत इंसिस्ट कर रहा है फुल टेक ट्रांसफर की। तो ये मुझे लगता है ये हॉटस्पॉट चलेगा जब तक भारत का इलेक्शन का रिजल्ट नहीं आ जाता है, और उसके बाद ये सॉल्व हो जाएगा और वही अमेरिकी कंपनीज बनाएंगी, यहीं पे जॉइंट प्रोडक्शन होगा और यहीं से एक्सपोर्ट होगा, चाहे सऊदी अरेबिया को आर्म्स सप्लाई हो, या यूएई को हो, या उस तरफ वियतनाम को हो, या थाईलैंड को हो। तो थोड़ा हॉटस्पॉट चलेगा रिजल्ट तक, लेकिन उसके बाद जो यूएस का जो पूरा टोन है वो चेंज हो जाएगा, आप देख पाओगे। होना यही है, यही प्रेडिक्शन है मेरा कि जो डिफेंस ट्रेड है वो ज्यादा वेस्ट की ओर जाएगा और नॉन डिफेंस ट्रेड जो है वो रशिया के साथ बढ़ेगा।
अच्छा, आपने नोटिस किया मैक्सिको के में एंथनी ब्लिंकन गया था गिड़गिड़ाने के लिए कि भाई इधर लोग मत भेजो, तो मैक्सिको ने बोला हम लोगों से नेगोशिएट करते हैं, लेकिन उसके बाद बढ़ गया अगले दिन, एवरीथिंग इंक्रीज आफ्टर द नेक्स्ट डे। सो सो इज दिस अ प्लान्ड वे, मतलब कि पूरा मैक्सिको इज कोलैबोरेटिंग विद एवरीवन?
नहीं, देखिए सब सब कुछ अलाइंड है कि आपको इलीगल्स चाहिए ही चाहिए, वरना
बिल्कुल।
मैन्युफैक्चरिंग होगा कहाँ से?
Yes.
अमेरिकन थोड़ी लेबर है, यू डोंट डू द लेबर वर्क। मैक्सिकन और चाइनीज जो लेबर आउटपुट देता है वो तो कोई इंडियन भी नहीं दे पाएंगे।
नहीं
तो
नहीं,
ये तो भूल ही जाओ कि लेबर वर्क वहां कोई करने वाला है, तो फिर आपको इलीगल्स लाने ही पड़ेंगे कंट्री में। तो सादा सी बात है, और ये बढ़ेगा ही जब तक वो क्राइसिस शुरू नहीं होता और फाइनेंशियल रीसेट सेट नहीं हो जाता। यू विल नीड लेबर फॉर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पूरा सेट करने के लिए, और ये तो सादा सी बात है कि ये तो होना ही था। तो ओवरऑल भले ऊपर से आपको जो भी स्टेटमेंट्स आ रहे हो, ये वो मैक्सिको ने ये बोला, उसने ये बोला, दरवाजे आपके खुले हैं साउथ से, पूरे खुले हैं, और वो खुले
नहीं
ही रहेंगे जब तक बाइडेन एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पावर में है, तब तक तो खुले ही रहेंगे।
नहीं, मैं मुझे बड़ी हंसी
Yes, the USA, Europe cannot function in the coming years without illegal immigration. That is out of the question. And also, just yesterday I was listening to some important podcast based on some news. I can't remember which one. The yeah. Alex Jones was mentioning it on Jimmy Dore's podcast. Okay, and he was then I checked out the news as well that yes, US government is now saying that these illegal immigrants that they are bringing on to USA landmass, they will be fighting even wars for USA, because US government, the US military generals in the last 10-15 years, they even said it openly at first. They went to schools, they said that obesity is a national security threat. This is the exact headline. Okay, it's a famous TEDx talk. You can look it up on YouTube. It's from about 10-11, I think 8-9 years back. Okay, they don't have enough people to even fight wars. Okay, forget manufacturing, forget factory, यूथ करने का भी लोग नहीं बचा है, क्योंकि सब 12-13 साल से डायबिटीज है. पीपल टुडे आर बॉर्न विद डायबिटीज in the western countries. So they absolutely need illegal immigration. But there's no two ways about it, and unless they get rid of their minimum wage laws, they cannot compete with India, and they won't be able to even afford Indian products, maybe, possibly, because Indian services at least, because if the companies which are hiring Indian service people in IT, etc., if those companies shift their clientele to UAE and Saudi Arabia, okay, they are the ones who are going to be paying the equivalent salaries that people get from USA today. Okay, then how is USA going to afford Indian services? Okay, and Niner made an interesting point here, that I don't know why Ankit Shah focuses so much on Middle East, whereas historically we had stronger connect to Southeast Asia. Yeah, but maybe it's because Middle East has a lot of oil money for the time being. Yes, they have oil money for the time being. They have oil for the time being because they are decreasing their what's it called, digging out of crude oil. So they are decreasing it, as a result of which the prices of oil is going to go down, is going up and up in India. So it's going to go down in the near future if we have good relations with Saudi Arabia. But also, more importantly, today Saudi Arabia is UAE. These were one of the main culprits of the Islamic radicalism problem in India. So maybe Modi thinks that, or maybe Ankit Shah thinks that since they were the big culprits, and now that we are kind of on the way to have a friendship with them, therefore that's the most significant thing, that they lead to de-radicalization in India. But as for Singapore, etc., they now see India as a big threat, because I think they were planning to build, they are planning to build Andaman and Nicobar Islands as the next Singapore or something, and Singapore already sees a threat in this, and then Singapore is very pissed off about this, and they are trying to do some shenanigans in that region. By the way, Dada, have you seen the news on illegal immigration to US lately? Apparently over 2-3 lakh are crossing every month into. Yes.
आ रही थी अपना डिस्कशन तो इधर होता ही है। टकर कार्लसन को बात करते हुए, वो ही इज ए क्रिश्चियन इवेंजलिस्ट टाइप का रिपोर्टर है वो। उसको लगता है कि हाउ इज दिस हैपनिंग, तो किसी ने उसको क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया, भाई तुम भी तो ऐसे आए थे सेटलर के जैसे, अभी कुछ नया तो नहीं है। तो नेटिव अमेरिकन्स वर सेइंग यू केम सेम वे लाइक द इलीगल्स आर कमिंग, और ये देश तो हमारा है, आपका तो नहीं है। आपने आजादी ली, आपके लोगों ने आजादी ली चर्च ऑफ इंग्लैंड से, हमसे आजादी नहीं, हमारी आजादी कभी हुई नहीं, ये तो हमारी जमीन है। उल्टा आपने हमको सिटीजनशिप दी 1925 में, सो एवरीथिंग इज इलीगल। तो बोलते हैं कि इसलिए वी आर स्टैंडिंग विद द इलीगल। लेकिन प्रॉब्लम आती है जो नए अपने आप को ज्यादा अमेरिकन समझते हैं, जैसे अपने इंडियन अमेरिकन भी हैं बहुत सारे, वो सोचते हैं वो ज्यादा अमेरिकन है, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दैट दे आर ऑल्सो, अपना नाम भी रखा हुआ हिंदू कंजर्वेटिव। अरे हिंदू कहाँ से कंजर्वेटिव होगा भाई, कंजर्वेटिव मीन्स क्रिश्चियन, वो हिंदू तो ऑक्सीमोरन हो गया, वो तो शब्द ऑक्सीमोरन हो गया। सो द फेक, जिस देश में नेशनलिज्म तभी आता है जब आप जमीन से जुड़े हो, नहीं तो नहीं आएगा वो नेशनलिज्म। भारत तो स्वाभाविक ही एक पूरा देश ही नेटिव देश है, यहाँ पे कोई कन्वर्जन जो हुआ वो भी रिवर्स होता जा रहा है धीरे धीरे, बिकॉज पीपल आर born in the soil over there. तो do you think कि ये movement which is in line with your prediction also, de-dollarization, de-radicalization and decolonization, ये तो हम सऊदी अरेबिया में भी देख रहे हैं अभी। अल्लाह, उन्होंने जो 3 देवियों का उन्होंने they started worshipping also. So how will this progress in this part of the world, क्योंकि यूरोप भी colonized है।
अच्छा, ये जो आपके जो एक्सपर्ट्स थे जिन्होंने ट्वीट करा कि इंडिया ये कर रहा है वो कर रहा है, इट वाज अ मतलब डीकोलोनाइजेशन, ये मैंने बोला आप कब डीकोलोनाइज कर रहे हो यूएस को, आप यूरोप वापस कब जा रहे हो? That is what I asked him.
Yes.
Why do तो कोई आंसर आया नहीं है। I said कि आप भी तो यूएस को डीकोलोनाइज करो, आप निकलो यूरोप के लिए, लेट नेटिव अमेरिकन्स टेक ओवर। तो ये मिर्ची लगेगी उन्हें। तो ये जो पूरा डीकोलोनाइजेशन का प्रोसेस है आदित्य जी, इसमें नेटिव स्ट्रांग होते जाने वाले हैं। और मैं आज ही एक सदगुरु जी का भी ट्वीट देख रहा था, उन्होंने वही नेटिव अमेरिकन्स की बात करी वापस। तो क्लियर है डीकोलोनाइजेशन का मतलब क्या होता है। ओके, तो आपने जो जिसको सप्रेस करके रखा है, ऑप्रेस करके रखा है, दे आर गोइंग टू कम आउट, दे आर गोइंग टू वॉइस आउट। ठीक है, और जो ये पूरा इलीगल्स का वेव आ रहा है, उससे क्या होने वाला है एट द एंड ऑफ द डे? ईयू और यूएस में जो व्हाइट्स हैं वो कुछ डिकेड्स के बाद कहां दिखने मिलने वाले हैं अगर इसी प्रकार से चलता रहा। तो ये डीकोलोनाइजेशन का प्रोसेस ही बोल सकते हो आप एक तरीके से। और दूसरा आपको ये समझना है, जब जो आपने सऊदी अरेबिया का जिक्र किया, मेरा ये ट्विटर पे हमारे जितने भी राइट विंग एक्सपर्ट्स हैं उनके साथ बड़ा अच्छा सा मेरा क्लैश चलता है, क्योंकि मैं बार बार इन्हें समझाता हूँ कि भाई साहब आप क्यों जजमेंट दे रहे हो कि इस्लाम कैन नॉट बी रिफॉर्म्ड, इट इज सैक्रोसैंक्ट। तुम होते कौन हो पहले तो? हु गेव यू द अथॉरिटी टू जस्टिफाई दैट द रिलीजन कैन नॉट बी रिफॉर्म्ड? तो अगर आप ये बोलते हो कि रिफॉर्म हो सकता है, तब भी आपकी कौन सुनने वाला है, सबसे पहले तो। दूसरा, जब आपका जुरिस्डिक्शन ही नहीं है, वो सऊदी अरेबिया इज नॉट योर जुरिस्डिक्शन, और वो जो मोनार्क है वो ना आप ये हिंदू राइट विंग एक्सपर्ट्स की सुनने वाले हैं, ना भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप के कॉन्वर्ट्स की सुनने वाले हैं, वो तो अपने खुद की पॉपुलेशन की भी नहीं सुनने वाले। तो तुम क्यों जजमेंट दे रहे हो कि इट कैन नॉट बी?
Okay, I need to respond to some comments here. So yeah, Elliot, he's saying that, guys, someone explain that inflation growth rate thing again. Will growth rate at high inflation make sense, make same value addition to total GDP as high growth rate in low inflation? No, I'm saying that since inflation, printing of money is going to go down because of USA stopping their incessant printing machine. Therefore, growth rates of all countries in general who erstwhile were trading in in US dollars, their growth rates are going to go down proportionately, at least to some extent. But that's not going to matter as much as if let's say today instead of 8% growth rate we get to 3 to 4% growth rates. That's disastrous. But in a world where USA is not printing dollars all the time, a growth rate decrease from 8 to 9% to 6 to 7% won't be that much of a bad thing. It won't matter all that much. Okay, the other thing, yeah, Satya Jay Behudi, I forgot to reply to you before. Yeah, morally, of course, I think gold-backed money is a model way to go, of course. But yes, as for now, we don't have it, so we will play to the rules as much as possible.
Be reformed. कौन सी अथॉरिटी के बेस पे तुम ये सबको बोल रहे हो कि इस्लाम कैन नॉट बी रिफॉर्म। अच्छा, कुछ एक्सपर्ट्स हैं जो वर्स के ऊपर वर्स बताए जा रहे हैं मीडिया में। तुम भाई क्यों ये टाइम पास कर रहे हो? इट्स अ टोटल टाइम पास। अच्छा, मुझे कोई एक बंदा ये बता दे कि इस्लाम इज सैक्रोसैंक्ट या द बुक इज नॉन एडिटेबल या सैक्रोसैंक्ट है, उसमें रिफॉर्म नहीं हो सकता, ये बोलने का, ये पब्लिक में बोलने का मुझे एक टेंजिबल बेनिफिट गिना दो एज अ नेशन। क्या फायदा होना है इंडिया को ये बोल के? आप जब बोल रहे हो तो उसका क्या फायदा है? कोई बेनिफिट गिना दो तो फिर आप बोलो। कल को आप ही को कोट किया जाएगा जब मिडिल ईस्ट में पूरा रिफॉर्म हो चुका होगा, तो बोलेंगे आप ही बोल रहे थे रिफॉर्म तो हमारे में होता ही नहीं। इट इज गोइंग टू
Okay, Ankit Shah is making a very subtle but a tough point here that if at all we are increasing our knowledge of Islam to some extent and therefore learning that yes, reform is out of the question in Islam, what benefit do you get from saying it all the time on at least on big YouTube channels and Twitter platforms? Okay, ये बोल के तुम्हारा achievement क्या हो रहा है? Say it in your personal circles, because awareness of Islam is very important. Reading Islam is very important. Reading Islam in different languages, if possible, is even more important. But what do you get from, what's the benefit you are getting from going around saying that it's reform is out of the question? That is actually an interesting point, because he might argue that the reason you think you are saying that Islam may reform nahi ho sakta hai because you want Hindus to be prepared for something, okay? That be ready for that day when the next riots happen. But you see, even though reading and learning about Islam has benefited all of us because of started by people like Sanjay Dixit, etc. But yes, knowing that what Islam says or intends to say is a great thing, but that preparation for that day is a big fake narrative that's put around by a lot of Hindutwadi anti-Ankit Shahi people themselves. Because as I keep saying that people just say that awaken the Kshatriya spirit line and then go about their lives as they would. Okay, no one takes up martial arts. No one gets into basic fitness at their homes. It's lame to say no one, but unless a large chunk of people are doing it on their own, in their own houses or in their local gyms, okay, which is possible to do in your local gyms, etc. You are not contributing to any of those we are waiting for that, preparing for that day narrative, okay? And as for poorer sections of the society who are physically fitter than all of us anyway, they don't even need training, etc. They don't even need any sort of funding or preparation. The day something happens, they take up the charge anyway. It's you and I, the English speaking middle class of the country, whom we are talking about, who are saying that we need to awaken our Kshatriya spirit, but we can't do 5 push-ups. So if that is the fact, then I think Ankit Shah's question is something to pay heed to, that ये इस्लाम में रिफॉर्म नहीं होगा, ये बोल के तुम क्या उखाड़ लोगे? क्या मिल रहा है तुमको? तो बोलना बंद कर दो. Wait for Saudi Arabia to do the reforms, or join a gym.
backfire. It will backfire. तो ये पता नहीं. अच्छा, जब आपका है ही नहीं jurisdiction, तो आप क्यों ये जजमेंट पास कर रहे हो? आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड आदित्य जी, इसका क्या बेनिफिट है नेशन को? कोई सुनने ही नहीं वाला आपकी. पहले तो अगर रिफॉर्म हो भी सकता है तो भी कहां सुनने वाले हैं वो? तो ये जो बहुत ही टाइम पास एक्टिविटी जो काउंटर प्रोडक्टिव और नेगेटिव है देश के लिए, जो बार बार आप बताया जा रहे हो वो चीज. अच्छा, जब दोनों होली मॉस्क के जो कस्टोडियन है क्राउन प्रिंस एमबीएस है, जिन्होंने थोड़े थोड़े स्टेप्स लेना शुरू कर दिया है, तो उस बेचारे को सपोर्ट करने की जगह आप बार बार उल्टा बोले जा रहे हो. तो आपको सपोर्ट, आपका रोल क्या है? मतलब आप कौन सी साइड हो? तो ये जो है ना, बहुत ही टाइम पास एक्टिविटी है. और अच्छा, ये जो जिस पर मैंने आई थिंक 1.5-2 साल पहले इस पर बताया था कि भाई मॉडर्नाइजेशन ऑफ रिलीजियस टीचिंग, तो इस पर महाराष्ट्र में अभी एक स्टेप आ चुका है जहां पे शिंदे गवर्नमेंट 10-10 लाख एक मदरसा को दे रहे हैं. तो सबके सब शुरू हो चुके हैं कि भाई तुष्टीकरण ने पता नहीं क्या क्या. अब मुझे ये बताओ कि अगर आपको उनको मॉडर्न पाथवे आप नहीं दोगे तो कोई सुधार आना है क्या? पहले मुझे ये बताओ. अगर मैथ और साइंस सब्जेक्ट ऐड हो रहे हैं किसी मदरसा में, इट इज अ स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट. फिर स्टेप 2, स्टेप 3, स्टेप 4, बात वो तो आगे की बात है. तुम तो स्टेप 1 भी लेने नहीं दे रहे हो. तो ये जो बहुत बड़ी बेवकूफी की राइट विंग एक्सपर्ट्स जो पता नहीं क्या ही लिखते रहते हैं, क्या ही बोलते रहते हैं, बोल रहे हैं तुष्टीकरण चल रहा है, ये चल रहा है, वो चल रहा है. और एक बात समझो कि जब तक मॉडर्न पाथवे आप नहीं दोगे, फिर तो वो पत्थर ही उठाएगा. और जो आपको चेंजेस चाहिए वो तो आपका जुरिस्डिक्शन है ही नहीं. जो चीज आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं है उसमें बस बकवास पेलते रहते हो 24 घंटा, आपके कंट्रोल में वो है ही नहीं जब।
ओके, मॉडर्न पाथवे तो अभी भी दिया जा रहा था, ऐसा नहीं है कि मॉडर्न पाथवे किसी ने रोक के रखा था अभी भी। तो माय पॉइंट इज दैट मॉडर्न पाथवे का ऑप्शन भी था, मगर रेडिकलाइजेशन का भी पैसा आ रहा था। तो अभी जो ये 10 लाख रुपए मदरसा को दिया जा रहा है, इफ दैट इज कमिंग विद द कैवियट दैट यू विल हैव टू टीच मैथ एंड साइंस, and on top of that Saudi Arabia UAE does not send funds for radicalization, both of these hand in hand, then yeah, it can see some good benefits. Okay, Darth Vader is saying, I disagree with Ankit Shah, discussing Islam is for Hindus who get fooled by this all religion. Yeah, by many conversions happen because of these reasons. You know, that is what I'm saying, that discuss it amongst yourself, but don't go using it as an argument point against a right-winger political narrative itself to say that no, Islam में reform नहीं हो सकता है, तो तुम कुछ भी उनको अप्रोच करना बंद कर दो. That is not constructive to say the least.
और जो आपने करना है वो गवर्नमेंट एटलीस्ट स्टार्ट कर रही है स्टेप 1 से, तो आप उसको कंडेम कर रहे हो। मुझे ये बताओ कि अभी कोई मदरसा है, अच्छा ये आसाम में भी ये स्टेप्स हुए हैं मॉडर्नाइजेशन के, कुछ मदरसा को बंद किया गया और कुछ को मॉडर्नाइज किया गया। तो अगर वो मॉडर्न सब्जेक्ट्स वहां मिल रहा है, तब तो जाके ये बात उसके सामने आएगी कि साइंस का जो टीचर होगा वो कुछ साइंस के कॉन्सेप्ट बताएगा जो वर्सेस के साथ शायद क्लैश करेंगे, तब तो दिमाग में क्वेश्चन आएगा ना कि कौन सा सही है कौन सा गलत है। स्टेप 1 तो होने तो दो, स्टेप 1। तो ये जो बड़ी बदमाशी की चीज है आदित्य जी। अच्छा, और पूरा वर्ल्ड जो है वो इंसेंटिव से चलता है, किसी बुक से नहीं चलता है। अगर पेट्रो डॉलर की वजह से पूरा रेडिकलाइजेशन हुआ है, तो डी रेडिकलाइजेशन के प्रोसेस में भी पैसे तो लगने हैं, ये मुफ्त में नहीं।
This is something I agree with Ankit Shah 100%. There are incentive structures always in place to get a majority of any group to do a particular thing. Okay, there may be some devout Hindus. Okay, there may be a lot of devout Hindus, but a lot of them will also change their religion at the drop of a hat if you offer them some money or a bag of rice. Okay, ऐसे तो हिंदू भरे हैं हमारे घर में अभी भी. And then people have an incentive to look poor. People have an incentive to come across as poor. People have an incentive to be a Dalit today in the society. And like Mamata Banerjee, she says that I wear a Hawaii chappal. That's her sole USP, that she is so honest, that she is poor, even though she has crores of flats, etc. Kanhaiya Kumar, his sole selling point in his politics is that he lives in such a poor, dilapidated, broken home with his parents. Okay, कि हमने इतना अच्छा काम किया है जिंदगी में कि हम भाई गरीब रह गए हैं. Okay, what the fuck? That's what Narendra Modi's get up pisses these people off the most, these pervertarians the most, that Narendra Modi is saying that yes, I will wear a good looking watch, I will have a nicely designed beard, I like doing that, I like to look clean, I like to look good, so to speak. Okay, I like to dress up, I will wear a costly suit. But I'm honest in my work. I'm doing it with my own money, or people are donating to me because I'm a big leader. तो हम क्या करें? हम गरीब खेलेंगे नहीं. That is Narendra Modi's ideas here. So coming back to incentive structures. So I'm saying that a lot of people did believe in Islamic radicalization and would have done Islamic radicalization regardless of the funding they got from Saudi Arabia or not. But this mass machinery, infrastructure, manpower of executing Islamic radical actions, that I don't think happens without economic incentives. And Ankit Shah is focusing on that economic incentive won't be there anymore.
नहीं होने वाला है. ओके, तो एक जो मैं बताया कि सऊदी अरेबिया और यूएई की फंडिंग लगेगी डी रेडिकलाइजेशन के लिए, जो हम ऑलरेडी पाकिस्तान में कुछ ना कुछ स्टेप्स तो देख ही रहे हैं, अनआइडेंटिफाइड एसेट्स वाले. अच्छा, वो मसूद अजहर का भी कुछ आ रहा है, अभी नोबडी कैन कंफर्म, पर उसमें लिखा तो है एटलीस्ट कि बहुत सारे हैंडल्स बता रहे हैं मसूद अजहर नॉकडाउन, और पिछले और 15-20 तो का लिस्ट आ चुका है और किसी का कंफर्मेशन नहीं आया, आएगा भी नहीं कभी कंफर्मेशन. लेकिन बात तो तय है कि डी रेडिकलाइजेशन का प्रोसेस तो एक बिगिन हो चुका है विद इन पाकिस्तान, ये तो आपको मानना पड़ेगा. तो ये जो है बिल्कुल इनको पेशेंस नहीं है.
You see, Ankit, Abhijita Mitra and Sushant Sareen, who are probably the biggest mainstream opposers of the Ankit Shahi view in the right-wing side, at least, even they are answerless, speechless, when it comes to this incidents of unknown gunmen going around killing people. Okay, at least 35 to 36 people have been killed, known terrorists in Pakistan. Some you can argue were, yeah, they were old anyway, they were suffering a lot anyway, and they just died. They just happened to die anyway. Okay, fair enough. But 20 to 25 of them were in the peak of their health, and they died anyway. So even on that, in the NI podcast itself, they discussed that yes, something mysterious is happening. What is that something mysterious? Why don't you have an explanation now? You are going on saying that everything Ankit Shahi is saying is wrong. It can't happen. But why don't you have an explanation for this? It is explainable based on Ankit Shahi principles.
बस फुदकते रहते हैं बिना कुछ समझे करें. अच्छा, ये मुझे बताओ कि अगर आप फंडिंग मॉडर्नाइजेशन के लिए उनको हेल्प नहीं करोगे तो आपको वो मदरसा में एंट्री मिलने वाली है? गवर्नमेंट को एंटर होने देंगे आपको? तो ये इनकी समझ के बाहर है. और आदित्य जी, ये 9 साल से चल रहा है. अब तो मतलब आप एक्सप्लेनेशन दे के इनको थक जाओगे, लेकिन ये इनकी वही चीजें रखते रहेंगे. 9 साल से इनको गवर्नमेंट की एक भी पॉलिसी समझ में नहीं आई, कुछ भी समझ नहीं आया. वो बोले जा रहे हैं कि कुछ नहीं हुआ क्योंकि उनको समझ नहीं आया. तो ये ना एक्सट्रीम राइट विंग को कुछ समझ आया, ना एक्सट्रीम लेफ्ट विंग को कुछ समझ आया. और दोनों के दोनों बोल रहे हैं कि क्लैश कर लेते हैं. चलो क्लैश कर लेते हैं क्योंकि हमारी ड्यूटी क्लैश करने की है, ऐसा बोल रहे हैं दोनों साइड के. बहुत ही बचकाना ये सब बातें हैं और कुछ नहीं है. ऐसे नहीं होता है. लोगों का 9 to 5 का रूटीन होता है, उनका इकोनॉमिक सस्टेनेंस होता है. पूरी इकोनॉमी डिस्ट्रॉय या डिस्टर्ब करके आप कोई हार्श एक्शन नहीं ले सकते. अच्छा, हार्श एक्शन ले लोगे, उसके बाद क्या रिस्पॉन्स आना है? क्या सब कोई सुधर जाएंगे? अगर आपने एक एरिया में कुछ करा तो क्या बाकी सब में शांत रहेगा बाकी का इंडिया?
हाँ, जब इंडिया में राइट होता था, बांग्लादेश में मार पड़ती थी हिंदुओं को. वैसे भी अभी भी बांग्लादेश में 2-3 एक शक्तिपीठ ले लिया है, उसके सामने बीफ बारबेक्यू खोल दिया है. और दो फेमस हिंदू मंदिर, ढाकेश्वरी दुर्गा मंदिर भी ले लेंगे बोल रहे हैं कि क्योंकि यहाँ पे हमने बाबरी मस्जिद ले लिया है. ओके, तो रिटेलिएशन कहीं और पे ये तो चलता ही रहेगा. बट मोर इम्पोर्टेंटली व्हाट ही सेड हियर जस्ट नाउ दैट लोगों का 9 to 5 जॉब रहता है, उसके बाद तुम जाके एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर सकते कब हम क्लैश कर लेंगे. दैट इज व्हाट आई एम सेइंग फ्रॉम डे वन ऑफ स्टार्टिंग दिस यूट्यूब चैनल, दैट इवन व्हेन बीजेपी कम्स टू पावर, violence will still happen because Bengal has a large chunk of a population which are ready to kill and die for a local political party. तो वो अब बीजेपी के लिए ही करेंगे. मगर ये लोग प्रोफेशन वन फाइन मॉर्निंग क्या चेंज करेंगे अनलेस दे आर गिवन सम इकोनॉमिक इंसेंटिव टू डू समथिंग एल्स. कि अच्छा, तुम आज तक तृणमूल का गुंडा थे, कल एक भेलपुरी का दुकान खोलो. ऐसे शायद हो सकता है, बट विदाउट इकोनॉमिक इंसेंटिव दैट्स नॉट गोइंग टू हैपन. ओके, एंड हियर इन दिस पर्टिकुलर थिंग अंकित शाह इज वेरी करेक्ट दैट जो लोग राइट करते थे मुस्लिम्स के लिए, उनके पास 9 to 5 जॉब था. 9 to 5 जॉब में क्या छुट्टी लेके आते थे मारपीट करने में? वो तो लोकल स्मॉल बिजनेस ओनर्स थे, दुकान बंद करते थे, चले जाते थे राइट करने के लिए. अब अगर सबको स्विगी में काम मिल रहा है और एंड because of the other economic prospects, everyone's job increases. Okay, jobs as such increases, and everyone is ID'd by their face. If you are caught in a riot and your face is on the newspapers and it's sent to your employers, then you are fucked for life again, unless if at all you get out of UAP in the first place. So economic incentives can solve a lot of this. Okay, but now that can be argued by Amartya Sen, Barkhadat, Mahatma Gandhi, that yes, see, this is what we were saying all along, that you see they were so poor, that is why they are doing these things. No, that is not the case, because Hindus were not doing these things even when they were poor. So, but on the other side, if they are poor, they can end up doing this. So let's not keep them unemployed. That is Ankit Shah's argument here, and I think it has some merit.
तो ये जो पूरा सोच समझ के और पॉजिटिव इंटेंट के साथ, क्योंकि हमें भी तो हमारे गुरुकुल्स को रिवाइव करना है. तो जब हम बोलते हैं मॉडर्नाइजेशन ऑफ रिलीजियस टीचिंग, तो हमें भी तो मैथ और साइंस का वैदिक क्या रूट्स था उसको उठा के पढ़ाना है ना. हमें भी तो गुरुकुल्स रिवाइव करने हैं मंदिर इकोसिस्टम में. तो ये जो लोग बात करते हैं कि 500 साल का बहुत सारे लोगों ने मेहनत किया, क्रेडिट दे दो. भाई, मेहनत अब शुरू होने वाला है. राम मंदिर बनने के बाद अब मेहनत शुरू होने वाली है. क्रेडिट लेना तो अभी साइड में रख दो. सारा मंदिर इकोसिस्टम आपको रिवाइव करना है. तो यूनिटी के साथ उस पर एफर्ट दो. मंदिर इकोसिस्टम जब हम बात करते हैं तो गुरुकुल्स बिठाने हैं, अपने सोशल कांग्रीगेशन बिठाना है. उसी के साथ हिंदू मिलन मंदिर जो अखाड़े होते थे उसको बिठाना है.
yes.
पूरा मंदिर के इर्द गिर्द पूरा इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटीज को सेट करना है. तो बहुत बड़ा काम पेंडिंग है जो अब शुरू होने वाला है.
हाँ, अभी तक तो हम इसको क्रेडिट दे रहे थे, इसको क्रेडिट लेने से रोक रहे थे वर्बली. अब तो असली काम अब शुरू होगा. अब करके दिखाओ हिंदू यूनिटी में क्या क्या कर सकते हो. मंदिर इकोसिस्टम इज द बेस्ट गॉडडैम आइडिया इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स अकॉर्डिंग टू मी, एंड दैट इज गोइंग टू बी रिवाइव्ड बिकॉज ऑफ द राम टेम्पल, बिकॉज इट हैज एन इकोनॉमिक स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ इट्स ओन, एंड लेट्स सी व्हाट इट कैन डू, बट देयर इज अ लॉट टू डू फॉर अस.
और रामायण महाभारत में कहीं पर भी पुलिस का वर्णन नहीं है. सब लोग अपनी सुरक्षा स्वयं करते हैं. तो तो उससे क्या हो जाता है कि उससे ये हो जाता है कि नाउ देयर इज ए बच्चों को एक्सरसाइज करने का मौका मिलता है, दे एवरीबॉडी लाइक्स टू प्रोटेक्ट समबडी, उसका भी मौका मिलता है, प्लस एट द सेम टाइम एक पर्सनल सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस भी डेवलप होता है, बिकॉज आई हैव सीन कि मेरे बच्चों ने व्हेन दे लर्न आर्चरी दे बिकम वेरी रिस्पांसिबल। अखाड़ों के साथ साथ ये भी शुरू होता है, बट वो सब काम तो कम्युनिटी को करने पड़ेंगे, उसमें गवर्नमेंट का कोई लेना देना नहीं है वहाँ पे।
Yes. Acha, Elliot Anderson, I don't delete any comments, okay? Depending on what's the contents of the comments, YouTube deletes it on its own.
जी, तो वो कम्युनिटी वाला पार्ट तो पूरा मिसिंग है, आप उसमें एफर्ट्स डालो ना। अच्छा, दूसरा क्वेश्चन बार बार आता है, अच्छा मॉडर्न एजुकेशन देने से रेडिकलाइजेशन या टेररिज्म सॉल्व हो जाएगा? बिल्कुल नहीं होगा। वापस सुन लो, अगर नहीं समझ में आ रहा है तो वापस मैं सुनाता हूँ। मॉडर्न एजुकेशन देने से टेररिज्म या रेडिकलाइजेशन का प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएगा? नहीं होगा। क्यों नहीं होगा? क्योंकि उसका मैंने एक्सप्लेनेशन समझाया है कि 90 + 5 + 5, तो आपको तीनों सेक्शन को अलग अलग से पॉलिसी लगेगी। एक पॉलिसी से सॉल्यूशन नहीं आने, मल्टीपल पॉलिसीज लगने वाली है, एंड इट इज गोइंग टू बी अ प्रोसेस। वो शॉर्ट टर्म ट्रीटी वाला सॉल्यूशन नहीं है। ट्रीटी वाले सॉल्यूशन में क्या होता है, जैसे ही किसी ने मना कर दिया मैं नहीं मानता ट्रीटी, वो ब्रेक हो जाएगी। आपको एक ट्रीटमेंट वाला सॉल्यूशन चाहिए जहां पे आप उनको सेलिब्रेटरी मोड में वापस कल्चरल रूट्स में ला रहे हो। तो 90% पॉपुलेशन को अलग पॉलिसी लगेगी, 5% क्लेरिक्स को अलग पॉलिसी लगेगी, और 5% टेररिस्ट को अलग पॉलिसी लगेगी। ठीक है, एक सॉल्यूशन नहीं आना है, कॉमन सॉल्यूशन नहीं हो सकता है। ठीक, तो ये जो बोलते हैं, क्योंकि मुझे बार बार क्वेश्चन किया जाता है एजुकेशन से हो जाएगा, अच्छा वो टेररिस्ट तो डॉक्टर भी था, नहीं होगा। एजुकेशन से नहीं होगा सॉल्यूशन, मल्टीपल पॉलिसीज लगेगी। ठीक, तो सब कुछ पब्लिक
So you
डिस्कशन के लिए
see,
नहीं होता।
a lot of the qualms that people have about Ankit Shah or his arguments, even Ankit Shah knows that. Even Ankit Shah knows that argument. Ankit Shah is agreeing with you here. Even then, he is saying these things, and therefore, I'm saying listen to Ankit Shah more carefully.
लेकिन दिस इज टू बी अंडरस्टूड कि स्टेप 1 होगा तो फिर स्टेप 2 होगा। दूसरा आपको ये समझना है कि ये जो पूरा डीकोलोनाइजेशन का वेव है, जहाँ पे बहुत सारी इकोनॉमीज जिन्होंने पैसा इन्फ्यूज किया रेडिकलाइजेशन के लिए, उनका खुद का इकोनॉमी का गड़बड़ हो रखा है पूरा। क्योंकि अब 10 जो मैं बताता हूँ 15-20 साल का क्रूड ऑयल का इंपॉर्टेंस या स्टॉक बचा है, इंपॉर्टेंस या स्टॉक, ओके। तो उनको भी अपनी इकोनॉमीज डाइवर्सिफाई करनी है, तो उनका भी इकोनॉमिक कंपल्शन बन चुका है कि वो भी अपने रूट्स तलाशें। तो सऊदी अरेबिया में जब वो अरेबिक गॉडेसेस वाला चला कि प्री इस्लामिक क्या था, वो भी तो यही है। और प्रधानमंत्री जी जो किसी को अगर ब्रदर बुलाते हैं, तो आज तो वर्ल्ड में खाली 2 ही लीडर हैं जिनको वो ब्रदर बुलाते हैं, MBZ यूएई के और MBS सऊदी अरेबिया के। उनके अलावा किसी को ब्रदर नहीं बुलाया उन्होंने। क्योंकि मैं तो इतने टाइम से बता रहा हूँ कि सऊदी अरेबिया का चंद्रवंशी भारतीय रूट्स है ही, तो इट्स नॉट अ सरप्राइज कि वो ब्रदर बुला रहे हैं। दूसरा आपको ये समझना है कि अब ये इकोनॉमिक कंपल्शन है पूरे गल्फ के लिए कि भाई अगर वो कॉरिडोर का प्रोजेक्ट सक्सेसफुल होना है, अगर वो इकोनॉमी सस्टेन होनी है, अगर इकोनॉमी डाइवर्सिफाई होनी है, तो वहां पे सब कुछ रिलीजियस डॉक्ट्रिन को आपको डाइल्यूट पूरा करना पड़ेगा। तो आपको सरप्राइज नहीं होना चाहिए कि 2030 का जो सऊदी अरेबिया का विजन है, जो इकोनॉमिक विजन है, बिकॉज इकोनॉमिक्स इज एनिमी ऑफ जिहाद, ओके। तो सबको एक दूसरे के सपोर्ट के साथ ये डी डॉलराइजेशन, डी रेडिकलाइजेशन, डी कोलोनाइजेशन, डी मिशनराइजेशन और डी कम्युनिज्म का प्रोसेस चलाना है। ठीक, तो सब कंट्रीज कोऑर्डिनेटेड वे में ये कर रही है। दूसरा आपको ये समझना है कि अच्छा वाइब्रेंट गुजरात समिट हो रहा है इस महीने यहाँ पे, और पूरा बॉलीवुड आने वाला है फिल्म फेयर अवार्ड के लिए, और इलॉन मस्क भी शायद आएंगे टेस्ला का प्रोजेक्ट साइन करने के लिए। तो एक बात समझनी है कि जब मैंने वो ट्वीट डाला कि द्वारका में पूरा ये रास हुआ है जिसमें 39,000 35,000 विमेन, क्योंकि बात तो यही है कि राम मंदिर और काशी विश्वनाथ के बाद मथुराधिपति की बात है, राइट। मथुराधिपति भी वापस बैठेंगे अपनी पोजीशन में। तो ये सनातन वाला जो पूरा वेव है, तो हमने बॉलीवुड को भी तो राइट टर्न दिलवाना है, और कॉर्पोरेट को भी उस डायरेक्शन में लेके जाना है कि भाई आप सब समझे कि व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन धर्म एंड रिलीजन। जितना जितना अवेयरनेस आएगा उतना ज्यादा स्टेप्स आगे बढ़ेगा। तो यही है कि इस वाइब्रेंट गुजरात में यूएई के क्राउन प्रिंस आ रहे हैं नायान, और ओमान या यमन से भी कोई आ रहे हैं रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स। तो क्योंकि आप जानते हैं आईमैक कॉरिडोर जो है पूरा अब्राहम अकॉर्ड्स वाला, जिसके लिए ये हमास वाला पूरा क्लीन अप चल रहा है इसराइल के अंदर, तो अगर वो प्रोजेक्ट सक्सेसफुल होना है तो डी रेडिकलाइजेशन तो उसके लिए कंडीशन है, वरना सऊदी अरेबिया के थ्रू वो रूट्स जाएंगे कहाँ से अगर डी रेडिकलाइजेशन नहीं होगा तो, राइट। तो अब बहुत क्लियर पाथवे दिख रहा है, और सबका ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि 2024 का इलेक्शन हर एक भारतीय वोट करने जाएं, और आपकी ये एक ही ड्यूटी है कि आपको आपका पावर में प्रेजेंस रहना बहुत बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि 1000 साल बाद आप पावर में आए हो। तो सुभाष चंद्र बोस के बाद जो हमारे पहले प्रधानमंत्री हैं सुभाष बोस, उनके बाद ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी पहले ऐसे प्रधानमंत्री हैं जो 100% सॉवरेन राइट्स एक्सरसाइज करते हैं एज अ नेशन डिसीजन मेकिंग में, और इसीलिए उनका वर्ल्ड वाइड रिस्पेक्ट इतना ज्यादा लोग करते हैं सारे लीडर्स, कि भाई पूरा अपने से डिसीजन लेते हैं, किसी को दूसरे देश के प्रेशर में आके नहीं लेते। तो आपको एक वर्ल्ड लीडर का इलेक्शन हो रहा है, 2024 वाला। तो भारत अब बस वो क्या बोलते हैं कि एक लॉन्च पैड पे रॉकेट रेडी है, अब उसको लॉन्च होना है। तो बिल्कुल भी गलती ना करें, सब कोई वोट के लिए जाएंगे 2024 और पूर्ण बहुमत देंगे, तो बहुत सारे ये वाले टर्म में ऐसे
Yeah, Niner, he's saying Hamas wala cleanup because he has been predicting this for the last 2-3 years since before Corona, I think, or at least during Corona. That no, from before Corona, that all the hotspots that were artificially created and maintained to to keep the US dollar in circulation, all those hotspots are going to just cease to exist. POK, India-China disputes, China-Taiwan disputes, Israel-Palestine, and यूक्रेन एंड रशिया तो लास्ट मोमेंट में खड़ा कर दिया क्योंकि अब डायरेक्टली कहीं वॉर पे नहीं जा सकते हैं, तो यही से प्रॉक्सी वॉर करके यूएस थोड़ा अपना वेपन्स बेच लेगा, थोड़ा ब्लैक मनी वाइट कर लेगा, या फिर वो बाद में यूक्रेन का रिकन्स्ट्रक्शन करने के लिए भी ब्लैक रॉक, वैनगार्ड, स्टेट स्ट्रीट को मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स भी मिलेंगे, उसका फंडिंग, उसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट, सबका पैसा डबल होगा तो इसके लिए ये सब हॉटस्पॉट्स क्लीन अप होने ही थे, ये तो अंकित शाह बोल रहा है 2-3 साल से।
स्टेप्स होने वाले हैं जो आपके लिस्ट में है सबके सब इसी टर्म में होना है 2024 वाले। ओके, तो एक तो प्रेडिक्शन मैंने दे ही दिया है कि गुजरात तब तक नहीं जाएगा जब तक बंगाल सॉल्व नहीं करेगा, तब तक गुजरात दिल्ली से नहीं जाएगा गुजरात दिल्ली तब तक नहीं छोड़ेगा जब तक बंगाल सॉल्व नहीं कर लेते। तो एक बात समझनी है कि और हमारे गुजरात में तो वैसे भी महबूबा और दीदी को इक्वल इंपॉर्टेंस हम देते हैं, तो कश्मीर का रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन किया है तो बंगाल का भी रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन होना चाहिए, क्योंकि हमें नहीं लगता कि वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट सॉल्व कर पाएगी जो भी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं। और जिस प्रकार से होम मिनिस्टर जी ने बताया कि सीए इंप्लीमेंट होना है, एनआरसी भी इंप्लीमेंट होगा उसके बाद, तो जितना जल्दी वो हो पाएगा।
I don't think kicking out Bangladeshis is going to happen in any time soon. I don't think we have that kind of let's see. No, there's no point predicting on this, but I don't think it's going to happen. But giving citizenship to Hindus of Bangladesh is going to happen, and it's going to giving CA here is going to create incentives for more Hindus to come in. Let's see, I hope they come in, because otherwise the problem I pointed out in the beginning of this live stream, that if de-dollarization leads to de-radicalization, even then Bengal is screwed, because Bengal's farmers are 40% Muslim. So, and Ankit Shahi is saying that there's going to be a huge boom in the agricultural sector. So the funding of radicalization, Islamic radicalization is in Bengal is going to go on anyway.
आप जितना स्ट्रेंथ दोगे गवर्नमेंट को वोट देके। अच्छा, बहुत सारा आदित्य जी जेलसी होता है जब गुजरात शब्द सुनते हैं लोग, क्योंकि अच्छा फिर मुझे एक्सप्लेन करना पड़ता है। मैं बताता हूं उनको कि भाई द पीपल आर स्मार्ट इनफ कि भाई बीजेपी को कंसिस्टेंट हम वोट देते हैं, उसकी वजह से क्या होता है, स्टेट के लॉन्ग टर्म पॉलिसी और गोल्स कंसिस्टेंट रहते हैं। जब आपकी स्टेट के पॉलिसी गोल्स कंसिस्टेंट रहेंगे तब तो जाके कोई बड़ा बिजनेसमैन पैसे लगाएगा ना प्रोजेक्ट में।
Yeah, you know, this long-term, steady, stable, same party, same vision government staying in power is so important that people outside Gujarat probably don't understand, especially commie states like West Bengal, that Mamata Banerjee, when she kicked out the Tata factory, one of her biggest proponents was a singer called Nochiketa, a legendary singer. He's been doing music from 1991, very popular. He had a famous song in which a line went that Tumi ashbi bolei deshta Gujarat hoye jayni. So his idea, his point was that some imaginary lover of yours, because she is coming, therefore a lot of bad things are being prevented. Okay, so one of that was that the entire country not becoming Gujarat, and he was obviously talking about the riots. But today we see that if the desh did become like Gujarat, it would be a good thing. But the fun part is that ever since Mamata kicked Tata out, her image was tainted forever and ever. She was basically blacklisted by India's entrepreneurial community, because of which she still has not gotten any big investment in the state in these 12 years that she has remained in power. Now she thinks she will just copy the Vibrant Gujarat Summit and name it Bengal Business Summit, and some magic will happen. She thinks, just like all communists, that big achievements happen because of luck or magic, okay? Or because of someone just gave it to you, or someone else's privilege. That is what communists don't understand. That is what Bengalis in general don't understand. That is what Mamata Banerjee is not understanding today. That Narendra Modi's Vibrant Gujarat Summit did not garner results just like this. And it did not garner results just in one summit. He has taken years and years and years to prop up Gujarat as this lucrative opportunity place, okay? And now, even now, when Tesla and all are manufacturing in Gujarat, it does not mean that just because Shubhendu Adhikari becomes CM in West Bengal, therefore Tesla will open a manufacturing hub in West Bengal instead. No, that is not going to happen, भाई. तुम्हारा 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 करोड़ का सब इन्वेस्टमेंट ऐसे ही कोई एक रैंडम आदमी किसी रैंडम पार्टी का सीएम बन गया है इसलिए नहीं होगा. तुमको प्रमाण देना पड़ेगा उस इन्वेस्टर को, सालों का डेटा दिखाना पड़ेगा कि देखिए हमने ऐसा एनवायरनमेंट बनाया है और आप अब सोच सकते हैं 3-4 हज़ार का इन्वेस्टमेंट यहाँ पे. एंड सी, टाटा डिड नॉट डू दैट ड्यू डिलिजेंस, isn't it? Tata, when they invested in West Bengal did not in fact have an environment conducive for a big investment. Tata took a risk and they lost it. The people of the state were not ready even then. Actually, the farmers who gave their lands were ready. 80% of them agreed. But the state in general, the intellectuals in general, they were not ready. So, they are never fucking ever again, any Indian entrepreneur is never going to make that mistake again. That, okay, कोई एक आदमी बोल रहा है, बार बार बोल रहा है, भीख मांग रहा है, चलो यहाँ पे 2-3 हज़ार करोड़ का फैक्ट्री लगा देते. नहीं होगा भाई. 10-15 साल से पहले बंगाल में कुछ नहीं होगा, इवन इफ बीजेपी स्टेज इन पावर. एंड द अदर थिंग इज रणवीर शोरी हैज बिकम अ संघी, दैट एक्टर रणवीर शोरी, एंड इट मेक्स मी सो हैप्पी बिकॉज आई होप his ex-wife and especially his ex-mother-in-law watches all his tweets and cringes because it's Aparna Sen. Okay, his ex-wife's mother is Aparna Sen, who was one of the biggest intellectual faces of the Trinamool Congress movement against Tata's factory in Shingur. So I hope she is watching Ranveer Shori pissing all commies off.
लॉन्ग टर्म वाला, क्योंकि उसको सिक्योरिटी लगेगी, राइट, पॉलिसी की, कि भाई कल को कोई ऑपोजिशन वाला आ गया और ट्रेड पॉलिसी कुछ चेंज करती तो गड़बड़ हो जाएगी. तो हर स्टेट में यही हो रहा है. तो पीपल ऑफ गुजरात आर स्मार्ट इनफ कि कंसिस्टेंटली एक ही पार्टी को वोट दिया है. हमारा लॉन्ग टर्म गोल फिक्स रहता है स्टेट के लिए. और आप देख पाते हो ना बाबूज कोई नॉन सेंसिबल डिमांड्स कर पाते हैं बिजनेस को, ना लोग कोई विरोध करते हैं, फ्रीबीज मांगने चले जाते हैं या प्रोजेक्ट रोकते हैं.
या तो थिंक स्कूल का लेटेस्ट वीडियो देखा है गुजरात का बिजनेस एनवायरनमेंट को लेकर. वहाँ पे वो गणेश नाम का वो लड़का दिखा रहा था कि the Gujarat government, even back then, in the mid 2000s only, they sort of created a hotline, sort of a customer care department from the government side, addressing the entrepreneurs. Okay, if you had any problem, you could directly speak to the government, not in phone, but in some way or the other. It was a direct hotline, sort of a customer care that we see in every business app today. That sort of a system was created by the government. तो ये सब आइडियाज लाना होगा. खाली का एक कोई भी स्टेट एक समिट नाम दे के कोई फंक्शन कर देने से नहीं होगा. ये सब चीजें ग्राउंड में नरेंद्र मोदी ने किया है.
तो अगर आपको इस प्रकार का आउटपुट चाहिए तो आपको एक कंसिस्टेंट गवर्नमेंट सिलेक्ट करनी पड़ेगी अपने स्टेट में, तब जाके कोई बड़ा बिजनेसमैन आके पैसे लगाए. उसको भी सिक्योरिटी चाहिए ना उसके पैसों की. ऐसे ही थोड़ी कोई आ जाता है इन्वेस्टमेंट लेके. लॉन्ग टर्म उसको दिखना चाहिए कि भाई मेरा पैसा सेफ है.
एग्जैक्टली.
यहाँ से मैं जितना पैसा लगाऊंगा उसका रिटर्न मुझे मिलेगा. राइट. तो बंगाल में आप क्या देखते हो, पूरा क्राउड बनता है और फ्रीबीज मांगने लगता है तो निकल जाते हैं वहां से प्रोजेक्ट्स. बिल्कुल वैसे आपने साउथ में भी देख लो, कंपनीज निकल जाती है, पहले पैसे अनाउंस करती है, फिर नॉन सेंसिबल डिमांड शुरू हो जाती है आपके करप्ट बाबूज की या लोगों की, तो निकल जाते हैं वहां से प्रोजेक्ट्स उठा के. और दूसरा ये भी समझना है कि हर एक स्टेट का खुद के लोकेशन और डेमोग्राफी का अलग बेनिफिट होता है. हमारे पास बड़ा कोस्टल लाइन है गुजरात में, राइट. उत्तर प्रदेश के पास नहीं है, लेकिन अब उत्तर प्रदेश के पास अयोध्या है, राइट. तो $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी प्लस क्रॉस कर जाएगा वो. बहुत ज्यादा सी बात है, क्योंकि मंदिर इकोसिस्टम का जो ट्रेड है, इकोनॉमिक बेनिफिट है, उसका तो आप गिनती ही नहीं कर सकते. मतलब इट्स गोइंग टू बी सो.
बंगाल के पास तो एग्रीकल्चर लैंड है, फैक्ट्री का लैंड है, कोस्टल एरिया है, कालीघाट टेम्पल भी है, मगर फिर भी भोसरी के कार्ल मार्क्स का माँ का
कि वो जियोपॉलिटिकल और जियो इकोनॉमिक्स हब बन जाएगा अयोध्या. और एक वक्त था जब लोग बोलते थे कि भाई ध्यान से जाना, वहां बहुत गुंडे, चोरी हो जाएगा कुछ. और अब बोलते हैं कि मैं यूपी जा रहा हूँ, सब कुछ लुटा करके आऊंगा प्रभु राम पे. तो ये तू लूट जाएगा से लेके मैं खुद सब कुछ लुटा के आऊंगा. ये जो पूरा जो प्रोग्रेस हो चुका है स्टेट का योगी जी के लीडरशिप में.
भाई लोग जम के लाइक करिए, क्योंकि आपका सिर्फ 7 ही लाइक्स बता रहे हैं विकास जी यहाँ से. सो प्लीज लाइक करिए. मुझे एक बड़ा जबरदस्त लगा, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है
लास्ट 5 मिनट
मैं क्वेश्चंस भी लेता हूँ लोगों के, बहुत अच्छे क्वेश्चंस भी आए हैं और वो भी लेता हूँ. कि जैसे कि इन्होंने क्वेश्चन पूछा प्रशांत तिवारी जी ने, क्या राम मंदिर में प्रगट हुई मूर्ति भी स्थापित होगी या नई मूर्ति होगी? पुरानी मूर्ति है, वही मूर्ति है, पुरानी मूर्ति है, छोटी वाली थी रामलला की मूर्ति. अगर आपने देखा पुराना मंदिर, वही मूर्ति है. और लेकिन इनके क्वेश्चन से मैं एक अलग क्वेश्चन पूछता हूँ कि टुडे इंडिया इज सेटिंग ए बेंचमार्क फॉर अ न्यू इकोनॉमिक सिस्टम, सनातन इकोनॉमिक्स वाला, मंदिर बेस्ड इकोनॉमी. और पूरा ईस्ट एशिया में, और मुझे तो ऐसा लगता है कि लोग ईरान, पाकिस्तान तो पहले ही पुलस्त्य ऋषि का देश है, वो पुलस्त्य ऋषि का देश है, कश्यप ऋषि की ने तपस्या की है.
महाभारत reminds me that Ankit Shah's book is the one I'm looking forward to most ever in my life. I think this is the last time I was excited for a for a book before releasing was when the 7th Harry Potter book was coming out, or the 6th Harry Potter book. But have you all seen on Amazon that in terms of all the books of Amazon at the moment, not only is Sanjay Dixit's book at rank 13 of all books on Amazon, okay? But more importantly, I'm not buying it as of yet because it's too costly according to me. Just 187 pages, but and it costs 370 rupees. तो थोड़ा दाम कम होने के बाद मैं खरीदूंगा. But S. Jayashankar's book, सिर्फ based on pre-orders, it's the biggest, highest selling book at the moment in all of the books, in all of Amazon.in. Can you believe it? The book is called The Bharat Way or something.
तक्षशिला में जो अभी पीओके में है आ जाएगा वापस. तो डू यू थिंक दैट एवरीवन विल स्टार्ट ओपनिंग न्यू टेंपल्स? ऐसा लग मुझे होना तो चाहिए ऐसा, एंशिएंट प्लेसेस को लाके, एंड देन पीपल विल गो टू द एंशिएंट प्लेसेस, क्योंकि लोगों की जो मेमोरी है बहुत डीप है. दे आर गोइंग बैक टू द ज़ोरोस्ट्रियन डेज, दे आर गोइंग बैक टू द प्री इस्लामिक डेज. प्लीज बताइए.
तो देखिए बहुत क्लियर है कि डीकोलोनाइजेशन के वेव में सबका पूरे रीजन में जो भी कंट्रीज अपना रूट्स खंगालेगी तो वो भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप ही निकलने वाला है, और कुछ निकल ही नहीं सकता है. तो जितनी भी फेक हिस्ट्री लिखी गई कि बाहर से लोग यहाँ आए थे, बाहर से नहीं, जो भी गए थे वो यहीं से गए थे. दैट इज व्हाट यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड. हिस्ट्री वाले जो भी लिख रहे हैं पूरा फेक बना रहे हैं, उल्लू बना रहे हैं. तो इतना समझना है कि पूरा साउथ ईस्ट एशिया भी जब रिवाइव करेगा, इनफैक्ट चाइना और ताओइस्ट रूट्स को वापस खंगाल रहा है, और शी जिनपिंग तो बहुत कीन है बुद्धिस्ट रिवाइवल के लिए. तो जिसका रूट भी आप जानते हो कि चारों धर्म का जो रूट है वो तो भारत ही है, सनातन. तो ये आपको समझना है कि पूरे डीकोलोनाइजेशन के वेव में जो ये सनातन इकोनॉमिक्स मॉडल के हिसाब से मंदिर इकोसिस्टम सेट होगा, उसी हिसाब से, जिसमें मुझे सबसे पहला कॉरिडोर जो मैं बताता हूँ मिथिला, अयोध्या और लंका कॉरिडोर, और फिर प्रधानमंत्री नेक्स्ट मंथ तो जा ही रहे हैं यूएई में मंदिर का उद्घाटन करने, तो वो तो है ही. तो उसके बाद आप देखोगे कि धीरे धीरे सऊदी अरेबिया में से भी वो सारी साइट्स निकल के आएंगी जो एंशिएंट मंदिर वाली साइट्स, क्योंकि जो
Yeah, Elliot Anderson is making an important point here that most companies moving out of China are going to Vietnam, Mexico, Thailand, but not enough of them are coming to India. We have too much showcase of Apple moving, but many other companies went to Vietnam. Yes, actually, see, there's a bit of a fallacy, statistical fallacy in a way, maybe unknowingly actually, in your statement here. See, first of all, Vietnam's size is very less compared to India. So when you are saying that companies are going to Vietnam, it's not like they are going to an equally big country like India, where they are going to manufacture here and there in their country. Okay, so instead, when Gujarat, Bengaluru, or Mumbai, these are the big economic giants of the country, those three states are as big as a country like Vietnam anyway. Secondly, Vietnam is not a democracy by any stretch of imagination or by the stretch of the definition itself. So, yeah, of course, those are the prices you pay for. Those are the benefits you get of not being a democracy. Many years back, 2 years back, I had heard Sanjeev Sanyal say that you see intentions matter more than your prosperity when you are running a country. That because countries who are richer than India have first world cities. Countries who are poorer than India, like Vietnam, they also have a first world city like Hanoi. Hanoi is a first world city by every definition. Okay, तो हमारा इंटेंशन नहीं है हम गरीब खेलेंगे इसलिए हम नहीं बना रहे. गरीब लोगों को खाना नहीं मिल रहा है, हम यहाँ स्मार्ट सिटी कैसे सोचेंगे? Those are the kind of things that get in our way. But of course, if we had a dictatorial government who was in favor of market economics, we would do it like this. तो क्या है, संजीव सन्याल को डिक्टेटर बना दो और या फिर बंगाल का सीएम बना दो, ऐसे ही बाई फोर्स. देखो क्या क्या होता है, क्या क्या कहाँ हो रहा है, उसके पीछे भी तो बहुत सारे कारण है ना.
तो मैं बताता हूँ कि चंद्रवंशी रूट्स हैं, तो पूरा ये मंदिर इकोसिस्टम बैठेगा खुद से, हमसे भी बेटर मंदिर वो बनाएंगे. तो इट्स जस्ट अ मैटर ऑफ टाइम. और जितने विजिटर्स और वो वाला टूरिज्म तो आप पूरा ऐड करो, अयोध्या का कितना बड़ा होने वाला है. मतलब वो मुझे लगता है कि
ओके, थोड़ा सा मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग है लग रहा है. इलियट इज अगेन सेइंग दैट Jayashankar is lip service with his charisma. I know the India Way book. Yeah, see, if you read books by any foreign policy diplomat, etc., especially if it's written before they have retired, it's just for propaganda. It's not for teaching you anything interesting or important. Okay, it's just what his visions are. He's advertising himself and the government's works. So वो तो clear है. But I didn't get your second point that why isn't he and diplomats not able to demand and get things from USA and other countries? First of all, where are you seeing that we are not demanding anything and getting anything from other countries? What was us buying oil from Russia? Secondly, how do you think demands work in a world where USA is $20 trillion of GDP and we are $3.75 trillion dollars? How do you think demands happen? We should just say, see, I've written such a cool book, give me this भोसड़ी के, नहीं तो हम बात नहीं करेंगे. ऐसे हो जाएगा. डिमांड का बेसिस क्या होगा? Secondly, he's a diplomat. Diplomacy is his dharma. Okay, then he's saying gift Dholera, Amravati, etc. गया trash में अभी के लिए, bro. Yeah, why did it go to trash?
प्रोजेक्ट्स चलते ही रहेंगे अयोध्या के आसपास. वो प्रोजेक्ट्स कभी खत्म ही नहीं होने. मतलब उसका बाउंड्री बढ़ता ही जाएगा. पूरा डिकेड ये काम चलने वाला है अयोध्या में. मतलब उसके इर्द गिर्द आगे बनता ही जाएगा, क्योंकि विजिटर्स ही, फुटफॉल्स ही इतने ज्यादा होने वाले. और एक जो पूरी बात होती है कि भाई श्री राम जो हैं वो सबके पूर्वज है. ऐसा तो नहीं है कि पाकिस्तान के कोई अलग हो गए. वो ये बात अलग है कि वो अम्मी अबू बाहर ढूंढते रहते हैं, जो भी उनको पैसे देते हैं. कभी टर्की में ढूंढ लेते हैं, कभी मंगोलिया में ढूंढ लेते हैं, कभी सऊदी में ढूंढ लेते हैं. तो जब सऊदी अरेबिया और यूएई खुद बदल जाएंगे तो आप कहाँ जाओगे? तो ये जो पूरा क्वेश्चन मार्क है ना, आइडेंटिटी क्राइसिस वाला, वो भी सॉल्व हो जाएगा. और जहां तक मेरी समझ है आदित्य जी, मुझे लगता है कि भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप को अपने कल्चरल रूट्स में वापस लाना जो है, मुझे नहीं लगता कि इसमें किसी मुझे क्लैश नहीं दिखाई देता. कोई पूरा कंट्री वाइड क्लैश होने वाला है, ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं दिखाई देता. इनफैक्ट जब मिडिल ईस्ट बहुत ज्यादा रिफॉर्म हो चुका होगा तो शायद हो सकता है कुछ ज्यादा करना ही ना पड़े इधर. ये भी हो सकता है, वी डोंट नो. बट आई एम सेइंग कि क्लैश वाला सॉल्यूशन वैसे भी नहीं है और होने की जरूरत भी नहीं होगी. अच्छा, अगर क्लैश नहीं होना है तो वो मुझे क्रूसेड्स यूरोप में दिखता है. आई सी इट इन यूरोप. तो वो तो क्लियर है, वहां होगा. एक और क्वेश्चन ले लेते हैं एंड देन वी रैप इट अप.
हाँ, एक क्वेश्चन इधर है आपके. अभी आजकल आपने हिस्ट्री पे भी बहुत लिखा है, बात कर रहे हैं आप. तो गुप्ता एम्परर और महाराज अग्रसेन जी विच अग्रवाल, इसमें कोई कनेक्शन है आपके?
जी बिल्कुल है. नितिन गर्ग जी पूछ रहे हैं. देखिए, अग्रवाल जो सरनेम है और गुप्ता एम्पायर, इस दोनों का क्लियर लिंक बनता है, क्योंकि गुप्ता सरनेम जो है वो गोपालन, जो गौ की रक्षा करें. गुप्त्रे से गोपाल, गोपाल से वो गुप्ता, ऐसा आया है. गोपाल गुप्त्रे से गुप्ता. ओके, बिल्कुल वैसे जो अग्रवाल जो है ना, जो वही चंद्रगुप्त वाले जितने भी वेरिएशंस हैं टाइटल्स के, जहाँ पे हमारा शाह सरनेम आल्सो कम्स फ्रॉम देयर. साहस अंक ऑफ चंद्रगुप्त, वहां से शाह सरनेम आता है. शाह, साहा, शौ, शाओलिन, ये सारा वहीं से आता है, पूरा डेरिवेशन. तो साहा. ओके, बिल्कुल वैसे अग्रवाल जो है, जो लड़ाई में अग्र हो और उसकी फंडिंग में भी जो अग्र हो.
Wait. What did he just say? This is the thing I have been looking for all these days. The etymology of my surname. Okay, I had just found out that it has something to do with sahan karna, sahya. Okay, that might be the reason why Saha is a Vaishya caste name, surname, and so is Agarwal. Let's see what he said once again. Okay, yeah, here to learn is saying that Dada, you said POK will be here by 2023, but we are in 24. Yes, I predicted it a little too aggressively, but you see, I was basing it on the fact that all those power cuts happened and Daud kind of died or did not die, but something significant was bound to happen before the end of the year. At least, let's say, Masood Azhar has died, so I was a bit correct.
चंद्रगुप्त वाले जितने भी वेरिएशंस हैं टाइटल्स के, जहाँ पे हमारा शाह सरनेम आल्सो कम्स फ्रॉम देयर. साहस अंक ऑफ चंद्रगुप्त, वहां से.
ए भाई, मुझे ये सुनना है.
इस दोनों का क्लियर लिंक बनता है, क्योंकि गुप्ता सरनेम जो है वो गोपालन, जो गौ की रक्षा करें. गुप्त्रे से गोपाल, गोपाल से वो गुप्ता, ऐसा आया है. गोपाल गुप्त्रे से गुप्ता. ओके, बिल्कुल वैसे जो अग्रवाल जो है ना, जो वही चंद्रगुप्त वाले जितने भी वेरिएशंस हैं टाइटल्स के, जहाँ पे हमारा शाह सरनेम आल्सो कम्स फ्रॉम देयर. साहस अंक ऑफ चंद्रगुप्त, वहां से शाह सरनेम आता है. शाह, साहा, शौ, शाओलिन, ये सारा वहीं से आता है, पूरा डेरिवेशन. तो साहा. ओके, बिल्कुल वैसे अग्रवाल जो है, जो लड़ाई में अग्र हो और उसकी फंडिंग में भी जो अग्र हो, अग्रेसर, यानी जो सबसे पहला होता है, सबसे आगे बढ़ चढ़ के, उसको अग्रवाल बोलते हैं. अच्छा, जो हॉर्स लेके जो पहले जाता है फाइट में, उसको भी वो अग्रवाल बोला जाता है. ठीक है, तो इट इज लिंक टू दैट गुप्ता एम्पायर. जहां तक आपने वो क्वेश्चन पूछा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, अच्छा वो मैंने 7 दिसंबर को ये पोस्ट डाला था कि काऊ जो है वो हमारा रेड लाइन है, धार्मिक रेड लाइन. और कल ही प्रधानमंत्री जी ने वो पिक्चर डाला है जिसमें प्राइम मिनिस्टर के रेसिडेंस में 4 गाय दिखाई देती है. तो मैंने उसमें ट्वीट किया था कि गुप्ता रजीम ऊपर से देख रहा है ये इमेज अपलोड होते हुए. तो जब मैंने ये लिखा तो पर्पस ये था कि गुप्ता रजीम ने काउ स्लॉटर बैन कर दिया था पूरे भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप में, ऑफिशियली बैन किया था, उसको दंडनीय अपराध माना जाता. तो देखते हैं राम मंदिर के बाद अगर कुछ आता है.
अरे बाप रे, ये क्या बोल रहा है ये. इवन अंडर महाराजा रंजीत सिंह, Gohatya was completely disallowed. In fact, he used to go around cutting the heads of people who used to slaughter goats. He had done a puja for his sword, which had Shakti in it. Okay, I used to think Gupta means hidden. Yeah, Gupto means hidden. Maybe it has some other etymology. Basically, Ankit Shah says Sanskrit ka Ugra शब्द से अग्र आया है. Yeah, that is I knew that relation between Agrasen and Agarwal surname or Ugrasen, but I did not know that Saha also had something to do with this. My name is Nirajan Shaha.
नहीं हमारे
तो वो जो हमारे बीफ के भूखे एक्सपर्ट्स जो है वो फिर दूसरा कंट्री ढूंढ ले.
उनको तो वैसे भी इटालियन पसंद है, तो इटली में जा सकते हैं वो, उनके भाई भी रहेंगे वहाँ पे इटली में, तो वहाँ पे जा सकते हैं. तो थैंक यू ऑल वेरी मच फॉर जॉइनिंग द शो. आप लोग 1600 लोग हैं आज इस समय लाइव. तो
Okay, then we are not going to check the Sanjay Dixit version of Ankit Shah's interview. We are directly going to go to now Beer Biceps Balaji Srinivasan interview. Okay, that's going to be a lot more different from this, but very important nonetheless. This is going to be fun. Biceps Balaji. He is basically the non-politician
version if they were cast at all.
Non-politician version of Vivek Ramaswamy. And the interesting part is that he, I think, has the longest ever podcast in the history of podcasts, because he went to Lex Fridman's podcast. Lex Fridman, who is a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, artificial intelligence, machine learning scientist, and a big podcaster. I think he also has 6 million subscribers. Balaji and Lex Fridman discussed physics for 8 hours and 13 minutes on one sitting, no editing and all. Okay, that's how crazy these people are, and dialed into their specific domains. And Shah comes from old Persian, but maybe for the same reasons. Sharma name का भी कुछ बताओ, वो मुझे पता नहीं है. What's the second one of Balaji? That is more. Yeah. We are going to watch the second one only. That is why. There was a historian on Vad podcast who said Gupta Empire were not Vaishyas and Gupta surname doesn't come from Gupta Empire. Yeah, there are many views. These are at the end of the day not that important to me personally. But I'm just looking for a fun new thing, fun toy to play with. But yes, I'm a Bangladeshi. I'm the grandson of Bangladeshi immigrants during partition. So we are not the scheduled caste Shahas of Bengal, who were traditionally alcohol sellers. We were the poorer ones who actually sold everything off, just managed to survive and come to this country, this landmass. But it is the people who did not face partition, the Shahas who did not face partition and were pretty well off because of selling alcohol. They are the ones who got the scheduled caste certificates, not us. We are general category. Nina is saying you should do more short video commentaries instead of live streams like in your early days. Live streams are not that productive, I think, at least. Yeah, that takes up a lot of time. My music projects have increased. That's why I'm not able to do those.
When I say don't go to America, I was there. They say don't go to Stanford, I was there. All those things have lost their luster. They're in a decline. If China and East Asia is visual, India is verbal. The moment that Americans were saying, oh my God, you're so immoral for not supporting Ukraine by sanctioning Russia, Indians had 50 arguments ready to go.
Palki Sharma. Yeah.
Palki Sharma is another one. Takes nothing, and she'll give it back, right? Dashum, see, I know that one, right? The West, its vision of the future is Black Mirror. India's vision of the future should be bright sun. Just like China realized it no longer needs to look up to the US, India no longer needs to look up to China or the US.
I've not had too many guests where I just shut up and listen. This is part 2 of a geopolitics special with
big part of it versus centralized China.
Ooh.
That's actually the second Cold War, right? I think the US is like the British Empire and just going to kind of faceplant, that's a negative part, right? So India's time to rise. And I actually think this century
on a very human level, why have you come back here?
Why have I come back
Why
here?
has Balaji come back here?
Fundamentally,
because is it because you feel a sense of cultural patriotism of sorts? Like, what are you trying to do? Do you see business opportunity? Like, I want to get to your heart and not just your mind.
No, totally. It's both a push and a pull. Okay. So fundamentally, I do really think it's no one variable. It's a combination of variables. But let me describe each of those variables. Okay. So first, the positive ones. Okay. I do believe that this decade is to India what the 2010s were to China. Okay. This is absolutely like, India's time to rise. And I actually think this century, just like the 20th century when all the dust settled was the US versus USSR, I kind of think this century when the whole dust settles will be sort of the internet with India being a big part of it versus centralized China.
Ooh.
That's actually the second Cold War, right? I think the US is like the British Empire and just going to kind of faceplant, which is that's a negative part, right? So go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah.
Go on.
But I'll come back to that part,
Yeah.
okay? That's like a 2040-ish kind of vision, like 20 years out, okay? But, and I can tell why I think that. But, so basically, as an angel investor, as a VC, I'm attuned to looking for these curves that have a strength to them, but they're still early in their ascent. They're still underpriced in a certain sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
And India totally feels like that to me. It is getting better press and stuff now in the West, but for a long time when I talk about it, and when I get back, by the way, when I get back, I'm just going to tweet out some videos of the airport here and be like, where is this airport? I'm just ask people. They're like, is this Changi? Is this, Dubai? No, this is India, baby, right? And it's not just one airport. There's a bunch of them, right? I mean, the new Bangalore airport is competitive with Changi, right? It's like, it's absolutely world-class, okay? That kind of stuff does really matter in terms of, people seeing that and understanding it. But even given that, it's still underpriced, okay? So that's a big thing. That's the single biggest driver. The second is culturally, like, yes, you're right that for a long time, the highest price, I agree that from, 1965 to 2019-ish, right? That the optimal strategy for a talented Indian was probably to leave to go to the US or UK or something like that. Yes, right? I don't think that's the optimal strategy anymore. I think you can be in India, or if you're emigrating, you can go to Dubai or Singapore or something like that. You don't have to go to the USA, right? If you do go to the USA, stay out of the blue cities because they're unsafe and they're going to get worse.
I can't believe I'm hearing this publicly, but go on.
Okay, really?
You're actually telling Indian parents not to send their kids.
Don't. And I say this, by the way, I have all the traditional credentials, okay? Stanford, PhD,
Guys, so far, the reasons, the pathways to his conclusions might be different from Ankit Shah, but the end result that he's predicting is 100% same as Ankit Shah's. Okay, he's saying that those universities don't have any more value. They're not going to have more value. Don't send your kids to the Western countries anymore unless it's a very, very, very niche subject that's taught exclusively in that particular country. Otherwise, don't send your kids at all. This is exactly what Ankit Shah is also saying, but based on different reasons. That is why this podcast is a very different, but in a fun way.
Stanford BSMS PhD, taught CS and stats at Stanford. Every standardized test I perfected every standardized test. Okay, everything that Indian parents care about, I did, right. And so I have all of those legacy credentials, right. I think insofar as that matters. So it's not like when I say don't go to America, I was there, right. They say don't go to Stanford, right. I was there. All those things have lost their luster. They're in a decline, and India is now able to set its own path. That's the other thing. Just like China realized it no longer needs to look up to the US, India no longer needs to look up to China or the US. It can look at them and see what things are good, but it definitely shouldn't model its society after the US.
Yeah.
It has a more functional society now in some ways. Again, that $75 million probe versus the $300 million bus lane shows that it's a more functional society. It's not just that, of course. It's $125 million for the parliament building versus like billions of dollars in waste for actually just the embassy for the US and Vietnam alone is like more than $1 billion, right? For some 125 for the parliament building. She's talking 10, 100x price differentials, which indicate also whether a society can get it together and is smart, right? Here's one model. It's not exactly right, but for many years, the Middle East actually improved a lot today. It's secularized and so on and so forth. I'm actually quite bullish on it. But for many years, the US knew that it had an economic relationship with the Middle East, but didn't want to emulate them culturally. That's how India should think of America. You have an economic relationship, they're a market. You don't bother them. You need to understand it, but you don't want to trek that culture back home. Okay.
See, secularization of Middle East for Indians, don't learn anything from their culture. Just use them for economics. As I say, make capitalism your bitch. But so far, all this is what Ankit Shah is also saying.
That is like, because the culture that just leads to right now, like a tearing apart of society and so on and so forth, right? So, and it's unfortunate. That wasn't always the case. I think for many years, American values were good to, emulate. There was fair play in the handshake and, the C Corp and so on and so forth. Internet values have now taken over from American values. Okay, that's the thing is, if I'm at a tech conference, I mentioned this the other day, if I'm at a tech conference in Dubai or in India or in Singapore, does it really make sense to talk about Western values or American values when I'm there, right? If everybody in the room is non-white or non-American or both, right? What are we really talking about there, right? The backdrop, yes, it's tech, but on the other hand, people are gesturing at some kind of, there is something there, right? That people all share, and they share it with somebody in the San Francisco conference room as well. It's not Western values, it's internet values. And just to explain what this is, much further back in history, people used to talk about like Europe and Christendom, right? And that was how they delineated what their culture was. Then as you had the Enlightenment and the rise of America, people started talking about the West. And there's a more secular way of talking about, free speech and free markets and all that type of stuff, right? But now today in America, the Democrats run tons of articles talking about how, New York Times had an article, free speech is killing us. Okay, so the left is turned on free speech and the right is against free markets because they're not winning the trade war. So what are Western values?
Yeah.
Right? It's not free speech. It's not free markets.
What an important point. The right wing today is not against, not that pro free market, because free market actually applies to the entire world. So free trade agreements work. So which means if China gives you a better product, if China solves your problems, the Chinese market solves your problem, therefore you should do business with China. If your country's culture or your country's even population goes out of job, why the fuck should you care? It's the market taking care of it. Therefore, libertarians of USA either have not woken up, Indian libertarians are following them in the same path, but a lot of them are now beginning to distinguish that no. Libertarianism se nahi hoga. This is why we need to be conservatives and nationalists in the first place.
Being rejected. It's not like, a firm handshake and rule of law. Like those are both being rejected on both sides, right? In many ways, I can go for example, it's hard. You might not even have 50% of the USA saying they agree with Western values because many people have been through colleges where they have deconstructed Western civilization and said it's all stale, white male, pales, whatever. Okay, right? So what do you have left? What you have is internet values. And internet values are to the West what the West was to like Christendom. It's like a more broad way of thinking about it. That's actually what you want to emulate, right? So the part of quote, the US that you still want to emulate are the tech companies.
And media?
No. And the reason is social media, yes, social influence. Yeah, go ahead.
I think I'm doing a good job with my podcast overall.
Yes, you are, yeah.
Not this one, like the podcast in general, with the Hindi podcast as well. I've modeled myself on Joe Rogan and Tim Ferriss.
Yeah, but okay, sure. So that's internet media. Basically, internet first. That is what I think India, so India has a domestic ideology, okay? And that's the BJP and that's fine, right? What is the global ideology, right? The thing is in the US, people, because the US's posture in the world is relatively declining, you're getting this narrative of America first, right? Which comes from a sense of, okay, we're losing here. We're getting screwed. We're doing stuff for the rest of the world. We better start looking out for ourselves first, okay? The thing is, I understand where that comes from. I'm sympathetic to it in some ways. But America first also means Turkey will say Turkey first, and Brazil will say Brazil first, and everybody else will say themselves first. And then if everybody's first, then you have no cooperation. You don't have a world order, right? Of course, China will say China first. They didn't want America first, right? The entire structure of the US setup, it's like the CEO is like, okay, there's less money. I'm going to start taking all of it for myself, right? And that makes everybody else mad. And so it's just something where they're using their position while they still have it, right? Pro-America doesn't mean being America first. I think the alternative model is actually internet first. Why do I say internet first? Again, we aren't yet conceptualizing the internet as a political space, right? We're still in this transitional stage where all politics, all media, all communication, all transaction happens through the internet. We don't think of it as a thing in its own right. Do you know what I mean? It's like this weird transitional era. Go ahead.
What I'm not understanding is your vision of the internet.
Okay, let me talk about that.
How will it become political?
Okay, well, so let me explain what I mean by that. First, an analogy that's a little easier to get, and then we get the, all right,
sure.
So when the British colonists were in America, they thought of themselves as British for a long time. And it took a while before they realized, wait a second, they almost thought of themselves like a long commute from London. Okay, just like a long commute.
Yeah.
I'm in an outer borough.
Just over the pond.
Right? So, plus they were also dependent on it for that transatlantic voyage, the supply chain stuff, they depended upon London and so on. Eventually they became locally, self-sufficient, but it took generations for them to realize, oh, we're kind of our own people, and we're our own people, and we've got our own land, but our government is thousands of miles away. Why shouldn't it be here? Okay. And it just took a while for that penny to drop and for them to be strong enough in themselves and have enough internal cohesion where they were friends with all other people on American soil and they didn't really know the British. So they became their own self-connected network, and they weren't connected with that legacy network over here. And that took some time to happen. Okay. With me so far. That led to the Declaration of Independence and the breaking away. All right. So now, how does the internet fit that? Okay. Because we don't think of the internet as a place in the same way. But It has half the aspects of a place. Here's why. Think about how many people, so take your WhatsApp or something like that, right? Anybody here can do this as an exercise. Take that last 100 people that you went and communicated with, all right? And ask yourself, how many of them are, on my block? How many of them are in my city? How many are in my country? Okay. And how about the last 100 people you transacted with and so on as well, right? And if you made a map of all those people, okay, are they around the world, or are they in your city, or are they in your country?
Around the world.
Around the world, okay. If they're around the world, that means that the 100 people who are physically near you in this apartment building, right? Or like if you live in an apartment building, there's 100 people who are physically near you, but they're cognitively very far away. And then you instead have 100 people who are cognitively very near you, and you're just a few seconds away in terms of communication, but they're physically very far. Okay? That is the key thing that the internet has done, because you can have all four combinations. They can be physically close and mentally close. They can be physically close and mentally far, like the guy in the apartment, a few feet away that we don't even know, okay? They can be physically far and mentally close, right? Which is your friend who's somewhere else. And then they can be, I forgot the last one, physically far and mentally far, just somebody far away you've never met, okay? It's the off diagonals that really matter, because the entire nation state concept, where you have a map of the world and it's cut into little rectangles, that's based on the idea that people who are near each other physically are near each other mentally. When that is not true, that's not actually how you want to do political organization.
Gotcha.
Because basically the assumption is if you're near each other physically, you share the same culture. When that's not true, then you get conflict, right? And you get reorganization and so on. Now, what China has done on this is they have said, okay, we want to reduce the internet's fragmenting and fracturing impact on our society. Therefore, we're blocking foreign social media. We're setting up the Great Firewall. We're making sure that Chinese can't make friends with people way abroad.
Yeah.
So when you take that question that I said and apply to China, they will have some people that they're going to be communicating with abroad, but they're their own Galapagos Islands where they can basically only communicate with other Chinese people. So it's at least within Greater China, right? For the most part. WeChat is kind of an internal Chinese thing. So they're keeping their cloud and their land correlated, okay? So China is focused on keeping like a centralized kind of state. In the US, what you have is you have people who live in the same apartment building, like a few feet away from each other, who have totally different media diets, totally different values. And how are they going to vote together to even paint a bus lane? They're not.
This is the new democracy versus communism.
Yeah.
What it was in the last 100 years, this is going to be the new...
Yeah, Vaibhav, do Google him, okay? But when you do Google him, go to Wikipedia first, see his academic credentials, okay? So basically he is an America-born American Indian who has made most of his money in tech. He's a tech startup guy, tech entrepreneur, investor, venture capitalist, eagle investor, etc. But now he's collaborating with the Indian government as well on many things. And he's pretty bullish on India as well.
Version of that.
Yes, so I call it the network versus state.
And he was the founder of the company called Coinbase.
Gotcha. So
Right?
one's physically near and mentally near, and one's physically near and mentally extremely far.
Yeah, well, right. Or basically, or it's physical is the state. It's like the in-person. And then digital and mental is the cloud.
Gotcha.
Right? Or the network. Go ahead.
Is the best pathway a sort of combination of the two?
Yes, I think so.
Or we don't know the best pathway?
Well, so I do think it'll have to be a combination of the two. Because if you run a country without having the skills of a software CEO, you won't run that country.
Okay.
You'll eventually lose control of that country because the network will metabolize. The network will dissolve your political and financial support. Like you need to have those people in the cloud who can communicate among themselves, kind of lining up with what you're doing on the land. And if they're not, then you've got a problem.
Can I put forward some points first? And again, correct me where you feel I'm wrong, etc.
Yes.
The podcast has gotten super political lately. I never thought I'll enter the world of Indian politics because I was just advised not to. And I think it's the best thing that I've done. I made the mistake of having 4 cabinet ministers back to back on the show.
Okay.
So now I got labeled as what the world could understand as right wing. Like in the same way that Joe Rogan gets labeled as a Republican, I think I had the Indian version of that. So the entire urban anti-Modi side, okay, now doesn't listen to me, is fully against me.
Okay.
They think I stand for anti-secular sentiments, which is not true at all. I got maybe 2 or 3 politicians from the anti-Modi side. So in India, we don't have right and left. We have pro-Modi and anti-Modi. Okay. That's the truth. The urban elite are extremely inspired by the US. And I think that because the US is so polarized and this whole social dilemma angle where even algorithms are making you more polarized, the same thing applies to urban India. If you actually go to the rural parts of India, people don't have political opinions that are that strong. And I'm saying that because I've actually gone there. I don't think a lot of urban people have gone there. And I've gone there because of my YouTube career, vlogging, etc. Okay, so this is kind of like the political vibe in the country. My reading after talking to people from both sides is that there's capability on both the pro-Modi side and the anti-Modi side. The anti
Okay. This is the monkey balancing that Ranveer did with his podcast, in his podcast on with a Think School guy in the second episode as well. He is so desperate to come across as a neutral person that yes, there were good arguments on both sides. नहीं है भाई potential उस side में, नहीं होगा कांग्रेस से कुछ.
Modi side or the Congress was in power for the longest time
Yes.
over the last century. There were some phases which were good, some phases which were bad. The anti-Modi side believes that the pro-Modi side is completely bad. The pro-Modi side believes that the anti-Modi side is completely bad.
It is.
My reading is that because of the size of the population and because of how hungry and patriotic and emotional Indians are, any government in power would probably hire the right people and still make the country grow in this phase. Again, these two sides don't agree. I'm kind of giving you a
Sure.
bit of a centrist
Yes.
narrative.
Yep.
Okay. But all in all, when I speak to influential people in India, they're for the pro-Modi side because it brings stability to the country.
Yes.
And that's how the rest of the world, especially people like yourself, people who have the money, look at India. That if there is a stable government, hey, we'll work more with this country. In saying that, now there are some narratives like Veer Das had this whole two Indias thing that went viral in India. I don't know how viral it went in US. It didn't reach you, so probably it didn't go as viral. You know who Veer Das is?
Sorry.
Really?
No.
He's a very respected
Nice.
Indian stand-up comic, but he's very clearly like anti-Modi.
Balaji Srinivasan has no clue who the fuck Veer Das is. And okay, Rajputra Aryan is saying take black pill guys, India is doomed. We are heading for balkanization of India. नहीं भाई ऐसा नहीं होगा.
Okay.
And he does represent a very large chunk of urban India. A lot of urban India is anti-Modi. I've come to realize that everyone's an outcome of social media algorithms, and anyone on the extremes is not right. They don't have a clear vision of what's happening.
Okay.
It's that whole horseshoe magnet theory that if you're on the ends, you're actually closer to each other than the truth. Anyway, is it true that people like yourself view PM Modi as a positive for the country and whatever his government is doing as a positive for the country? I'll lay out my positives.
Yes,
We've seen
awesome.
infrastructure growth, especially in the interiors of the country, in urban parts of the country. It's not the perfect government. The government has its flaws. 100%. See, a politician's career is divided into two parts: win the elections and then governance and administration. I actually think the Modi government gets most of governance and administration right. And this is after talking to people from the anti-Modi side as well. I don't think their arguments are strong enough, at least for me. What they get wrong is on the election side. One of the easiest political tools that can be used is religion. You can use religion to influence a lot of people.
See,
in the last
oh my god. This is what him and the Ganesh guy from Think School went on harping on in their second episode of... I didn't see the first episode, but the second episode, it was all that libertarian way of thinking that culture, they just invisibilize culture. They don't say culture is bad. They don't say focusing on culture is bad. They just imagine a world where culture, a thing called culture does not exist, or it doesn't matter to people, okay? Even I'm saying that economic incentives do matter. Economic incentives से बहुत कुछ हो सकता है या फिर prevent किया जा सकता है, but there is always something called culture. And the Ganesh guy kept repeating this point, that which now Ranveer is making, that whatever BJP is doing, they are using religion as a tool, okay? It's just an excuse to gather people. अरे भाई बीजेपी का हिस्ट्री पढ़ लो. Now I'll have to defend BJP now out of so many people, but their stance has always very specifically been protecting in whatever way they think is right, protecting the Sanatan Dharmi Hindu character of India, which they think is completely secular and even pro-Gandhi in some way. But they think they can do secularism better than Congress. They think they can do Gandhiism better than Congress. They think they can do even socialism better than Congress, because that is what real Sanatan Dharma is all about. But they are in fact talking about Dharma or Hinduism or even Hindutva. But Ganesh and Ranveer, they think that BJP has now all of a sudden brought up this religion card and is doing politics just to remain in power and so that they can do some good things. Religion is their tool or crutch on their way to doing good economic things for India. नहीं भाई, ऐसा नहीं है. थोड़ा importance दो culture को.
9 years, I have felt a huge increase in inter-community tension. The Muslims, the Christians, the Sikhs in our country don't
No, you just know about it more today because of the internet.
feel as safe as they used to. At least, like most of them. I don't like that being a Hindu guy because technically I'm the white male of this country. So I don't have a...
Oh my god, again he said that bullshit premise that he has learned from American liberals, and he has bought into that premise without doing any thinking or research of his own. we are not the colonizers of India who have stayed back as settler colonizers. White people are that in USA. We are the natives. Anglo-Indians and Ashraf Muslims are the settler colonizers, and therefore the white boy equivalents of India. And if at all you say Hindu men are simply the white boys of India in the American white boy sense, then you are talking about just numerical majority being the sole selling point here, which is not the case. Numerical majority does not matter. British were never the numerical majority, but they oppressed us anyway. Brahmins are 4.3% in the country, but they are most feared by lower castes for all oppression, even though they are 4.3%, okay? Numerical majority does not matter. Settler colonialism matters, and in that case, Ashraf Muslims and Anglo-Indians are the descendants of settler colonizers.
A right to speak on their behalf, but through the show I keep trying to extract what's in people's hearts, and there's definitely a lot of communal tension in our country, and it seems
Rajputra, I don't disagree with you that much. I'm saying that culture is important, but people like Ranveer, Ganesh or libertarians, they think culture नाम का कोई चीज है ही नहीं आसपास. तो
be increasing.
Caste would of course come inside culture.
In my eyes, this is political strategy to stay in power, because most of the country is Hindu Jain, which will Buddhist, especially the influential parts, which will keep voting for the BJP, and it is going to be a pro-Modi government in power for a long time, according to me. When you actually go out on the streets, when you talk to the average Indian, they love Modi ji because I think his government has done a very good job of entering Indians' hearts. Simple narratives. You know the whole thing about how Trump got elected, he used very simple narratives and spoke to the common man. It's sort of a version of that. Very simple campaigning. Like if you talk to anyone from the BJP, it'll always be tied into, oh, Modi ji is great. It's a very simple.
अरे simple कुछ भी नहीं है भाई. See, this is again the thing of commies and Mamata Banerjee thinking that all achievements happen just because of luck or something. See, there's a famous saying among artists that it takes 20 years to get overnight success, okay? 20 साल से तुम कोई गाना बनाए जा रहे हो, गाने के बाद गाना, कोई सुन नहीं रहा है. एक दिन ऐसा होता है कि तुम्हारा एक गाना ऐसा हिट हो जाता है कि उस गाने की वजह से तुमको सब पहचानने लगे. तो तुम सोच, अब देन द आउटसाइड ऑडियंस थिंक्स दैट ये तो ओवरनाइट सक्सेस है. एक गाना बनाया और फेमस हो गया. अरे भोसड़ी का तुमने उसका पहले 20 साल का गाना नहीं सुना, तो इसमें किसका गलती है? तो बीजेपी का भी वैसा ही है. ऐसे ही एक सिंपल नैरेटिव बना दिया और 2014 में पावर पे आ गया. श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी तो 2013 साल तक जिंदा थे.
Statement. He's kind of like a god right now in the eyes of most common people, which is why I think the BJP is going to be in power for very long. My question to you is, as an Indian American, what's your view on Modi ji and generally where India is going, both geopolitically as well as over the next 100 years, if the current government is in power? Or are you even concerned with Indian politics? Do you think that if this whole anti-Modi side gets elected, which is Congress and AAP right now, they're the two leaders, I think.
Right.
Would that change any of your decisions or any of your opinions about the future of this country?
Great question. Prime Minister Modi follows me on Twitter and I follow him. And I'm generally in favor of economic development and so on and so forth. In many ways, the kind of right-left division within India is similar to that within the US, with a crucial difference, which is the US had been thought of as a center-right country, like a Reagan type country for many years. But now recently, in the early 2010s, and you could argue this has been building for a long time, but now it's flipped to become the farthest left country in the world. Okay, so at least the farthest left, big influential country in the world. You can still point to like North Korea and like Stalinist holdouts and so on and so forth. But like Europe, for example, is to America's right on a number of different issues. And then India and Israel and the Eastern European countries are further to the right. And then you'd have China and Russia as the far right of the world in some sense, right? The ultra-nationalist, right? And India and Israel are somewhere in between, like China and Russia over here and the US, over here, okay? That's one. So basically on a global stage, I think India is actually centrist. You have America, Bharat, China, okay? Because India is more liberal than China and it's more...
Did you all hear what he just said? He said America, Bharat and China. So he's basically the non-politician version of Vivek Ramaswamy. He's as qualified and as educated, as knowledgeable. He just hasn't gotten into politics. Vivek Ramaswamy ने दिल पे ले लिया उसको जो फेस करना पड़ा अपनी कंपनी में, इसलिए वो पॉलिटिक्स में गया है. और कोई डिफरेंस नहीं है इसमें और विवेक रामास्वामी में.
Conservative or pragmatic than America, right? That's a good place to be on a global stage, right? And it's not usually how you think of it, right? But it's actually, if you look at this G20 thing, for example, India was able to hash out, they're actually the pivot of the world. Right? India is a pivot of the world where America and China disagree on tons of stuff. Russia and America disagree on tons of stuff. But India was able to get a statement out about Ukraine that everybody signed on to.
Yeah.
Right? So in a sense, it's actually valuable to have left and right wing within a country because everybody has somebody to cheer for. It's kind of funny to put it that way, right? But it's sort of like, for example, there's my friends on the All In podcast, right? Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay, it's a popular tech podcast in the US. See, this is a good piece of cross-pollination. I didn't know if you're you know this. So All In podcast it's a tech podcast. I'm friends with all the hosts, David Sachs, and in particular. And basically, it's a bunch of tech guys, and some are on the left, and some are on the right, and some are libertarian, and some are unpredictable. And anybody who's watching it has somebody to root for.
Yeah.
Okay. There's always somebody who's saying something like, "Yeah, that guy, he's right. The other guy's a dummy." You know what I mean? And it works because of that. There's always some internal conflict, some senses, but then there's still a common core, and it's almost like this back and forth, is a balancer, but there's a common core that keeps things moving forward. So long as you have that common core and that sense of centrism and purpose of civilization, things are good. And I kind of think I may be wrong about this, and that's why I'm open to being persuaded others. But my general feeling is that in a weird way, India's internal conflict is actually an asset in a certain way relative to China's internal unification. China's degree...
Because disagreements lead to better conversations.
No, actually, I don't think they do. I think it's actually worse internally, but it's better externally. The reason is the rest of the world doesn't have a rooting interest with some faction in China. China's internally unified. So the rest of the world has to either side with China or bandwagon against China. But there's always somebody to root for within India. So that means that there's a rooting interest there. So it does better in terms of global propaganda in a sense, like the system, China's global propaganda or global receptivity is lower because people don't have somebody to root for within the country. Okay. In India, there's always one side that kind of is close to you. You're like, okay, that guy, right? And then you're rooting for them and you're kind of engaged with it and so on and so forth. And the question is whether the average of those two sides is still positive for the country. So basically you're trading off some efficiency for some optics. Okay. Gotcha. And whether it's a conscious trade-off or not, it's a very natural trade-off where you end up often having two competitors, one of which is optimized for efficiency and has worse optics, the other one that has lower efficiency but better optics. Okay, with a higher tolerance for disagreement.
Yeah,
so it's
this is what I was saying in the beginning, that when I was discussing the good freebies and bad freebies, no, it's always sacrificing efficiency for good optics. Good optics might be necessary in some context. I don't want BJP to go out of power by doing Thomas Sowell kind of economics and Rahul Gandhi becomes the PM. So, theek hai, I'm fine with that optics. But you have to admit that it is for good optics, it is not for good economics. Every freebie is a bad freebie.
Sufficient. Okay.
When there's a one-party state, it's highly efficient for the growth of the country.
Yeah, well, the thing about it is, it could also be very bad, right? Because China had a one-party state in the 40s and in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, right. and to today. And it was terrible under, Maoism. And it was, it was a one-party state is a tool that can be used to drive a state into the ground, like it did, the Chinese people were impoverished for 30 years, or build it into this, military powerhouse, which it is now. It's also, by the way, it's actually used in America. You know why? California is a one-party democracy. Most blue states are now one-party democracies where Republicans aren't really competitive. And Republicans are now doing that in reverse in places like Florida. They're trying to build their own one-party democracies. And the way you can really put a finger on this is you ask an American Democrat, you ask them, would you ever vote for a Republican? They'll say, never. Why? Because they're against democracy. So you think about the loop you get into. Oh, I'll never vote for the guy for the other party because he's against democracy, therefore I'm for a one-party democracy. And of course, that seems like a contradiction in terms of one-party democracy. But actually, what it means is that the party out of power is used as like a customer satisfaction survey. Okay? For example, when a CEO goes and gives a customer satisfaction survey, that's not like a binding vote that can throw them out of office. But the customers can be really dissatisfied. And they take that and they try to make some edits to like reduce their dissatisfaction, right? So feedback is processed, but it doesn't result in a change of leadership. It may result in the CEO saying to X or Y executive, oh, maybe you should do something else. And, we have a different executive here because the feedback for the customer on let's say on the mobile app is so bad. We need a different mobile app leader, for example. Okay. But it's not like a binding board vote that like changes the CEO. Okay. So that's how one-party democracies use votes. They use them as like a feedback signal, customer satisfaction survey, not as a binding. Go ahead, referendum.
No, let's go back to India.
Let's go back to India. Okay. So with respect to India, what I want to say is that, because this is simplifying a lot of stuff, and I may edit this at some future time, okay?
Yeah.
But what I want to say is basically just that China and India are in their civilizational upswinging, and the West is in civilizational decline. And all of the words just kind of don't matter, because people will call something, they'll call it democracy in India, they'll call it democracy in America, but the democracy in India is ascending, the democracy in America is declining. They'll call it industrial policy in America, and it results in graft and waste and so on. But in India, they've started to make it work. Like they managed to get all the companies to use UPI, and it's actually working. You know what I mean? Right? Go ahead.
Do you see PM Modi as a massive catalyst in this ascending democracy? Because pro-Modi parts of India view him as the single savior. So
I think he's definitely done a lot. I think that the ascent of India arguably started in 1991. But I think it's also like just broader historical. So we're talking about like the division between the sort of historical forces versus great man theory of history. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Historical forces say this trend was happening. The great man theory of history says the great man made the trend happen, right? And you can go back and forth on that. And you know, for example, with calculus, Newton invented calculus, but Leibniz invented it at the same time. So there were historical forces leading to calculus, but of course Newton was also a great man. So they don't have to be mutually exclusive, right? Do I think Modi is probably the greatest prime minister India has had in modern times? I think that's probably true. I think Dalio thinks so as well. He's just said Modi's like India's.
ये कोई libertarian group में post करो, okay? Libertarians think Modi is the worst prime minister India has ever had for some weird reason. Okay, I want to address something interesting here. Okay, first Abhiyan Singh is saying even two parties in a democracy shouldn't be termed as a legitimate democracy. वो तो it could be argued that way. Okay, Vaibhav is saying something interesting, that was West ever a civilization though? They were more of an empire rather than a civilization. You know. Of course, we'll have to get into what's the definition of a civilization. In my opinion, civilization is that which has a distinct culture of its own, by which I mean distinct arts of its own, okay? Distinct religion होने से तो नहीं होगा, क्योंकि if your religion is spread over everywhere, तो everyone is part of the West or what? तो वैसे तो नहीं होगा. What is Western? By that, we could argue that what parts of Western art were distinctly conceptually different from art everywhere else. For example, Western classical music is conceptually different from Eastern classical music, because Eastern classical music, Indian classical music, has one single lead melody accompanied by one percussion player. There is no concept of harmonies. Whereas Western classical's base is harmony, because the melody might not be complex. Core melody is of course more complex in Indian classical music. You can't hum one Indian classical piece because it's so tough to even hum. Okay, but you can sing along to a composition by John Williams like Harry Potter. मगर उसके आसपास जो घट रहा है वो सब तुम मुंह से कर नहीं पाओगे, बजा भी नहीं पाओगे, वो लिख नहीं पाओगे, वो उसके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा स्किल चाहिए. तो उनका डिस्टिंक्ट म्यूजिक है. Then comes jazz. Jazz is distinctly American. There's nothing remotely like jazz anywhere else. Rock and metal, distinctly Western. Okay. Some art forms where they are depicting people in other parts of the world, sometimes demeaningly, sometimes exoticizing, but they are trying to talk about other people in other cultures in their paintings. And there are some poetry, literature. I think it's a little tougher to argue whether they have something completely original. There I would not give a conclusive answer. But as for painting and music, West could be argued is a different civilization, is a civilization at all, because they have distinct things that they have contributed.
Deng Xiaoping, I think the infrastructure development and so on under him has been phenomenal. I think he's done a phenomenal job from an economic standpoint, right? On some of the other stuff, like the communal stuff and so on and so forth, here's a vision that I have, which may be complementary, or it's kind of cutting at right angles, right? Which is not Indian nationalism. That's a domestic kind of message, which I understand why it's there, okay? But Indian internationalism, what does that mean? So that is something that appeals to Indians of both. And by the way, I'm not saying this is incompatible with either a left or both left and right could adopt this as part of their platform. It's just a different way of thinking about things, okay? What is Indian internationalism? It is, it's visas for Indians. It is thinking of the diaspora as something that you want to facilitate. Basically, both left and right want Indians to be able to travel anywhere, Indians to be able to get any job in the world, Indian companies to be able to compete with anybody, Indians as individuals to not be discriminated against abroad in hiring and employment, and so on and so forth, right? That's a whole, set of factors. I mean, one way of thinking about it is there's a lot of left-wing Indian Americans, for example, as well, right? And a fundamental difference between a left-wing Indian American and a libertarian Indian American is whether they think that the barrier to advancement is racism or the state?
I didn't understand this part.
You don't understand this part. Okay. So a left-wing Indian American will be focused on racial discrimination against Indians, for example, okay? A libertarian Indian American will be focused on the state blocking their companies and taxing them and regulating them and interfering with them and so on and so forth, right? Both of them generally don't want Indians to be held back. But what they think of as a primary barrier is different. Mm-hmm. So there's a sense certainly in which they disagree, right? Because the left winger often wants more state control to beat up the right winger, and the right winger wants less emphasis on all these accusations of discrimination, so they can just kind of operate their business, right? So in that sense, they certainly disagree. There's another sense in which they align because they're both clearing away obstacles for Indians to be successful. They removed the political, the any discrimination, and they removed the regulation. Do you see what I'm saying? Right? So there's a sense in which these people fight, but there's also a sense in which they sum into one component, okay? So those parts in which the left and right of India sum together, as you mentioned, lots of folks on the left in India, look abroad, okay? So one should make it really easy for folks to move abroad, to do business abroad, all that type of stuff. And that's also something that all those other countries want. This is leaning into the diaspora, basically, right? When I said India is 10x Israel, leaning into the diaspora, making it really easy to be an international Indian. I mean, the OCI card is a good, version of this, right? You know what that is, right? Like PIO, OCI. Things like having, and I have to check on this, maybe it's already there, but like, a card that an Indian bank issues to you just work everywhere in the world, right? That kind of stuff, the visa situation that I talked about before, various reciprocity for taxation agreements and so on and so forth. There's a lot of things that the government can do that help the international Indian, right? And in general, my view is, remember I said like China plays the world's best home game, India plays the world's best away game, right?
If China plays world's best home game, India plays world's best away game. That is a very important sentence to keep in mind. Now, some great comments have come. I'll just discuss that a bit here. Ninod is saying music, movies, and the food is very unique to America. In terms of movies, it might be argued that way because their movies have a distinctness to it, which I think are very different from Indian storytelling style, because ours is based on the idea of the Navrasas. They have एक्शन मूवीज, रोमांटिक मूवीज, जॉनरा में वो कंपार्टमेंटलाइजेशन करके मूवी बनाने का स्टाइल उनका है, तो इन दैट वे यू कुड आर्ग्यू दैट दे आर डिस्टिंक्ट. बट फूड इज व्हाट लेटर वैभव सेड दैट देयर फूड, other than American Pie, nothing is distinct because of Western culture as a whole. It's just because of them being an economic powerhouse and so much immigration happening. Of course, that could be argued about any civilization for that matter, but the end result has to be that distinct. And if you're talking about that much of a very, very distinct end product, even if it's a result of much assimilation, if that's not that very distinct enough, then it should not be considered that civilization's creation. And in that case, I think American Pie is the only American creation. Whereas in music, jazz, rock, metal is based on Western classical. Western classical is based on European harmony ideas, and that is distinctly European. It has it's not a contribution that they have received from other places, because harmony was not there anywhere. And of course, I don't say that as an achievement, because जिसका economic prosperity होगा उसका सब कुछ में improvement होगा ही होगा, मगर हुआ तो है, ये इतना admit करना ही है. Okay, and the other thing I wanted to mention is that someone said, okay, ये राजपुत्रा पगलाए गए हैं भाई आप, तो he's saying that Indian music is gross. No, wait. Music is the most subjective thing in the world, so you may like or may not like a genre, but I don't think any music should be called gross, because the intentions are same, the practice, the emotions that people try to put in, the way they try to put it into their music, those things are same, unless music is used definitely directly for a call for violence against someone, etc., indirect political moves 5 times a day, etc. Other than that, all music is great. But I, for example, can't stand Latin American music for some reason. I don't know why. If any Trinamool person is watching, if you want to kidnap me and you want to torture me, just kidnap me, tie me up in a chair, and make me listen to Latin American music in my headphones for 12 hours straight. Okay, I will feel tortured.
If you just set up those, that's infrastructure of its own kind, right? Just like there's roads for getting from place to place within India, you make really good roads for doing business in Seoul, really good roads for doing business in Riyadh, right? You figure out what that, you take 1,000 people who have made that pilgrimage back and forth, and you survey them. And you say, what were the top 10 headaches? And they'll say, oh God, it was such a pain to get a visa. Or they'll say, oh, I got there, but I didn't, there's nobody who spoke English, and so I had to figure everything out. In which case, maybe you have some Indian consulate official there who's got a little meetup spot for Indians, right? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You think that that is another set of roads that you're building? So you built the airports, it's the physical infrastructure. This is like the cloud infrastructure that facilitates that, okay? And that is something which I think would be, it's both obvious and it's non-obvious. I don't think it's being, it's a cross-cutting thing that lots of Indians like, that has nothing to do with internal Indian conflicts, that is leveling up both left and, of course, right of center Indians like that as well. Who doesn't want to be able to, go and transact abroad, do business abroad? Left of center Indians are like, I want to get out of this country, right? So this lets them do that as well, right? So it gives both them something that they want. Go ahead.
Would you be open to working with the Indian government?
I like how much of India's domestic culture and even political culture Balaji Srinivasan is aware of, okay? Because people like Ganesh and Ranveer, they also don't know this much. And one interesting point had come up. Yeah, so Nina was saying, yes, gun culture is of course a culture, yes, and that is distinctly, not even Western, that is distinctly an American culture, because every other society in the history of mankind has decided that these people, this section of society is there for protecting you. उसके अलावा किसी को ज़रूरत नहीं है गन्स रखने की और एनी सेल्फ डिफेंस का प्रैक्टिस भी करने की. You can have some basic fitness, etc. But there was an inherent implicit caste Varna system everywhere there in the history of mankind. It is only and only Americans after 1776, they say that no, we're not taking that risk. Everyone needs to be armed.
Potentially, sure. I mean, but with that said, I'm going to work in an area that I think that make a contribution on.
Maybe exactly this is the main player in the away game, which is Dr. Jaishankar right now. But people like yourself have a massive role to play.
Sure. I mean, I think in terms of, like, Israel does a lot of stuff with its diaspora. Right? So organizing diaspora, I think, is going to be very important.
In that internet land.
Yeah, Israel's main game is diaspora.
That we, boom.
Yes,
Damn.
Right. So the internet Indian will be a very big part of this century.
Can you kind of draw out a practical version of that picture?
Yeah. What does that mean? Right. Yeah. So first is, it's just Indians on the ground in every country that, basically on every country in the world, maybe other than China, will just become more and more influential. And here's how I think about that. As I said, there's like 7 million Indians abroad now. And you look at their income and education stats, and they're doing quite well. Okay. And they were basically completely non-existent in 1965. So in 50 years, the unlock has been really powerful. And the question is, now we've got 1.4 billion Indians, and on the order of a billion have gotten online, and we're going to get all of them online pretty soon, okay? And then the question is, what percentage of those can play at the same level as the 7 million abroad, okay? I actually think it's conservative to say 5%. 5% I think is, because there's some degree of selective migration, right? It's doctors who made it abroad or engineers, okay? But even if it's only 5%, and I think that's conservative, okay? That's 70 million people. That's 10x what's already abroad. And what's abroad is already pretty impressive. If you had 10x the number of Indian Americans or Indian Westerners, that would be a massive labor shock in the world, comparable only to China, right? 70 million people at that ability level is a new Germany. Germany's like 80 million people, right? That's a massive, massive, massive new thing on the world stage, okay? That's what's about to happen. And so what that means is lots of Indian media, India CEOs. One way of thinking about it is by 2040 or so, if you look around your room, almost everything is like made in China. That's the physical world. But an enormous part of the digital world will have the CEO be Indian. Okay, just the talent there that has gotten, it's like a coiled spring that's about to kind of just go like this, right? And once you actually are put in a fair, level playing field, you do very well. Actually, when I said India's 10x Israel, it's a very deep analogy that goes very far back. One analogy to what is happening now is, I call it Indian emancipation. And this is similar to actually something that happened in the 1800s called Jewish emancipation, okay? So the Jewish community in Europe used to be totally, they used to be religious, right? So they'd have the long beards and they'd wear traditional religious garments and so on. And they're very visually distinguishable. And over time, what happened was Jewish people gained civil rights. But before Jewish emancipation, the Jewish communities within Europe were interacted with as like a community level. Like, for example, the head of the community would go to the king, and then they would pay taxes as a group, not any individual, right? They weren't citizens; they were like visitors. Okay, it was almost like a corporation was there and was there to do business, and then they paid taxes as a group, but any individual wasn't. Okay. After emancipation, Jewish people could own property and participate directly and vote and marry, do these various kinds of things as individuals. And one way to think about it is, rather than two different networks where this would pay taxes as a group of this, every node could connect every other node. Okay, so it became a fully integrated kind of thing. All right. So what is the analogy for us today with Indians? Well, for essentially many years, you had these various other countries that interact with India as a group, right? And then bit by bit, you had Indians emigrating, and they started to get rights as citizens individually. They can interact individually with the rest of the world. And you had Sundar and Satya and so on and so forth, okay? And now suddenly with the internet, all these Indians can connect to anybody else in the world peer-to-peer directly. right? You don't have to go through a state. You don't have to do it as a group. You can prove yourself as an individual, right? That is Indian emancipation. Very similar to Jewish emancipation, where all this talent that had been, because there's a number of very, very talented Jewish people that didn't have opportunity because they didn't have the full rights of citizens, right? And it's like all these Indians here that don't have visas, that couldn't make it abroad, that couldn't really participate in the global marketplace, they're sort of just geo-locked, domain-locked, are not anymore. Okay? So that is this enormous, enormous thing. There's more analogies like this, right? Another analogy, kind of important difference is China and more generally East Asian culture, that they obviously have their own local tradition of writing that goes back thousands of years. It's very subtle and it's amazing in Chinese, okay? But what they export to the world is visual. What I mean by that is, for example, so this is also same for Japan and Korea. For example, Japan, what does it export to the world? Anime and video games, right? And Hello Kitty and stuff. It's all visual and cute, right? How about Korea? K-pop, right? That's exported to the world. What about China? It's like Hong Kong cinema and now TikTok. All of that is visual, right? It's fundamentally, it's video, it's aesthetics, right? That's what it is. It's not verbal. You don't say, oh, K-pop has amazing lyrics. It's not like the Iliad or the Odyssey where you're talking about its poetry or whatever, right? It's just the aesthetics are what people like about it. Hong Kong cinema is not known necessarily for its plots. I'm not saying it's terrible, but it's like the kickboxing and the shooting and the cinematography, right? Whereas by contrast, if China and East Asia is visual, India is verbal.
India's verbal.
Is verbal. For example, if you look at the recent Ukraine thing, right? China's foreign minister was on, like Qin Gang was like on CNN. He was completely unable to defend the Chinese position. This is their foreign minister, somebody who's supposed to be fluent in English and American culture. He's speaking in halting English. He can't make his case, on a world stage. Whereas somebody like, obviously Minister Jaishankar, but any Indian anchor, like I saw Arnab Goswami's doing, Indians argue in English. And so the moment that Americans were saying, oh my God, you're so immoral for not supporting, Ukraine by sanctioning Russia, Indians had 50 arguments ready to go. They're like, well, A, you didn't support India in the Bangladesh war, and B, you supported Pakistan, and C, you sanctioned India when we were getting nuclear weapons versus China, and D, you invaded Iraq, and E, you basically had Bin Laden on our border for a long time. We told you he was there and you didn't do anything, blah, blah, blah. Basically, Indians just went with like...
And off the top of his head, Balaji Srinivasan knows 5 counter arguments already as an Indian. This is why I like these people. Okay, some great comments have come. Let me just check. Okay, तो ये सेल्फ डिफेंस का जो आइडिया निनर ने दिया है ये तो मुझे बहुत ही पसंद है. कहाँ गया? हाँ, एक मिनट रुको. निनर ने बोला कि गन कल्चर, हाँ, we Hindus need to mass adopt knives or even guns like Sikhs do. Yeah, okay. First of all, I hope my channel doesn't get demonetized because of this. But I'm saying that, see, when you will call for this, dumb Hindus will tell you, no. तो उनके पास भी आ जाएगा. उनके पास तो अभी तक नहीं है. अभी तक तो वो डिफेंसलेस पड़े थे. अब तुम जब लोगे तब तुमको मारने के लिए वो लोग भी ले लेंगे. तो that's the kind of idiocy you'll have to deal with. But other than that, yes, Sikhs are allowed to keep kirpans everywhere, and even though it's a weapon, in the same way that they are allowed to wear pagdi instead of the helmet. If they get into an accident, the pagdi is not going to save their head. तो now they are going to say it's their essential religious practice. तो हमारे essential religious practice में तो ये हम prove नहीं कर पाएंगे कभी भी नहीं कर पाएंगे. तो because of the inherent diversity inside Hinduism. तो that's just a great idea in theory. Okay, Vinay कहाँ गया? हाँ, Vinay is saying, Dada, will you explain what is harmonization and how European music is different from Indian classical music? Yeah, harmony means, समझ लो, okay, now layman's term में कैसे समझाए कि समझ लो एक सा चल रहा है. दिस इज द स्केल, समझ लो. तो इसको सा रख के इसमें इंडियन क्लासिकल म्यूजिक या इंडियन फॉर्मेट का जो म्यूजिक, अभी तो हारमोनी इंडियन म्यूजिक में बॉलीवुड में भी यूज़ होता है, मगर अब तक क्या था कि इसको सा रख के इसके अंदर एक ही मेलोडी होगा जिसको एकम्पनी करेंगे तानपुरा में सा और पा बजा के, और उसके साथ तबला, ढोलक, पखवाज, मृदंगम कुछ ना कुछ बजेगा. वेस्टर्न म्यूजिक में क्या हो रहा है, जो भी मेलोडी चल रहा है उसके पैरेलल उसी काउंट में, उसी ताल में, उसी लय में एक और पैरेलल मेलोडी जा रहा है जो कि वो भी उस स्केल में ही है मगर कंप्लीटली अलग मेलोडी है, मगर दोनों मिल के एक बढ़िया लाइन लगता है सुन के. कुछ एग्जाम्पल में सोचते हैं, लाइक द इंट्रो ऑफ द सॉन्ग चंद्रचूड़ा बाई अरेंज्ड बाई कंपोज्ड बाई श्री पुरंदर दासरू, अरेंज्ड बाई मिथुन मुकुंदन फॉर द फिल्म गरुड़ गमन वृषभ वाहन. ओके, इंट्रो में महादेवा 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 बार बार बोला जाता है. ओके, महादेवा मीन्स महादेवा. तो महादेवा 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 ये लीड मेलोडी है. इंडियन क्लासिकल में सिर्फ इतना ही होता, मगर मिथुन मुकुंदन ने हारमोनी दिया है उसके ऊपर के महादेवा 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 महादेवा, कंप्लीटली अलग मेलोडी है मगर दोनों मिलके एक बढ़िया रिजल्ट होगा, जो कि ये आइडिया वेस्टर्न म्यूजिक से लिया गया है. अरे कहाँ गया?
Zillion arguments back. And suddenly the Americans are totally taken aback because they're not used to somebody who can argue back in English.
Palki Sharma, yeah.
Palki Sharma is another one that's like this. Exactly. She's very good at, she just, takes nothing, and she'll give it back, right? Dashum, see, I know that one, right? Yeah, go ahead.
Go on.
All right.
There's a part of me that's extremely narcissistic here. And I'm thinking that if you're saying it's verbal, and I know in a past interview, I think you had with Tanmay, you said that media is going to be a huge export from India.
Yep.
That means Indian podcasting has a role to play on the global stage as
absolutely,
well.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Which is my personal next challenge. I'm trying to figure out how to reach out to the West.
Sure.
But I think they only watch geopolitical and sometimes spiritual stuff. So I'm just trying to figure out how I can expand in the West.
I mean, basically, you should do India one-on-one for Americans.
Do you think they'd watch it?
Yeah, I'd tweet it.
Like, what would that contain? The history?
You need an American on the show with you for that. But basically, assume Americans know nothing about India.
Okay.
Like nothing. Truly nothing. They don't know partition. They don't know Sikhs and Jains and all the different religions. They don't know that Bangladesh was part of Pakistan, right?
But what's in it for them, even if I do this?
Because now they do know that India's on our side versus China.
Okay.
That's basically
it's like Steph Curry knows Klay Thompson inside out.
Yeah. It's I had this thread, which is actually I think an important thread for Indians to be aware of. And we can bring it up on screen or something like that. But it's 1942, ally with Russia to beat Germany. 1972, the U.S. allies with China to beat Russia. 2022, U.S. allies with India to beat China. Okay, this is called offshore balancing. Basically, the number one allies with the number three against the number two until number two is beaten, then rinse and repeat. Okay, and so what that means is right now India is being showered with money and attention from the rest of the world in a way that it really hasn't been in a long time, right? And that's good that we have good leadership in place where Modi and Jaishankar, I think, are smart enough to recognize that that requires active balancing. They're very smart to keep a foot in BRICS and SCO and host the G20 and so on and so forth, right? And the reason is that war is bad. India is becoming the neutral kind of party. Hey guys, they're not the far left of the woke establishment of the USA. They're also not the ultra nationalist Han basically Han supremacist right effectively in China. They're in the middle, right? They're the global mediator, right? And that means that they can get investment from potentially, do you get investment from China? Maybe not, but there's certainly a lot of Chinese construction. They have a lot of skills, right? I know there's a TikTok ban and so on, but I feel India's policy towards China is more rational than America's policy towards China. America's policy towards China is, this is, the guys who they thought of as just grinding away in the factory while they were watching Friends have suddenly become their own civilization, right? Like Americans thought of China as making plastic stuff at Walmart and they'd always be basically their sweatshop or something like that. And suddenly they're being really disobedient. That's a very unflattering way of putting it. They'd say, no, it's all about human rights and so on and so forth. That's the only reason we're against China because they're human rights. Come on, right? That's not it, right? The US cared about human rights in the Middle East, blew up all these places. Now it doesn't talk about human rights in the Middle East. It never cared about human rights in the Middle East, in my view, okay, unfortunately.
Which is also the worldview, by the way.
Which is also the worldview. That's right. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Dear Americans, I love you guys and we've learned so much from you. But there are aspects of the worldview that will piss you off as patriotic Americans.
Yeah, human rights is invoked selectively by America and to delegitimize its next target, right? And it's something where when it's convenient, okay, you'll do a deal. There's a bunch of countries around the world that'll do a deal with them and they'll suspend the human rights and okay, pragmatism takes place. Well, pragmatism takes place sometimes. It's really taking place all the time, which is fine. I actually don't think even the term human rights steals a lot of bases, right? Because it's blowing up the whole Middle East. Didn't they have the right to live? What exactly does it mean, human rights? It's this term that is optimized for people to sound good or whatever, right? You'd rather have them be alive rather than have, in theory, I'm trying to give a good example of this, Libya, Syria, Tunisia, Iraq, Afghanistan, all these countries that are blown to smithereens, pushed into chaos for some theoretical future benefit. I don't consider that a human rights policy, right? I think it's, it's human results. Maybe that's a good way of putting it, right? Human results over human rights. Is their standard of living increasing? Is their life expectancy increasing? Are they at peace, right? Human results versus human rights is just talk and human results is reality, right? Okay. Point is that when you look at the history of all these alliances, and I did a long thread on this, and there's so many more, the US was allied with Iraq, against Iran, or basically was playing both sides, and then it was against Iraq, or it was allied with Osama bin Laden against the Soviet Union. Do you know about that, right? And then of course it was against. They shook Gaddafi's hand and then blew up Gaddafi. So
this is really so far what everything he has said is in line with Ankit Shah's predictions, but this is very specifically a very Ankit Shah analysis that he calls it the two bucket theory, that you see when USA is running the world, that every country's neighbor seems to be a big problem. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि नेबर के साथ कुछ प्रॉब्लम यूएसए ने जाके खड़ा कर दिया है, क्योंकि नेबर है ही इसलिए कि प्रॉब्लम है, नहीं तो वो दोनों मिलके एक कंट्री बना लेते. तो नेबर है ही, प्रॉब्लम है इसलिए, बट दे आर परपेचुअली एट वॉर, whereas USA actually has the might or capacity to flip governments or to finish off an entire population. So they have killed so many people in Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, mainly Iraq, but why can't they end the conflict? They are not ending it so that their dollar is in continuous flow. Now, Vinay Singh is saying that, do you think this harmonization principle came to Europe through Greeks? Can you tell me about history? What is the possibility that it came from India? I don't think there's any possibility that it came from India nor from Greeks, because I don't think there's any surviving Greek music theoretically. So we will not never know whether they got it from, whether Greeks had harmony or not. India did not have harmony because our music has survived and sustained, and we have seen that no, कोई हार्मनी दिख नहीं रहा है क्लासिकल म्यूजिक में. बट the other reason why I don't think Western music got its harmony game from Greeks is because even in the West, harmony was created just like 300 years ago. Okay, तो Greeks ने बनाया उतने साल पहले, उसको इतना दिन तक क्या कर रहा था? So it had to be a long economic prosperity that was needed. Okay, so many people will have to play together, learn different instruments, learn so much of classical music theory, violin, cello वगैरह अलग अलग ऑक्टेव बजाएंगे. ओके, बेस जिसको डबल बेस बोलते हैं वो बजा रहा है इस ऑक्टेव में, चेलो बजा रहा है इस ऑक्टेव में, वियोला बजा रहा है इस ऑक्टेव में, वायलिन बजा रहा है इस ऑक्टेव में. ये पूरा का पूरा ऑक्टेव कवर हो रहा है सिर्फ स्ट्रिंग्स में. फिर ब्रास सेक्शन में भी बहुत सारे लोग ये सिर्फ ऑक्टेव कवर कर रहे हैं. ठीक है, फिर वुड विंड सेक्शन, डिफरेंट काइंड्स ऑफ फ्लूट्स वगैरह, वो सब ये सब ऑक्टेव कवर कर रहे हैं. ऐसे जाके हार्मोनी का एप्लीकेशन हो रहा है. तो इसके लिए इकोनॉमिक प्रॉस्पेरिटी दरकार, जो कि उसके पहले नहीं था वेस्ट का.
Cautious, right? And any deal it signs, it should take the money. It should deliver on its side, but it should very carefully negotiate what its side of affairs is. And at no point should it turn itself into Ukraine or even Japan, in the sense of like Ukraine has just become a crumpled up war zone, right? Like, versus Russia. That's what they're trying to turn Taiwan into as well. You do not want to be Ukraine. You don't even want to be Germany, where Germany's also had to like sort of suicide bomb itself, had to destroy its economy. It's deindustrialized. It's paid a massive price. It's like trillions of dollars in cost, 800 billion in just euro subsidies alone for energy, and more than that, probably when everything is taken into account for this Ukraine war. All of which, you'll hear guys like Romney, saying, oh, this is a great investment for us. Which is like, well, it's a great investment for Germany? Really?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Just few days back, Anthony Blinken openly admitted, okay, USA's foreign minister, वो जो secretary of state बोलते हैं जिसको, तो he openly says that, you see, so many people are so bothered about us spending so much money in Ukraine, etc. So many people are talking about it. Even he was talking about his opposition, basically. So he openly admits that, see, all of that is creating more jobs for American workers because we are manufacturing so much of weapons. तो इसमें प्रॉब्लम क्या है? जो कि इतना दिन तक का ओपन सीक्रेट था, वो अब ओपनली एंथनी ब्लिंकन को मानना पड़ रहा है एज अ डिफेंस, क्योंकि पीठ इतना तक लग गया है दीवार पे.
Sure, it was a great investment for the Ukrainians. I don't really know about that, right? We'll see where that lands out. Talking about it in that way as a great investment, you look quite a few American politicians talking about that, means, is that human rights? That's a very instrumental view of use somebody else for your benefit, right? And the US has eased up on its anti-India rhetoric recently. So you notice everything human rights is used to delegitimate those who they don't like, and then it's pushed back on when they're like, you know what, we need this guy for now.
Using media?
Yeah, using media. They're basically
using traditional news.
Traditional news. You will literally probably go and see the number of negative articles on Modi has dropped off as... Go and do the natural language processing on this, okay? You'll see the number of negative...
Okay, another Ankit Shahi idea, okay? That USA, at least the majority of USA's deep state portion, which is a mixture of some politicians, but mainly their big companies, big tech capitalist giants, etc., and their intelligence department, and to a large extent their to a certain extent their foreign state department, all of them have combined. The deep state is in favor of the de-dollarization procedure, and therefore is in no mood to change the government or create problems in India at the moment, which is what he's saying, and which is what Ankit Shahi is also saying. Okay, now one important comment. Yeah, SG, interesting point. American gun culture originated in Switzerland and not native to US. Johnny Harris made a good video on it. Interesting. So are you saying that, but see, it's tough to take the history today seriously because Switzerland has next to no gun culture. But if at all, how long back was that? Because the laws of self-defense, the Second Amendment came about 191 years back. So before that, are you saying Switzerland did have some self-defense for the masses in general in their culture? Or are you saying it was a much more medieval or ancient concept when Switzerland was basically a Nordic country, it was populated by Vikings? Are you saying they got it from their Viking culture? Then it might seem pretty believable.
Everyone else has dropped off as the storyline has changed because they're like, okay, we need them against these guys. Okay. So the reason to know this is, if you understand the game, you can win the game.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And Indians can do dishum. Like, lots of people don't want to think about politics at this level. They'll be like, what are you saying? There are sincerest allies ever, right? No, that's just not the case. This is not how the USA has been playing for a long time. I'm not saying there aren't sincere Americans. There's lots of good individual, sincere Americans who will keep their word and so on and so forth.
I think you're talking about the geopolitical.
I'm talking about Washington, D.C., right? Yeah, go
Have
ahead.
you ever had a WWE watching phase?
I mean, I know the show, yeah.
Geopolitically speaking, America's like Triple H. Mostly dangerous, but can sometimes be a friend.
Well, yeah, so the friend, no. Ally, yes, right? And there's a huge difference also between friend, ally, and enemy of enemy.
You know,
right?
also, this is true for every country. Like, there's no friends in geopolitics. Everyone's an ally to each other.
Yes.
China is trying to play around with India. Like, there's 2 states that border with China, Arunachal Pradesh and Ladakh, and they're trying to slice off territory. They're showcasing it on their own map and all that.
Right.
So even we're very aware that we need to ally with America because the enemy's common.
Yes, that's right. But there's a game to be played there, which is like India also recognizes there's areas of joint interest with China. Neither of them want to be nuked by the dollar. De-dollarization is actually an area where all the BRICS, because we talked about the dollar before as like a money printer, where that's US's main export. It can print these dollars. It doesn't have to work for a living. It doesn't have to have any skills, which actually means over time it atrophies. But it seems it's short-term advantages. The printer is actually one analogy, but another.
I am going to change the name of this video. Okay, I'm going to call it Bharat 2024 De-Dollarization something. So see, everything is in line with Ankit Shah's analysis. अब क्या बालाजी श्रीनिवासन भी संघी और एस्ट्रोलॉजर है इसलिए बोल रहा है? Okay, let me check some comments. Switzerland has more guns per capita. They are not Viking. They were just mountainous and independent. But in US, the entire landmass has gun culture. Switzerland is tiny as fuck. But but their idea that in general the general populace should have guns. Why did Switzerland have that idea forever? They were not Viking. They were just mountainous and independent. Were they? They are Nordic countries, that much I know. But wasn't it first civilized and populated? Not Vikings are not considered civilized, but Switzerland, Finland, Denmark, Norway, all these Nordic countries, weren't they completely Viking? And now Viking might be distinctly Norwegian. In that sense, you might say they are not Viking. But you see, the idea that if you are a girl, your surname will be your father's name and then Dottir, Dottir. Or if you are a guy, your name will be your father's name and then son. That culture is also in all Nordic countries, in Iceland, Denmark, etc., and even in Switzerland. So Johansson, etc., these surnames are always there. Now Scarlett Johansson is a girl but has a Johansson surname because at some point her family stopped following the girl-daughter Nordic culture thing and then just subscribed to the Christian idea of just keeping your father's surname. But even today in Iceland, there are countless top athletes in the CrossFit sport from Iceland, right? And all those girls who are descendants of Vikings, their surnames are this Dottir, that Dottir, etc. Like even the woman who did the background score for the Joker movie of Joaquin Phoenix, her name is Hildur Gauna Dottir because her father's name actually today is Gauna. So Switzerland is in Alps below Germany. You are confusing with Sweden. Possibly. Yeah, Sweden में तो वो Uppsala pass है, Uppsala runway है. Uppsala was a very Viking place. I'm probably confusing it with Switzerland. Yeah, Switzerland is not a Nordic country, I think. Yeah, I was mixing it up with Sweden. Yeah, Scarlett Johansson is a Jew. Yeah, ये सब हाल ही में हुआ है.
Another analogy, even more powerful analogy, is the dollar's a network. Okay, so think about Facebook, right? Facebook is a network, and Mark Zuckerberg is the administrator. And if he doesn't like you, he can deplatform you, right? Or have one of his execs go and do that, right? And that's no longer theoretical. I mean, I think they'd be doing it less in some ways, but it's not a theoretical risk. There's certain speech boundaries you have to conform by. Okay. In the same way, the dollar is a payment network, and all the banks are like nodes in this network, and you're like a consumer, you're a node of a node. And the Federal Reserve under Jerome Powell can tell any bank, okay, you no longer have a license, you're not on the FedWire network, or it can tell any individual your account is frozen.
It's too much power. It's too much centralized power.
Well, wait, it's more than this, right? So just like Zuck, there's Facebook, but he also has Instagram and WhatsApp, which are like sister businesses. The Federal Reserve controls not just the dollar network, but the Canadian dollar network and the Bank of Japan. All of those other Western countries are like sister networks to the dollar, just like WhatsApp and Instagram are sister networks to Facebook itself. Okay, with me so far, right? And these guys have administrator access, and they can deplatform. And
guys, we are talking about Ankit Shahi things at the moment, so I'll just put it at 1.25x. Okay. So SG, yes, but their founding fathers explicitly mentioned they took inspiration from Swiss, who gave gun rights to all to prevent monarchies essentially. Interesting. So what would y'all's opinions be? Can gun culture be called American culture then? And then what do we have left then? Just American music and Western music, and paintings to some extent. Other than that, I don't think that it has much to offer as a civilization.
And sanction and seize and freeze
See,
on
the
any
problem with dollar, what dollarization se kya problem hua? That's being explained here.
just like Zuck, there's Facebook, but he also has Instagram and WhatsApp, which are like sister businesses. The Federal Reserve controls not just the dollar network, but the Canadian dollar network and the Bank of Japan. All of those other Western countries are like sister networks to the dollar, just like WhatsApp and Instagram are sister networks to Facebook itself. Okay, with me so far?
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And these guys have administrator access, and they can deplatform and sanction and seize and freeze on any of these dollar or dollar-related networks.
Yeah.
But they can't seize and freeze, the Fed cannot seize and freeze assets on China's digital yuan, in India's rupee network, on Bitcoin or on Ethereum. Okay, those are like 4 giant multi-hundred million or billion person payment networks that have different system administrators. With me? Okay. There's also smaller ones like, I don't know, Indonesia's currency or Brazil's that are national currencies that have their own system administrators. And the way to think about what is happening now, remember my thing about how you can analyze the world as the land, and that's important lens, but you also have to analyze it at the cloud and the network level. So this is what is happening at the network level is the dollar network is it has massive scale competitors that are breaking away from it. That is what de-dollarization is.
Yeah.
It's new networks arising and breaking away from dollar control such that not all of their assets of all of their citizens are underneath Jerome Powell's button. Okay. So that is definitely an area where India, China, Russia, but also Saudi, Israel, Brazil, all these other countries don't want the West to have a remote kill switch for their economy.
Right.
Because they can see that the West can just make up some story about the country, demonize them, hit a button, and they'll say, like Saddam had WMD. He didn't have WMD. It's completely fake.
WMD is weapons of mass destruction. Okay, and see everything. This is exactly what word for word what Ankit Shahi is saying.
Right? It was like an evil police officer who goes and plants drugs on somebody, and then kills them or whatever. Right? That's what the U.S. did to Iraq. Right? It said that something was bad there. There wasn't anything there. They couldn't even plant the WMD or whatever. Right? In this case, it was like incompetent police officer, and there's no penalty for that. Right? They blew up the entire country, killed all these people, and then they're supposed to just keep skating, and we're supposed to say, oh, that's a guarantee of the world, rules-based order. That's not how it works, right? Instead, what every country has learned is the US can literally manufacture a story, blow up your country, pay no penalty for it, and they will easily do the same with the dollar if you let them. Therefore, de-dollarization is national self-defense, right? So that's what I mean about it is, you could call this DC, right? Because again, I don't think the average American wants this kind of thing. In the same way, by the way, the average Chinese person isn't like a huge fan necessarily of what the Communist Party is doing, right? Many Americans don't like what DC is doing, but they still empower DC to do these things, right? And so you have to sort of distinguish between the party and the country and the people. Okay, so
I also just want to put an input. Slightly metaphysical.
Go ahead.
I feel even countries have karma. And though they didn't pay a price for doing whatever they did in Iraq or Afghanistan, we're talking about a descending economy. That's the price they're paying.
It's one of these things, there's a time gap on it, right? Like basically, I mean, if you want a provocative statement for the Americans, BLM should have been about Iraq. Okay? And the reason is that that's not like ancient history. That's something that people did here and now. If you're going to rend your garments over something, rend your garments over the crime that was committed just now, right? And when I say Iraq, it's really a stand-in for the entire Middle Eastern set of wars and bombings and so forth, which is just being forgotten as if it didn't even happen. It's like change channel to the next thing, right? Which is so schizophrenic and bipolar, but all those countries are blown up and people's lives are ruined or whatever. And it's not even discussed. And so the karma thing that you mentioned is the soft power hit that's being taken, right? It's just, actually, you know what? You know who said this himself? Bush actually had a malapropism where he was denouncing Putin. He's like, this illegal invasion of Iraq, I mean Ukraine. Okay, you can play that clip, right? And it was just such a, Glenn Greenwald was like, wow, the universe is speaking to us here. And so the thing is that, you have to have a single standard. There's a saying like, it's a very old fashioned saying and it's un-PC in many ways, but it's sort of like Caesar's wife has to be above suspicion, right? Like she shouldn't just be chaste, but she should be like, shouldn't have even a suspicion of that, right? And of course that's framed in a very, archaic way or whatever. But the point being that, like if the US is supposed to say, oh, we're the guarantor of the world's, rules-based order, it should be the most honest and fair dealing. Like here's a small version of that, okay? Many years ago, Google was found to have, Google Chrome, like the Google Chrome website, was found to be doing some stuff that Google's search engine had published saying was bad practice. And this was found out publicly. So back then, because Google wanted to maintain its reputation for neutrality, they imposed a search penalty on Google Chrome itself. and you saw Google Chrome decline in market share very publicly, or not decline in market share. They harmed one of their own flagship products, and the number of downloads plummeted for a while before the search recovered over time.
Yeah, and this project by Google was called the secret Dragonfly project. Vivek Ramaswamy has talked about it in his book Woking. Okay, one interesting point I wanted to respond to here is that here to learn American culture is to go around the world bombing freedom and democracy into them. Even that is not distinctly American because that could be argued that it's a very Roman culture or Abrahamic culture, because Europe is the first victim of Christian colonization. Okay, they lost their own culture to Christianity because of Roman Empire. And SG is making an important here that American architecture directly took inspiration from Greeks and Romans. Yes, they literally see themselves as a renewed Roman Empire. They do not view themselves as a separate civilization. Who are we to say so? No, I'm saying, see, I am someone to say so because I'm not saying that they are a distinct civilization as a compliment. Okay, मेरा क्या है, वो civilization है कि नहीं, उससे मेरा तो कुछ फर्क भी नहीं पड़ता है. I'm not saying it as a compliment. I'm just merely making an academic discussion sort of a point that could they be designated as a civilization or not due to having different cultures or different cultural aspects being born out of them. In that sense, yes, architecture, definitely not. There's nothing distinct about American architecture, but music, it seems to me so. Yes, even if they say they are Roman Empire, they are looking at it just as a compliment. But I'm not. Okay, Vinay Singh is saying Dada Samaveda used to have 1,000 shakhas. Do you think Indian classical music was a lot more than it is today? No, I don't think so. Because human brain and general collective intelligence and brain neurological development of the brain has to happen that much to create music that is more and more complex.
And they did this to show that they were actually fair. They wanted to retain their reputation for impartiality and so on, and that the rules applied to them as well, right? And that is a problem with how the DC is acting. It's basically over at this point, right? It's like beyond salvaging, but they're acting as if there is some rules-based order where the only rule is DC makes up the rules, right? You can't say America first and, we're going to sanction this and sanction that and freeze this and seize that and do that abroad and domestically to like the Canadian truckers. And yeah, I know Canada is not technically the USA, but it is it's like, Instagram and WhatsApp are like the sister apps, Canada and Bank of Japan are like sister apps to the Fed, right? So you can't do all of that.
Okay, guys, some conspiracy theory moment now. This is making me think because he's repeatedly talking about Bank of Japan, and Ankit Shah has also been talking about Bank of Japan. Because, okay, I hope this doesn't make people laugh, but still, impossible is nothing, guys. Some conspiracy theory we can indulge a little just for fun, okay? So, Bank of Japan has a lot of dollars, and they were about to dump it, okay? Some big significant move from Bank of Japan was going to come very soon, any day now, in 2024, because they're also going away from dollar. And that's when a tsunami happens because of an earthquake underneath, whereas USA has its military base in Okinawa in Japan, okay? Was this earthquake that is causing the tsunami, because of which they might have to take up dollars or have to not think about dumping dollars as of now, was that earthquake caused by American submarines or the American Navy in some way?
And then pretend there's some neutral rules-based order. What are the rules? Show me the rules. It's like the Constitution is written down somewhere? No, it's not, right? The rule is IMF, World Bank, UN, all of these are Western set-up institutions, and they get to make up the rules. That's why BRICS is arising. It's not, people think, it's a NATO. No, BRICS is like a parallel UN. That's probably the best way of thinking about it.
I've had some reps from the G20.
Ankit Shah has been saying this exact thing, that in 2024, you are not electing your country's prime minister. You are electing the leader of the global south. BRICS is the next equivalent of UN because they are not going to give us a seat in UNSC anyway. And the Indian parliament is not just your parliament. That's why there's no central hall. It's the parliament for all of the global south.
Summit.
Oh, great.
And they say that very openly. They say that the UN hasn't lived up to what it was built out to do.
Yeah.
And that's why we have G20 and BRICS now.
Right. So one way of thinking about it is, who are the 5, UN founding members, right? US, UK, France, Russia, China. They're the winners of World War II. Yeah. That's what it was, okay? But
Vaibhav is saying, Dada, stop. Here to Learn is saying, you think Americans hired John Gray from X-Men to create earthquake in Japan? See, they have a base in Okinawa. It's not that big of a deal to create an earthquake with the kind of machinery US has, okay? उसमें क्या समस्या क्या है? Did they do it? Intention का हम debate कर सकते हैं, but possibility का कोई problem नहीं है.
The winners of World War II, that's like 80 years ago almost, right? 78 years ago. And, in a sense, who are the founding members of BRICS? Well, Russia and China, that's still shared, right? But India, Brazil, South Africa, whether South Africa should be there, that's like sort of a questionable or whatever, but fine, okay? Point is, certainly Russia, China, India are, India should have been, certainly rather than France or whatever, should be in the Security Council. But it's really hard to reform something like the Security Council. Like you might be able to add to it, but very hard to subtract. France will veto its removal or something like that. It's like trying to reform Microsoft. You just had to build Google, right? So you're building a whole new set of international institutions in 2020 something from the ground up with most of the world economy here, actually, because BRICS has flipped, G20, or not G20, G7. And most of the growth is here as well, right? Which is even more important because that's where the future is. And, will it take the exact same form as IMF and World Bank? I don't think so. They're doing a lot more bilateral trades, like the India-UAE deal is in rupees, if you saw that, right? And they're de-dollarizing. And so anyway, my point is, coming all the way back, India's positioning, Israel is also like this, by the way. Israel understands that it's a small country and it has to kind of have, play both sides, hedge its bets, however you want to put it, right? It didn't go extremely anti-Russia. It actually has a huge Russian diaspora in Israel. Did you know that? Okay. A lot of Russians came to Israel after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Okay. And a lot of Russian Jews, but also Russians who maybe just call themselves Jewish, okay, came to Israel after the collapse of the Soviet Union and basically just became Israelis. And so Israel has, like, Russian is a majorly spoken language. There's a lot of connections to Russia, cultural connections. They see Russia's side of it as well. So they have been quasi-neutral in this whole thing, right? They have also not been forced to take a side. And obviously there's other examples where India is similar to Israel. So India is like that in sense of being in between. India has a diaspora like Israel. There's the emancipation thing I talked about. There's a software thing, obviously both startup nation. There's the issues with terrorism where India and Israel both have those. And then there's more pieces. But let me pause here because I wanted to get your thoughts.
No, I don't want to interrupt your flow.
Yeah, Vaibhav, he's saying that I don't think we have achieved that level of tech to create an earthquake of such magnitude. You see, Vaibhav, that whatever products we see in front of our faces today, इसका R&D 10-15 साल पहले हो चुका है, ओके? जो भी चीज़ आज तुम सामने देख रहे हो, ये सब टेक्नोलॉजी का R&D 10-15 साल पहले या तो शुरू हो गया है या फिर ख़त्म भी हो गया है. बेस्ट कैसे मार्केट करके हमारे सामने लाया जाए, उसका सिर्फ रिसर्च के लिए टाइम लगता है. तो यू हैव नो आइडिया व्हाट थिंग्स US मिलिट्री हैज़ बीन डूइंग R&D ऑन, ओके? सब कुछ 10-15 साल बाद में पता चलेगा या फिर उसका कुछ ट्रिकल डाउन टेक्नोलॉजी हमको देखने को मिलेगा. और अगर इतना इंपॉर्टेंट टेक्नोलॉजी है भी, वो काहे के लिए सिविलियंस के सामने लाएंगे वैसे भी. तो बाय दैट सेंस possibility is not an issue here.
If we talk about geopolitically, right? Like, USA, China, India, I mean, that's a tripolar model, right? Where it's or more generally, the West, the
multipolar world order, Ankit Shah.
Abrahamic world, right? And the Abrahamic is not exactly just West, because obviously there's Abrahamic religions out here as well, right? But let's call it, there's the West, there's China, the Sinic world, and then there's the Dharmic, or India world, right? The entire mental model of people is around a world where only the West matters. Yeah. And to have these two civilizations rising to be at least a third of the world each is a total mindset shift for everybody. It's actually going back to the future. There's this great graph, which if I could show, what's really unusual about this pod?
Well, I'm not talking much.
No. Well, that a little bit, but it's I usually can show graph after graph after graph, right?
Oh, okay.
So, but there's a graph I'll send you afterwards to put on screen at this point, which shows that most of historical
yes.
Most GDP within historical times was kind of centered around the middle of Asia, okay, until about 1820-ish or so. And then thanks to the Industrial Revolution, it all rocketed out to Europe and the Mid-Atlantic, basically between the US and Europe. And for about 100 years, between like 1900 and 2000, it was out there. But over the last 20 years, it's rocketed back to Asia even faster than it came. And so history is running in reverse, okay? And so that's the thing we were talking about initially where, the Golden Sparrow narrative and so on is like a numerical thing. It's a quantitative thing you can actually see, right? So
golden sparrow narrative, sone ki chidiya. And you see, so many things have an atheistic explanation and a religious metaphysical explanation at the same time. What he just said is exactly what Sudhanshu Trivedi says in his campaigns or in his speeches, that and even Jesai Deepak has said this, that Shakti has traveled all around the world to now come back to Asia and benefit us, and exactly in that order. Okay, first Japan, then China, then we are getting the benefits. Okay, for example, protecting temples. Okay, this is a test whether you look at it atheistically, from a sociological perspective or from a religious perspective. Okay, मंदिर भगवान का है, भगवान का मूर्ति है, प्रोटेक्ट करना होगा तुमको एज हिंदूज यूनाइटेड बन के, नहीं तो भगवान रुष्ट होंगे और फिर तुम्हारा सोसाइटी गड्ढे में चला जाएगा. एथिस्टिकली एक्सप्लेनेशन है, ये तुम्हारा कल्चरल कॉन्ग्रीगेशन पॉइंट है, तुम्हारा कल्चरल आइडेंटिटी कुछ भी तरह का कुछ एक ग्रुप आइडेंटिटी है जिसको तुम प्रोटेक्ट करो, नहीं तो बाहर वाला आके तुम्हारा भोसड़ा बना देगा, तो टेम्पल जाके प्रोटेक्ट करो, क्या कर रहे हो. तो फॉर एंड दिस इज व्हाट pisses me off with some Hindutwadis, almost all libertarians, the stray dog issue. Okay, somehow dogs are to be blamed, or stray dogs need to be killed off, like Kerala did. They mass murdered stray dogs because of their high literacy rate. They buried alive stray dogs. Or the idea that government is not doing enough, सरकार को कुछ करना चाहिए, ऐसे ही आके घूम फिर के सब stray dogs मार देना चाहिए. Whereas those neighborhoods don't spend a dime on sterilization of stray dogs, and those neighborhoods in general don't even feed stray dogs. Okay, I am 32 years old. I have lived in different neighborhoods in different parts of the state as well. I have never lived in a neighborhood where one stray dog was aggressive or wanting to bite me. What was common in all of these neighborhoods? That they were all well liked and well fed by the people in the neighborhood. तो ये तो है एथिस्टिक एक्सप्लेनेशन. अब तुम रिलीजियस एक्सप्लेनेशन में भी आ सकते हो कि ये तो भैरव बाबा का वाहन है, तो उसको तुम सेवा करो अच्छे से, तो तुम्हारे ऊपर कुछ खराब नहीं होगा. That is the same thing kind of here with Balaji.
What that one of the things that tells us is many things that are currently stuck in like the US, the America versions, we need to reinvent the internet versions, and India will be a big part of that. Okay, so this is part of the kind of global strategy or whatever. For example, the America version is NASA, the internet version is SpaceX. Okay.
Damn, like go on.
Because SpaceX is better than NASA, right? Yeah. Okay. It's true that SpaceX is still within the US, but it's not a DC organized project, right?
Yeah.
The America version is the US Postal Service. The internet version is email or Gmail, okay? The America version is $1. The internet version is, or let's say the American version is the US Treasury. The internet version is Bitcoin, which you save in, right? American version is Wall Street. The internet version is Ethereum. The American version is taxi medallions and taxi regulation. Internet version is Uber, Lyft, Grab, Didi, ride sharing, okay? And so then what we want are, what are the alternatives to Hollywood, to Harvard, to the mainstream media? There's other pieces where we want the alternative. So some of that already exists. The American version is Hollywood, and then you've got YouTube, right? The American version is Harvard, and you've got Coursera and Udacity. The American version is mainstream media, and we've got Twitter, the internet version. But we're just actually at the beginning. We've got like the next iterations that are like the full internet versions, okay? And some of the big opportunities for India here, I mentioned robotics. That's a huge one, okay? So the American version was like physical manufacturing, like with muscle and so on. The internet version is robotics, right? The American version of Hollywood is physical actors who are in person, big expensive sound stages, and so on and so forth. The internet version is AI everything, okay? It is, if China was a tech and manufacturing superpower, India can become a tech and media superpower because US media has just sort of abandoned its niche there. That's why, like all of the, Sports Illustrated or fashion magazines, they're all extremely woke. They all say the same thing. They're not really into sports anymore. They're about like just propagating the stupid cultural message. So there's a huge opportunity for Indian founders to come in and do media outlets that are actually sports or that are actually fashion, that are non-woke, that are actually focused on that vertical and do quite well, A. And there's also an opportunity to compete with Hollywood itself in terms of making feature films. Now, part of that is Bollywood, which is fine. But what I'm most interested in is like AI Hollywood, because that one person can maybe be a feature filmmaker in their bedroom, do the entire score, do everything as a full video and put it out there. And you can do it for vertical, you can do it for horizontal, you can make it in every language. All that stuff is literally just typing faster now.
Practically speaking, technologically speaking, where are we in this whole, hey, there's going to be a Black Mirror style system that'll create movies for you based on text input?
Well, so it's funny because it might be something where you may have seen this depicted on screen in a Black Mirror episode. But I think Black Mirror is funny because it's almost the opposite of what I would envision India's position in this being. The West, its vision of the future is Black Mirror. India's vision of the future should be Bright Sun. Okay? What I mean by that is all the Western movies that are successful recently, it's like Top Gun, Barbie, Oppenheimer, it's about the 80s or the 50s. It's like memories of when they could nuke Japan and we're really powerful and we're had it together as a society. So the past is in pastels and it's popular, and the future is a Black Mirror. Okay? That should not be India's model. India should have a future that's a bright sun, more like the movie Super 30, right? Or
I'm surprised you know Super 30.
Yeah, it's great. You know, that's a great movie because that's saying work hard, get good at technology, level yourself up, we can do it, right? 100 movies like that. Of course, obviously, you can't just clone the exact same thing. That's the right kind of spirit. Okay. With that said, separating out the culture from the tech, I mean, there's 1,000 people working on AI audio, AI video, AI imagery, all that type of stuff. And it's going to essentially coincide with Hollywood having strikes and getting more and more expensive for these movies. Yeah. And so the arb there is so dramatic that the actual scarce resource for a movie will just be the quality of your screenplay. I mean, that's always been an important limiting factor to an extent that people don't get. Like a screenplay is surprisingly important for a movie to be good. If you have great aesthetics and a terrible plot, it really isn't that good. But now those aesthetics come from hidden keys. So that means India can become a media superpower. You can have one guy can generate a movie and it's in Tamil and Telugu and Hindi and Chinese and Korean and English and this and that, distributed around the world in vertical video or horizontal format, all just with export parameters. You hit enter and you've got 50 MP4s and you just upload them and you're done. Okay. Crucially, you can reshoot it with alternate endings, right? You can change a different camera angle. All those are just parameters that you just have like a script and you hit enter and it gets compiled. Once this is, I mean, we're close to having this already, right? Once this is there, people wonder, how did we even make movies before? Wait a second. Oh my God, you shot them all manually and you couldn't edit them, right? You couldn't just go in there and edit. And you think about that and you're like, a producer releases a film, they can't edit it. Now you can, okay? So of course, because it's all software generated, you can have it interact with, you could have buttons pop up on screen. You could have all kinds of amazing stuff once the entire thing, the studio is on your computer. Anyway, that's something that India.
Yeah, like Black Mirror has already done. Guys, have you all seen, how many of y'all have seen Bandersnatch of Black Mirror on Netflix? There you can actually choose the storyline you want to go ahead towards, okay? There are different options that come up on screen.
Should very much look at. That's strategically important because if you tell the story, then you have India at a minimum as a co-pilot. Okay, not a second class, not a, the way Indians were cast, if they were cast at all in American movies, was as, weird. Apu. Yeah, Apu, right, exactly. Or the Temple of Doom, like, this kind of stuff, right? Caricature, not really complimentary, negative. But if you're the director, that doesn't mean, by the way, you have to be like, oh, Indians are the best. Yeah, there's a place for that, like RRR. That's our movie. See, I do know a couple of these, right? These are good movies. There's a place for, okay, Indian nationalism, that's fine. But actually, what's interesting is, I said this at a tech conference and everybody laughed. I'm like, one of the reasons Indians can do really well on social media, you can type without an accent, right? And you can type and you can generate AI without an accent as well. Or you can generate AI in whatever accent. You can have it be an Irish accent for the export to Ireland, right? When they download it from a server in Ireland, you give them the Irish version. So whatever your personal accent doesn't matter anymore online because you can hit a key and generate whatever you want, okay? This means that as a content producer, you can scale in a way that you haven't before. Anyway, that means that I think India becomes a media superpower as America is losing that role in many ways. And technology allows the individual Indian to level up. Okay.
Do you think there's room for a new social media platform that possibly arises out of India?
Yeah, I mean, like there's always room for something new like that. AI first is
here to learn is asking an interesting question. Will we have an Indian MCO superhero in time soon? That is one thing that we will probably not have because पहली बात तो है हमारा रामायण और महाभारत कोई आज तक ठीक से बना नहीं पाया. उसके बाद है इतने सारे पुरानिक स्टोरीज कहानियाँ. Let's see what Kantara 2 does. Now we have so many kings that जिनके बारे में बात करना बाकी है अभी भी. तो ये सब छोड़ के if someone tries to do superheroes like the Telugu movie Hanuman is going to do for kids, it's going to look such a copy of the entire idea of American superhero. Again, American superheroes are a very American civilizational contribution to the world. तो वो हम कॉपी नहीं कर पाएंगे, कॉपी करेंगे भी तो देखेगा भी कोई नहीं, और उसके बाद इतने सारे सुपर हीरोज़ के वो एक यूनिवर्स में होंगे, वो आई डोंट थिंक इज़ एवर गोइंग टू हैपन इन इंडिया. But there are other ideas, like there's a cop universe, like now Srijit Mukherjee is doing, he has brought Vinchida's cop into Baisha Sraban's prequel. So those sorts of universe kind of ideas will happen, but not superhero universe.
It's pretty important because it just completely changes what you can do. You know, like it's like Instagram, when it first came out, the crucial thing was it was based on the mobile phone. So it had the camera and GPS, and you could assume that was there. Facebook was built on desktop. It didn't have any notion of that built in.
Oh, sorry, here to learn. I completely misunderstood your question. You were saying, will an Indian be featured as a hero in MCU? That will probably happen, yeah. Okay, Rajputra Bhai saying there is literally anti-India hate against India peddled by global right-wing and communists no one is talking about. If no one is talking about it, how did you know?
So the fact that you had the camera and GPS meant that photo sharing, tagged, images was trivial with Instagram, and it was just not. It was just a different action. It was more. Everything was built around the phone as a fundamental assumption. If you build a new social network or app or whatever it is, maybe it wouldn't be called a social network, where you're doing an action that is enabled by AI, the entire network could be different. It's a little bit like TikTok's algorithmic network. It's just fundamentally different than the relationship-based networks before. You see content that you're interested in, regardless of who you're following. Right? The following is a secondary thing. It's the interest graph that's the primary thing, right? So yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of AI first things that are enabled that weren't even possible before. Yeah.
Okay. In this whole conversation, I've avoided asking you any tech-oriented questions because I feel that's a whole other podcast.
Yes.
Which is why, even though I have so many more questions about media tech, I think we'll save it for a future conversation.
Sounds good.
And this one's more about geopolitics.
Great.
So we've spoken so much, and as an Indian podcaster, I think our country loves cinema.
Yes.
So my questions are slightly cinematic, and sometimes cinema can be morbid, which is why I might ask you a slightly morbid question.
That's fine.
We've had a lot of people come on the show, Indian guys, Indian geopolitical commentators, who suggest that we're on the brink of a war with China, and so is America. I'd actually like to just have this as the last section of today's conversation.
Sure.
Have you thought about the possibility of a hot war, or do you disagree, or is it unpredictable?
I've thought about it. For sure, I've thought about it. But I'd say this most important thing that India can do is to stay out of war.
The most important thing that any country can do.
I know. But basically, India is actually rational enough that it might listen. Okay. America is in this weird mindset where after total tactical, who won the Iraq War? Arguably Iran, more generally BRICS.
Yeah.
Okay. Because it was a total tactical and strategic defeat. $8 trillion was spent, like thousands of American soldiers dead, but also, a million-ish people, tens of millions dead and displaced if you include the whole number. But if you think about the political outcome, what was the outcome? The outcome is now you have Iraq is trading in yuan. I don't know if you know that. Saudi and Iran are at peace with each other, but China mediated it. Iran, UAE, and Saudi all joined BRICS. You have Assad, he won the Syrian civil war, and relations have been normalized everywhere. You have like the Yemen war is over, and basically Saudi's wound that down under Chinese influence. Basically, what happened was the US was retreated from the Middle East. Peace has come to the Middle East under a Chinese umbrella. Okay, that was the outcome. All right, this was a colossal disaster for the USA. There's not a single win. You didn't get oil out of it. You just got a lot of money spent for absolutely no benefit whatsoever. Right?
Some old men might have gotten richer.
Okay, yes. But it was like, honestly, even then, at $8 trillion, you could have just given those guys a few $1 billion and then said, shut up and, whatever. Like, the mechanism of corruption is so ridiculously stupid that it would have been better if they had just been corrupt, right? Rather than, I have to make $1,000 on a bunch of missiles, Yeah. So, $8 trillion is a lot of money, okay? That's an incalculable, you know what that is? That's like actually, I don't know the current valuation, but let's call it 4 to 8 apples. Okay, like Apple was $1 trillion. I think it's a $2 trillion company around the time of this. 4 to 8 apples is a lot of money. That's like an insane. That's what we gave up for what, right? Just total negative loss. And then after all of that, do you know what the lesson that was learned after this colossal tactical and strategic defeat? Fight Russia and China next. Okay, that's really stupid. Basically, after like a total disaster, where you said it was this huge human rights thing. Oh my God, we need to save Muslim women and so on and so forth. All the stuff that the US professed to care about, right? In the 2000s. I remember this. It was just like
War on terror.
After hearing where you said it was this huge human rights, fight Russia and China next. That the US professed to care about, right? In the 2000s. I remember this. It was just like
War on terror.
War on terror. after hearing about this constantly for 15, 16 years, it's a non-event that it's not even discussed. There's no aftermath. There's no like reassessment. There's no retro. It's just on to the next disaster.
या हियर टू लैब उसके लिए पाकिस्तान को पैसे खिलाने का ज़रूरत नहीं है. उनके स्क्रिप्ट राइटर्स है जो कि सब लोगों ने MCU का काम छोड़ दिया. ओके, MCU हैज सेड इट देमसेल्व्स दैट पीपल हु वर्कड ऑन इट on the earlier Infinity War movies, all of them have quit their jobs. They are in other studios now, other production houses. Okay, that's why you are seeing a movie like Top Gun Maverick, which is the old school kind of tight, action-packed, good pacing wala American movies that we have grown up watching. What's the bullshit that we see now from Hollywood? All those good writers have gone to those places. Even if today MCU wants to make a good movie, they can't. So who are the scriptwriters they have? They have all English literature and social science graduates, or dropouts who read only graduates of papers of these people, and Equality Labs. Equality Labs is the biggest soft jihadist organization in the world, and they are the ones who are influencing these people to write these stories. तो Equality Labs के वजह से Miss Marvel हो रहा है, पाकिस्तान के वजह से नहीं.
6 months after the retreat from Afghanistan, gigantic war with Russia, on the Ukraine thing, where some of the escalation with Russia actually started after the Afghanistan thing. You can go back and look at some of the back and forth. And of course, Russia's also at fault for the invasion and whatnot. I'm not saying they're not, but I am saying that the spending in Ukraine also is at an even faster clip than the entire Middle Eastern thing. You're talking 100 billion in direct, but it's like trillions indirect from the US and EU. And they're already out of ammo, like a year and a half in or what have you. And so it's just like this lining up for another colossal disaster where they're talking about a surrender, or some treaty with Russia. Blinken himself is talking about this. Oh, we're open to negotiating. Again, what was gained by this when everybody was like, why don't you just negotiate at the beginning? If you're going to give up some territory, just negotiate and who cares, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know what? Oh, let's go to China next. Come on. It's like a drunk smashing his way through like obstacle after obstacle, still on adrenaline, not realizing how much damage he's taking. You can only have so many multi-trillion dollar total catastrophes before you start to realize, oh, I lost a limb in that door back there. You know what I mean? And so what's happening is US state capacity is going through the ground, even as its ambitions are going through the roof. Okay. Mm-hmm. So it's like not even able to like keep it's not even able to build a bus stop, but I think it's going to stop China. You have to like take care of yourself first at home and fix your stuff at home before, certainly not that you should go out, like I think it was Washington, somebody talked about this should not go abroad in search of monsters to slay, right? Take care of itself first. The good thing is there is on both the left and the right, people call it an isolationist tendency, but it's like pull the US back. It's possible that happens and or a financial crash happens before there's a fight with China that then just kind of changes things, okay? But the thing is that the reason the US is pursuing military confrontation with China, in my view, is it's actually almost the opposite of the US versus USSR in the Cold War. Because then the US was able to internally build and it fended off the Soviets abroad. And the Soviets had a dysfunctional society, but they were a military and propaganda power abroad. And now it's the reverse. This time it's the communists that are actually capable of internally building. They've got all the factories and so on. And it is the quote capitalists that are the military and propaganda power, but they have a crumbling society in many ways, unfortunately. Okay, so it's like a flip. This way, history is running in reverse, like a mirror image of the 20th century. And China's like internal model, from what I've seen, and people will disagree with this, but it's basically they've seen what's happened in Ukraine. They don't want another thing like that. Their big goal is to prevent some kind of declaration of independence in Taiwan that would maybe force their hand or whatever.
Sorry guys, just hold your thoughts, but I'll have to pause it just to respond to this. Yes, Shaktiman is the only superhero that we can have, and that even if it is remade in today's technology, CGI, VFX, etc., it will be a big hit. Shaktiman really needs to be done really well, and it will be a good financial success. It has
short of that, they don't want to do a fight. Instead, they think that they can just outlast the US and it'll eventually collapse under its own, things. It's the inverse of the Cold War, where there's too many contradictions in the US. In fact, Putin's invasion was really stupid because he should have just held off, and there would have been so much fighting within the West that it wouldn't have done. He gave them a reason to unify or whatever, so he shouldn't have done that. For all kinds of other reasons, it was more than anything else. It was a mistake, right? He was just like stupid, didn't achieve the right objective. Now, with respect to India, India has, obviously security concerns on its border with Pakistan, but it's pulled away economically to such an extent from Pakistan that that's less of an issue than it was, right? A. B is Pakistan has had this coup from the US. If you saw that reported, right? Like it was rumored, but now the Intercept has actually got a lot of documents showing that the US just executed a coup in Pakistan because it didn't vote with them on Russia, right? And again, is it the world's largest democracy or whatever? Come on, this all basically vote with us, and if you don't vote with us, we will impose penalties, including deposing your leadership. We will depose your leadership so that you support our democracy. You know what I mean? We will dictate terms. So India fortunately was able to not just stand up to the US, but avoid whatever CIA, Black Ops type stuff they ran in Pakistan, which is a less well-organized society. So remember that, there's a game that you're seeing in public, which is, this diplomat says this diplomat says that. And they're like, why isn't India? India was under immense pressure to kind of buckle and conform, and it resisted, and didn't just resist, it resisted successfully enough. There is like, okay, you're too strong. We have to deal with you. We can't just dictate to you. This is also the attitude you should take with respect to the war stuff. Like basically, I'm of the opinion, look, I don't know every single detail of this border conflict. I've seen, a bunch of, I know that they fight with sticks so that there isn't like a, too much of an escalation. That's smart, actually. Both India and China are actually pretty smart for following that protocol because it limits the degree to which things can get out of hand between these two nuclear powers, right? With that said, I saw good signals that India and China were cooling this down, on the border thing. I know there's this map thing, and the map thing went really viral on Twitter, but sometimes it's not.
So, again, Ankit Shahi principle is being agreed upon by Balaji Srinivasan, a random tech bro investor from USA, okay, of all places. So, he's saying that I am saying that India and China relationships are getting better in some ways, and the war is not on the cards as it was being thought of up until even 2-3 years back, okay? This is exactly what Ankit Shah is saying. And yes, Nir, Shaktiman aesthetic was really nice, and interestingly, it was steeped in Hindu epistemology, not just Hindu mythology. वही तो सबका कॉप आउट है कि अच्छा हिंदू कोई स्टोरी बनाना है हिंदुइज्म रिलेटेड तो सीधा रामायण महाभारत पे चले जाओ. अरे वो आइडियाज लेके थोड़ा खुद का दिमाग लगाओ. That was done in Shaktiman. It was based in Hindu epistemology. That was such an amazing work it was.
To my knowledge, it's not like Xi tweeted it or whatever. To my knowledge, it's not like he had like a senior official post it and be like, "This is ours." It could just be something that went viral and is being perceived in the wrong way. Not to say that I think of the Chinese. I'm not like remember I think Nehru said like Hindi chitni bye bye or something like that, right? That's like naive. Okay, so I'm not saying that, but I am saying that in general, I don't think China wants conflict with India. I think they basically want India in BRICS and they want India on side.
जो लोग अंकित शाह को गाली दे रहे थे अब बालाजी श्रीनिवासन को भी गाली दो. This is exactly what Ankit Shah is saying. I actually even forgot that Ankit Shah was that Balaji Srinivasan has said this stuff. I chose this for the live stream with Ankit Shah because I just remembered that he has said some interesting things on geopolitics. I did not remember that he has said things that are exactly said by Ankit Shah. Listen to this.
She'll post it and be like, "This is ours." It could just be something that went viral and is being perceived in the wrong way. Not to say that I think of the Chinese. I'm not like remember I think Nehru said like Hindi chitni bye bye or something like that, right? That's like naive. Okay, so I'm not saying that, but I am saying that. In general, I don't think China wants conflict with India. I think they basically want India in BRICS and they want India on side to de-dollarize and they want to court India.
Wow.
Even if India, it's a little bit like the 20th century where India leaned towards the Soviet Union.
Just 3 days back, I brought up this topic in the Indian Facebook Indian Libertarian discussion group. There, the guy that is most respected in the group, he's the founder of that Facebook group. He's a restaurateur in Bengaluru. He's a Southern Indian guy with some Southern Indian surname. He says, BRICS currency is a pipe dream, never will happen, de-dollarization will never happen. Even 3 days back, libertarians are that clueless about geoeconomics and geopolitics.
And it was left, but it wasn't communist, right? This is like the reverse, where it will lean towards the West and be capitalist, but it's not like all the way there. And in fact, it's smarter about it. It may be the most functional democracy. In many ways, actually, in some sense. All right, here's one. Okay, this will definitely. Here's a provocative statement, right?
He's going to a next point. Before that, I'll just respond to Here to Learn. Do you know Here to Learn? In the original Doctor Strange movie, that woman who trained Doctor Strange, she was supposed to be a Tibetan Buddhist monk. Xi Jinping, CCP said, वो टिबेटन विबेटन दिखाओगे तो हम चाइना में रिलीज करने नहीं देंगे, कुछ और ढूंढ के निकालो. So they decided it's going to be a white person, not a Tibetan Buddhist monk. So then they discussed this with their वो टेस्टिंग क्राउड जैसा एक चीज़ होता है, उसको क्या बोलते हैं, टेस्ट स्क्रीनिंग जैसा करते हैं. तो they discussed it with their focus groups, okay. So those focus groups said that no, how can you replace a Tibetan man with a white man? So they decided, अच्छा, how about a white woman? तो अब तो feminism भी हो गया थोड़ा बहुत. That's how they came up with this, just because China said so.
In many ways, after this G20 thing, you can make a case that Modi is actually the leader of the free world.
Ooh. Yes.
Okay, why is that?
Because he was able to get Shah. This is everything Ankit Shah that he has said.
Everybody together for an agreement on Ukraine that nobody else was able to do. A, right? B, that happened in India, right? C, he also has a diplomatic channel to China and to Russia who will listen to him. America will listen to him. China and Russia will listen to him, right? Pretty important. Moreover, India, like Modi is more popular than Biden. He's more democratically legitimate if you talk about raw votes. He has more people of color and poor people voting for him than Biden does, right? Just in raw numbers. All of these kinds of things. You say this kind of thing and people are like, oh, no, that can't be right. And the thing about it is because they define democracy as ruled by American Democrats. It's not the same thing. It's like during the Cold War, the Soviets defined communism as ruled by the Soviet Union. And what was Mao doing? Well, that wasn't real communism. That was a different communism. No, they're bad guys, right? Okay. Of course, they were also bad guys, but in a different way. In the same way with democracy, there's just to digress on that for a second, there's 4 different kinds of democracy. There's blue democracy, which is American Democrats rule. Red democracy, which is American Republicans rule, like in Florida and Texas. they'll call it being a republic as opposed to being a democracy. There's tech democracy, which is like cryptographically verifiable on-chain voting. It's like, for example, something called snapshot.org on Ethereum, where you're voting on the blockchain, not just transacting. And there's Indian democracy. And in many ways, I actually think, just like, Chinese communism was a second-rate version of communism, and then the Soviet Union fell, and now Chinese communism is like the number one brand of communism. I kind of think Indian democracy is like being the second most known version of democracy. But if there is a second financial crisis, which I think is coming, and U.S. democracy takes a huge hit and is in internal conflict over lots of lost money and so on and so forth, I do think Indian democracy has a chance to become the world's leading brand of democracy in the same way that China became the world's leading brand of communism. Do you see what I'm saying? Right?
Yeah,
democracy with communism with Chinese characteristics, democracy with dharmic developments or something.
Ooh.
Okay.
A lot of Indic scholars will actually say that, hey, you know what?
डेमोक्रेसी विद धार्मिक वैल्यूज, भाई ये अंकित शाह का वर्ड फॉर वर्ड बोल रहा है। वैभव सिंह दादा अंकित शाह से कितना पैसा मिला? हाँ, पैसा मिलता, थोड़ा बैकग्राउंड में वो लाइट वाइट में दिखता, कॉलेज स्ट्रीट कोलकाता। ये क्या बुक ये दो बुद्धा का तस्वीर 3 सालों से।
Democracy originated here because we're the world's oldest civilization.
Well, yeah.
So we're going back to like...
Yeah, Harsha, Nepal was shown in that movie. It was meant to be, they were going to show it a Tibetan man in Tibet originally, because that's what the story says.
In history.
Well, so in a sense, what China did was they took the name communism and then they changed it from this like insane Western ideology that they imported into something that essentially resembles like the Mandarin system of old.
Chinese emperor philosophy.
Exactly. So they have like this, the Gaokao and the exams and, the way, how the Chinese political system works?
I mean, all I know is it's a one-party state.
Yeah, but why does it work? Because there's lots of one-party. Okay, so this guy, Eric X. Lee, who gave a talk on this 10 years ago, and some of it's outdated, but it's probably the best talk I've seen on this for an English language audience. It might be a more up-to-date one. But basically, the way it works is this. You can't do something in China like, you can't have something like Obama or Trump where he went from community organizer or no government experience to like running the entire government. That can't happen in China. Instead, what happens is, if you are interested in being part of the government, you join the party, which is self-competitive. There's like, you have to do exams and stuff. I think it's like about 6% of Chinese are members of the party, okay? So it's like 100 million people, but it's only 6%, okay. B, you fill out whatever Marxist theory stuff you have to do within the party. You attend the meetings and all this kind of. You also have to maintain. It's like running for office. You have to make sure that you're not gambling and drinking. You have to like maintain a reputation for character or whatever, and people will review that. Then perhaps you are appointed as mayor of like some 100-person village or something like that. Okay. Then if you do really well on that on the numbers and you show economic growth and development, then you can run a 1,000-person town, and then a 10,000-person city, and then 100,000-person, and then a 1,000,000-person province, and so on and so forth. Okay. And it's kind of like a giant corporation where they start you off as dog catcher, and then you level all the way up. And if you look at Xi's history, that's exactly what he did. He ran larger and larger and larger parts of China until he got to the Central Committee. He's running the whole thing, right? Now, it's not to say he's good. Again, I always have to say this. Just to understand how they operate as a giant corporation where you can't just go and run a billion-person country until you run a 100-million-person thing or a 10-million-person thing, and you deliver enough numbers. Now, those numbers could be faked. There's patronage involved as well. Like, okay, on the margins, this guy only delivered 90% growth, and this guy, or 9 percentage points growth, this guy delivered 15, but I like this guy more, so he gets promoted. It's like a corporation where the numbers matter, but so do the relationships, okay? Still, that's kind of how it runs, right? And that's different from how India operates. It's different from how the US operates. Why did I get on that? There's a reason I got on that. The one-party thing, right? So the main thing is, though, that the way that China is set up now, it's not like Soviet communism, it's not like Maoism, it's not all chaos. It's very hierarchical and organized, right? What they did is they used this leftist thing of communism to justify rightist hierarchy, okay? They had a label on it. And this is actually very common in history, okay? For example, Christianity was originally the religion that tore down the Roman Empire, but then it set up the Holy Roman Empire and, was justification for hierarchy and for like the Christian kings and so on, right, of the Middle Ages. And, if you can look at this over and over again. For example, the Republicans were the revolutionary left party in 1861, ending slavery and so on in the USA. Okay, they were called the radical Republicans. And then they became actually the right, the conservatives, because basically what happens is the left-wing party, if it's successful, has a bunch of slogans. It's like a religious movement. It wins power and has moral authority. Moral authority leads to economic authority. Economic authority means they become the rich, they become the right. And then there's an attack by a new left that arises. Okay, that's like this cycle. I talk about this in the Network State book. But point is that just like China kind of has rebuilt its ancient civilization with the name of communism, India is rebuilding its ancient civilization with the name of democracy. And there's obviously a lot of democratic aspects that are still preserved, right? In the sense of like, there's more popularity for Modi than there is for Biden. Like the voting and elections, all that stuff is happening. But it doesn't have the irrational parts of where U.S. democracy has gotten to, right? It's actually good because in the event that the U.S. really face plants in this upcoming financial crisis, and we can talk about that, lots of people are seeing something huge on the horizon, okay? Really, we're in the middle of it in some ways, but actually recognized as such. If and when that happens, and Western democracy takes a huge hit, we'll be very lucky that Indian democracy is around, because otherwise everyone will just run the Chinese stack. Because China basically has a turnkey stack.
Okay, two interesting comments have come up. Vaibhav is saying Ranveer needs to learn to push back and ask some tough questions, even if he agrees with the guest. He just lets the guest take over the podcast. Some may like it, but pushing leads to more insight. You see, the thing is that Ranveer will do that from time to time, that he'll just play devil's advocate. The problem is, he does not actually understand what podcasting is. He says he's inspired by Joe Rogan and Tim Ferriss. I don't think anyone in India has understood what a podcast is supposed to be. Just like India does everything a little differently, India has put its own spin on the idea of podcasting, okay? Podcasting is different from interviewing. How? इंटरव्यू में फिक्स टॉपिक है, फिक्स सेट ऑफ क्वेश्चंस है, पॉडकास्ट में फ्री फ्लोइंग कॉन्वर्सेशन है. इंडिया में क्या हो रहा है कि पॉडकास्ट में फ्री फ्लोइंग कॉन्वर्सेशन होगा, बट ऑन अ टॉपिक. On that topic, you can have a free flow conversation, not fixed questions. But that is not exactly what Joe Rogan does, which is why Joe Rogan can do that thing more, but Beer Biceps doesn't do it. और फिर ये टाइम का कंस्ट्रेंट भी दिमाग में रहता है कि नहीं 1 घंटा क्रॉस कर जाएगा तो लोग नहीं देखेंगे, 2 घंटा क्रॉस कर जाएगा लोग नहीं देखेंगे. अरे बालाजी श्रीनिवासन लेक्स फ्रीडमैन के पॉडकास्ट में 8 घंटे का पॉडकास्ट करके आया है एक सिटिंग में. क्यों नहीं देखेंगे लोग? बार बार 2-3 दिन से, 1 हफ्ते से लेके देखेंगे, वर्कआउट के टाइम पे, कहीं जाते वक्त. टाइम कंस्ट्रेंट का कोई चुतियापा है ही नहीं पॉडकास्ट के जगत में, और ये इंडिया के पॉडकास्टर्स के दिमाग में अभी तक नहीं घुसा है फॉर सम रीजन. And secondly, he thinks that he's giving a platform that just speak your mind. He's not having a conversation. And ये staying on topic, ये चुतियापा जब तक नहीं जाएगा तब तक इंडियन पॉडकास्टिंग का वो एस्पेक्ट नहीं आएगा. इंडियन पॉडकास्टिंग इज ऑलरेडी ग्रेट इन डिफरेंट अदर वेज, बट द थिंग यू आर asking for can only happen on American podcasts as for now. Even like my podcast with the Indic Explorer, which he didn't upload because I guess I veered off topic too many times, and maybe I said things that were too controversial. But that's the thing with staying on topic. अरे तो पॉइंट क्या है पॉडकास्ट का? फ्री फ्लोइंग कॉन्वर्सेशन है, जहाँ पे से टेंजेंट मिला वहीं से नया कॉन्वर्सेशन चालू. वो इंडियन पॉडकास्टर्स को पसंद नहीं है फॉर सम रीजन. The other thing I was going to say is that, SG, he's saying that as a foreign trade student, we understand clearly de-dollarization cannot happen before another 50 years. Interesting. Yes, and that might be the case, but let's see who's right. But you see, what do you mean by de-dollarization happening? The procedure starting or the end of a completely de-dollarized world? That is where I think we need more clarity if we are to make a more significant conclusion here. Kushal does it nicely. He makes a distinction between interview and podcast. Yeah, again, that's his USP that he is going to counter. He is doing a very political thing, political conversation, and he is going to steelman the arguments, etc. But Joe Rogan does it more freely. Just have a conversation, whatever comes to your mind. Keep your brain free of any baggages. Vad podcast has some 2-3 hours podcast. Yes, people should really stop worrying about long videos, etc.
Jack, any country, it's Africa, it's South America.
But actually Arihant is pretty great in English. I think recently he did one English podcast. No, I saw it's pretty good.
Key, and Chinese engineers will come, they'll build your roads, build your bridges, they'll install WeChat, they'll install Alipay, your country will actually be, they'll have roads and everything will work, but the private keys are in China. And that's the thing, the V1 American is like, oh, the Chinese are an ideological power, they're trying to export communism all over the world, etc. The V2 is to roll your eyes at that and say, actually, no, look, the Chinese are just there to do business. They're just there to export. They're really not ideological anymore. They're not Maoist anymore in the same way. Yeah, Xi is a nationalist, but they don't think that their model can be exported. But the V3 is to say, that's true. However, when they go and put the Chinese model into a country, they're going to put the software stack there as well, which is WeChat and Alipay and all that stuff. And that has embedded within it ideological assumptions and has the server and the root control back in China. So it's software that is the intersection between the economic and the ideological. Right? Okay. And so that V3 is basically, this is actually where India should be positioning, where it should have an alternative civilizational stack that it can export. Other is actually kind of part of that. It's actually being, pieces of that are being used by like Southeast Asia, like, India stack in general is something that a lot of countries are looking at. If you can make it work for India, you can make it work anywhere. Yeah. And because of the scale and complexity and so on.
Yes. What is the India stack in your eyes?
What is India stack in my eyes? It's UPI, it's Other, it's a set of technologies that have been developed for payments and identity, and now DEPA with data and so on and so forth.
Technologically super advanced, which will then protect you from possible wars on your country, because this conversation began in
wars.
Yeah,
right. So basically India exporting parts of its culture. I mean, Buddhism, the thing about China is, remember we were talking about how China plays a great home game, right? China's also historically, or currently right now, it's an amazing physical goods exporter, net. But it's also actually a culture importer. Buddhism is imported, communism is imported, and a fair amount of the tech, ideology was imported, right? They're amazing at taking that and customizing that and so on and so forth. And they have their own rich culture or what have you. But they're like, I would argue, a net culture importer. We don't usually think of that as another set of the books. India arguably is the opposite.
Yeah.
or at least is more competitive in the sense of, yoga and meditation and stuff like that are being exported. But I think we're just at the beginning of truly exporting, quote, Indian culture. And when I say, by the way, India becomes a media superpower earlier, and then we come back to the war thing, a lot of people immediately think that means Indian accent guys in Bollywood are going to become really popular worldwide. That's not what I mean. What I mean is when you sit on a chair like this, we don't think of this as a Chinese chair. It's a global chair that probably happened to have been made in China, right? So India becomes a media superpower means people are consuming media content that is globally competitive and just happens to be made in India, made by Indian people with Indian accents. It could be a video game, for example. It could be virtual reality. It could be AI created content, but it is globally competitive. And then you look in the fine print and it's like, oh, happened to be made by an Indian, right? Or it's made by somebody who's pseudonymous. A lot of Indians are actually pseudonymous on social media because they speak English fluently, or they type English without an accent. And this way nobody can be like, oh, I don't know this random guy or whatever. They're not discriminated against on the basis of follows, right? Okay. Coming back to the war thing. The reason that the U.S. is poking a fight with China on the military thing, and I do think it is the U.S. poking a fight rather than vice versa, because
Files because he was born in USA, that's why.
they spoke a fight with all kinds of Middle Eastern. I mean, who's in common among all these wars, right? That's not to say that China's neighbors love China. They don't often. They're kind of concerned about it or what have you. But basically, the U.S. If you've got a hammer, everything's a nail, right? And they're like, okay, we've got a military. That's the one thing we have. Let's do a fight. I don't think they, I don't think they understand the extent to which the U.S. military still depend on Chinese supply chains. And second, I don't think they understand the degree of financial overstretch of the U.S. right now. And it's quite possible that this second Cold War just collapses if the U.S. economy collapses before, or hits like serious inflation before this physical conflict, okay? But it's also possible that this is actually how the U.S. empire ends. They start a fight with China and they lose. Why would they lose? Because China cares about Taiwan. America truly does not care about Taiwan. 2011, there was an article that came out in the New York Times and it said, to save America, ditch Taiwan. They said, basically sell Taiwan to China for $1 trillion of debt forgiveness and let them go. Okay? 4 years ago, most Americans couldn't find Taiwan. Today, most Americans can't find Taiwan on a map. No, Americans don't. It's like they care about Taiwan in the same way they care about Ukraine, in the same way they care about the rights of Afghanistan women, which is they don't really. Okay, they truly, let's be super honest about it. They don't care. They're just using that as a way to, it's a little bit like, I'm not saying that there weren't like real emotions at one time about, let's say, the plight of Afghanistan's women or, people, because these are justifications that were used after 9/11 for all the wars and stuff like that, if you remember that, okay? So I'm not saying that these didn't pluck at heartstrings. Oh, we need to liberate those women. That's why we're going and blowing up the whole place. What happens is it's a little bit like think about an actor, okay? Like a really good method actor. They are able to convey an emotion to such an extent that you believe that they actually feel that. And in fact, they do feel that because you can't really fake that at the moment. They truly, truly do stand with Ukraine. They feel it at that moment and then cut and it's over. And the country is blown to smithereens and the attention is on the next thing. Right? That's the American bipolar kind of mindset where they care. They really care. They're convinced themselves they care. Oh my God, it's the most important thing in the world. How dare you not, India? And then if you can just ride that out, this is very short term. You just ride that out for a few weeks or a few months. Say we can use the delaying tactics, right? You say, okay, let's talk about this. I'm gonna put it on my calendar for 30 days from now. Just got to get some of the people together, right? Delay, and then their bipolar frenzy just kind of goes away, right? They have no staying power whatsoever
because the mental health issues take over.
It's basically it's not just people talk about multipolar world. It's a bipolar America. Not just in the sense of red and blue, but literally in the sense of bipolar, where if you go and look at the last 10 years, you'll go to Google Trends and you put in Me Too, right? BLM, Ukraine, okay? All of these things are just like these gigantic spikes.
All phases and gimmicks of virtue signaling.
Where they're the most important thing in the world and everything is talking about them and lives are being destroyed and it's like this cyclone and then just gone, right? And so that means that the top speed or the peak of US intensity is actually still very high. And when you're in that moment, it really does feel like it's the most important thing in the world, okay? And that it will always be, and then you change your whole life for it, and so on and so forth. And then it's gone. Okay? So staying power, anything that America's truly serious about, it's very little it's very serious about, actually, honestly, okay? But you put into a contract, okay? If you can't get that, you can never yield to hysterical America when it's screeching at the top of its voice in the middle of one of its manic kind of things, when it's manic about Ukraine or manic about BLM. BLM was so important in 2020 to the point they're burning down their own cities. Right? And conveying that. Does anybody talk about it now? Did anybody talk about it a year later? No, it's ignored. Oh yeah, don't talk about that, right? Okay.
क्या analysis दे रहा है USA का.
So this would be the danger for China, for war with China, right? Basically, for example, remember the Pelosi thing last year? She made a trip to Taiwan to, and it was a surge of a lot of negative energy and attention. And it's trying to force you into a decision of okay, will China do something or will it be humiliated and it'll lose power? And you know what the answer was? Ignore. That was actually the answer was ignore this latest hysterical thing because they can't even remember what the Twitter drama was last week, let alone last year. And it actually doesn't matter, right? Once you can just kind of ignore American hysteria And you just ask, okay, how much money are you going to pay? Right? I know it's very cynical, right? But it's also something where like the Indian audience should just tune out any American who talks about human rights, any of them who talk about like all that type of stuff. Obviously, they don't, they're just going to skip over to something else. They'll apply human rights very selectively, as I mentioned, right? They applied it to the countries they're enemies with, and they subtract it, and they stop writing about it on the countries they're friends with. And you can see it in the articles, as I mentioned, right? Less criticism of Modi because they need India. More when they thought they could bully it. Okay. Similarly with China, by the way, there's less criticism of China when they were just a sweatshop, and more when they're actually, confrontational. Okay. Again, this is at DC's level. I'm not talking about the individual Americans, the tech Americans. Those are great people. Okay. But so the danger is that there's some kind of hysterical stand with Ukraine-like thing that comes that India will feel pulled into making some rash decision. And the answer is delay. Do not be pulled into a rash decision, because America will pull, like, for example, everybody in Europe has gotten pulled into this disaster in Ukraine, and the US is on the other side of the world and can cut and run whenever it wants. And it probably will in this next election. Okay. Like you're already seeing most of the Republicans are against aid to Ukraine. Democrats are seeing it's not polling well. Why are you sending billions to Ukraine and only $700 to Maui? Like that's not polling well for obvious reasons, right? Like even in New York, like New York City, the mayor is saying, why are we sending money to Ukraine when there's, I don't know if he said that, but people are saying that to the mayor. Why is money being sent to Ukraine when there's all these illegal aliens? This is definitely becoming a thing, right? Yeah. So what'll happen is the US talks and or funds Ukraine into blowing itself up for this war and Europe into crushing itself. And then something's like, oh, it's on to war with China now. And leaves them to pick up the mess with an angered Russia and a blown up Ukraine and a deindustrialized Germany and so on. Just like the same chaos that was exported to the Middle East. Okay? India, at all costs, must avoid this form of American influence, right? The manic bipolar, get you into a giant fight, have your society blow itself up, while then when it decides to, it goes back and retreats to its own, oceans, okay? Because it has that luxury, right? It is not adjacent to Ukraine. It's not adjacent to China, and it's not adjacent to Taiwan. And it can just totally change its mind when it's convenient for it, and then say, oh, maybe parties change, times change, and cut and run and leave you holding the bag, okay? So delays on anything, radical, cost sharing, very important, right? How much money is America going to pay for it, okay? Cash now, right? For whatever it is. And they do have cash, they're still printing, and we're in, like, unfortunately, people say it's like the looting the treasury moment of empire, right? Yeah. Basically, the US has more debts than it can pay. 33 trillion is an ostensible number. It's really more like 200 trillion, that's what Druckenmiller said. But right now, it's like this weird thing where it's like bursting the host and the money is flooding out in different ways, and then it's all going to be very scarce. It's already becoming scarce. It's weird, it's abundant and scarce at the same time. People are posting TikTok videos where they say, I'm making $80,000 a year, and it's more than I've ever made before, but I'm also struggling to survive because 80,000 isn't worth what it is anymore. So it's this weird stage where there's still perhaps some degree of checks being written by the US. But you should just basically assume that like long-term contracts won't be honored, that there'll be some massive financial crisis in maybe a year or a few months, a few years. Dalio thinks it's 18 months.
Bhai, kya Ankit Shah ka word for word, this is exactly what Ankit Shah says.
Like that was like 6 months ago, so it's like coming soon. Morgan Stanley thinks it's going to be worse in 2008. Fitch is about to downgrade 70 banks, including JPMC. So whether the US will even have the money to cut these checks is very much TBD, okay? So
तो कैसे de-dollarization नहीं होगा?
Basically, what it summarizes as, do not fall for hysterical American wars. Do not listen to them on human rights. They have no moral authority. They know they have no moral authority. That's the thing. The smart Americans, there's a bunch of smart Americans who are, I'd say it's under 60% of the country now, who are completely tired of what DC is doing around the world, right? They are, it's like Republicans who are going and often dying as troops and stuff overseas, right? And they particularly don't like this. There's also a lot of Democrats who are like, look, we can't go and lecture about human rights without actually talking the talk, and we just blew up all these countries. There's still that faction of like Glenn Greenwald type Democrats, right? So there's a lot of change in the air happening, and we're still at the state where DC thinks it can go and still fight all these wars and spend all this money and do everything at the same time. But India should not get caught up on that. In some ways, India's biggest advantage, it's not arrogant.
It's friendly.
Well, not just that. It doesn't think it's number one. It doesn't think it's completely invincible. It doesn't hold itself out as we are the champion of by the way, the whole human rights thing is just a way to declare yourself. It's just supremacy. It's just, right? It's, people turn to white supremacy. It's West supremacy, right? The West is the best. You're the worst. We determine what human rights is. Some stupid European, think tank says, oh, India isn't democratic and is meant to lecture you. And it's the same as like Christian missionaries coming and lecturing you and talking down to you and saying, do this, do that, do this, don't do that. You're a sinner, you're a heathen.
Shit.
Listen to us for your own.
Holy shit. What this guy is saying, everything Hindutva right-wingers are saying, that their human rights lectures is a part of coloniality. It is exactly the way Christian missionaries have talking to and talking off and talking about India and Hindus. Okay, Vaibhav is saying, I guess he's speaking so freely because he isn't affiliated to any political party. Yeah.
Good, right? And so you just totally reject all of that.
Vivek is as heterodox as one can get. So it's not like he has said only things that are only sayable by a Republican, but yes, he has his limits. After all, he's running for the post of president.
completely reject all of that, because that is a way for them to export a quasi-religion, where if you listen to it, suddenly you're dependent upon their human rights rankings and stuff like that, right? If instead you put it as like the Pope's rankings, you'd see through it immediately.
Wow.
Right? But Harvard's rankings are like the Pope's rankings.
Okay, then. This is what the entire conversation was leading up to, because my cinematic culture, which is also technically your cinematic culture, looks at geopolitics in the world currently culminating into this war. And I've always had people on who say, oh, what's definitely going to happen, what's definitely not going to happen. And what I've enjoyed about this conversation with you, and it's a big reason I've not interrupted, is that you do live thought experiments. Like I can tell that you're thinking about it as you're speaking.
Right.
When most people who are on the show, and I don't think it's a better or worse way, but they come on screen with their preconceived thoughts.
Right.
So I enjoyed not interrupting you, Balaji Srinivasan.
Okay, well, hopefully that could be helpful.
Yeah.
On the war topic, I don't think the future is set. I think it can still be set by our choices, you know? And I think India should absolutely stay out of war to the maximum extent it possibly can. And fortunately, I think the government right now is smart enough about that. And it's just, the thing is, you know why the US was so dominant in the 20th century? Everybody else fought. And the US was basically an ocean away. And it was the least devastated by World War I and World War II of any of the big powers. Right? By the end of World War II, Japan had been nuked and China had been actually invaded and smashed and had a Chinese Civil War after that. Obviously, Western Europe was just blown to smithereens. The UK, it couldn't afford its empire anymore. The Soviet Union everybody else had taken massive, massive hits, except the USA, which only lost a few 100,000 men, right? And so, yeah, it took a hit, and World War II, you know, was still a significant cost to the USA, the Pacific War in particular, but it was okay overall, right? And it was net stronger. And actually, that's why people romanticize 1950s America, like, oh, when one guy could work and, you know, he could bring home the bacon for a family of this and that. Well, the rest of the world was totally bombed out. So his relative competitive advantage was so high, they didn't need any skills. And the guy who was like an Indian, physicist or a Chinese programmer equivalent today was like starving to death somewhere, okay? Because their economies were ruined, right? In China's case by civil war and so on, India's case by eventually by socialism and whatnot. And of course, the Soviet Union and the West and the Eastern Bloc were all under communism, right? So all these other countries were held back by communism and socialism, and that's why the West was able to advance and stay relatively out of war. The US was able to stay out of war. Obviously, the West wasn't able to stay out of war, but the US was relatively able to be unscathed by war. It's a better way of putting it. The US involved in a lot of wars, but the motherland doesn't get blown up by them. It's not touched. It's a TV war where you see it on TV, but it's not like Kansas is getting blown up, right? So India should be, I'm not saying India should be in lots of wars, but India should definitely make sure it doesn't come back.
There is a narrative that war boosts economies.
Oh my God.
That's one of the narratives that's been brought up on the show as well. But it causes too much suffering in the world on a human level. It's a word
like, okay, so the thing is, this is the broken windows fallacy. Have you heard the broken windows?
No.
Okay, so Basquiat has this concept. It's like, let's say you've got a store and somebody smashes a window, okay? Then the store owner has to spend money. It's like, let's say you've got a store and the broken windows fallacy. Have you heard the broken windows?
No.
Okay, so Basquiat has this concept. It's like, let's say you've got a store and somebody smashes a window, okay? Then the store owner has to spend money on getting the window repaired. Okay, so you see economic activity. He's employing the glazier and so on, right? But that's actually, so he would have spent that money on something else, right? That's you're seeing the activity and you're saying that's wealth creation. Actually, smashing the window is wealth destruction. And instead, the store owner would have built a new wing to his store if he didn't have to, fix this window, right? So war breaks windows, kills people. It's literally wealth destroying. The problem is people don't understand the difference. And sometimes we speak about it casually. I'm sure earlier in the video I spoke about it casually. But the difference between like money and wealth, did you know the distinction? Have you heard that before?
I mean, for me, wealth is a lot more than just money.
Yeah, well, so
prosperity.
Right. So another way of putting it is the difference between like might be between money versus like goods and services.
Sure.
Okay. For example, if I give you $1 bill or $100 bill and you give me an iPhone back, right? Money in a voluntary transaction usually travels opposite the direction of wealth, right? The good or service goes this way, right? And you have money, but I have the good or service. That's usually what happens. And we count that part of the transaction, but this part is not usually conceptualized and such. And so the thing is though, if you then blew this up and all we had was $1 bill, then we'd be poorer off, right? We'd all be poorer. So war destroys that. The only thing that war does do, which is true, is it does force people to work harder, okay? But that's because it's like a tax, right? It says, okay, work or die, right? Because if you don't work really hard and you don't focus on the war effort, you might literally get blown up and imprisoned and so on and so forth, so work or die, right? So in that sense, the people who are into war are like, oh yeah, we had this wartime production and so on and so forth. Because people are essentially being told they'll lose their lives. It's like slavery in a sense, right? Where they have to do it because they don't really have a choice or else they die. So it's a destruction of freedom, right? It's a little bit like conscription. That's another way of putting it, right? Rather than being conscripted into the military to fight, you're conscripted into the economy to build for the fight.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So that's not good. That's actually, it's the kind of thing where there's a ton of propaganda that accompanies it to make you feel like it's good, but it's not good.
Okay.
Great.
I don't have more questions about war in general because this is pretty much the end of the episode.
Okay.
Now I'll speak a little bit.
Sure.
I just wanted to learn today, man. Like I've not had too many guests where I just shut up and listen. Like, and you're one of them. And this
P won't be a global currency. You might be
and 80s and 70s. So there are very middle class Indian values. A big middle class Indian value is a slight amount of humility that will always be there in your heart. So I don't think anyone has ever come up and said that the rupee will be the number one thing, but we're a very ambitious country when it comes to making number 3 or number 2. No one's really said.
Okay, so then I'm wrong with that, because there's a friend of mine who I know who is such an Indian nationalist that, and he's a good guy, okay? He'll know exactly who he is when I'm going to refer to him. He's such an Indian nationalist that, you know, when I tell him, I'm like, look, India is not going to be number one. So therefore, the rupee won't be a global currency.
Yeah.
You might be able to use it for bilateral trades, but it's not going to be the next global.
Yeah, exactly what Ankit Shahi is saying also, that it's going to be a multipolar world order, and it's going to be a multiple basket of currencies, BRICS currency. Dollar is also not going anywhere. It's not disappearing. USA is not disappearing into the Pacific Ocean. But the entire world being run by dollar, that's not going to happen.
Reserve. He's like, no limits. Why are you need to decolonialize your mentality? The rupee is going to be. I'm like, oh, come on, dude. Have a realistic goal on something. There's other things where India can actually be number one on. So that was kind of what I meant. Where there's certain. So maybe I'm wrong with that. I'm miscalibrating. Maybe it's just that guy. Okay.
Is it Patrick Bet David? Because he does a lot of pro-India stuff.
No. Well, that's the thing is, the Americans who are pro-India are. Look, we should take it. You should book it. You should be happy with it, and so on. But realize that it's like very fair weather type stuff, where it is. For example, you know this movie called Red Dawn?
No.
Okay, Red Dawn. It's a famous very American movie. Okay. About the early 80s, about a supposed Russian-Cuban invasion of the USA, where they, surprise attack with nukes and the paratroopers land, and everybody is speaking Russian and whatever, right? And there's an opening scene where the guy says, but who's with us? And he's like, 200 million screaming Chinamen. And he's like, I thought there was 600 million screaming Chinamen. He's like, there was, because they also got nuked or whatever, right? But the point is, basically, I'm probably getting the numbers wrong. It's like 400 million or 200 million. The point is, at that time, China, even though it was communist, was like spoken of respectfully as an American ally against the Soviets. By the early 80s, had it updated enough that even this very sort of like low IQ reference to the Chinese was not negative. So that's what I mean. So then they were fine, right? And for a long time, the Chinese were fine, and suddenly they became public enemy number one. In fact, you can look at the opinion polls, and it looks like this, and then zoop like this after 2019. So as long as India just knows that it's very, nothing against Patrick Bet David or anybody like that, I don't know, but it's just very fair weather. So book the money, book the deals, so get the deal signed. And this is at the individual level, this is at the company level, this is at the country level. Book all the deals, get the deal signed, have India live up to its part of the bargain, over-deliver on that part. Just assume that the contract re-up may not even be there in like a year or 2 years. For example, it looks like there might be, you see what's happened with Poland, it's just pulling support for Ukraine, right? Ukraine was the number one thing, blah, blah, last year, and now it's yesterday's news. So, and building value in a continuous way is a way to ensure that you just stay in business and you don't take all this American tension and be like, our bestest friend forever, right? Maybe gone tomorrow.
Yeah. I think at least my listeners, I'm sure, are aware of that.
Okay, but I just want to emphasize it's ridiculously important. The most important thing. Go.
There is I don't want to use the word dislike, but there is this like cautionary emotion. Yeah, people have that caution when it comes to America.
Caution is the right word, right?
Because of America's track record.
Exactly.
Cautiously positive, cautiously ambition, cautiously hopeful.
Having some degree of memory is honestly your like just having the memory more than a goldfish, right? Knowing what's happened, just knowing the history for the last 20 years is really important, because they don't want you to remember anything beyond what is happening right now, and you're supposed to react to the emotions of the moment today and forget about everything that happened in the past, right? There's an enormous.
No, Vaibhav. Peter Zihan is actually the opposite of the Ankit Shahi vision. I will check out the video that you specifically mentioned. I did check out some of Peter Zihan's video on India. I did not understand too much of the reasoning framework. The videos I saw, he was just giving out explanations and giving out sort of saying, see, this is what has happened and this is what will happen. What's the framework of thinking? That's what I did not find too much, but I will check out that specific video, but not in this live stream because I need to get up. I can't sit so long at one go. Let's finish this live stream, this one.
Push on that is the strategy at the current moment, right? The current thing is to make you aware of only the current thing. Gotcha. And the way it works is because 5,000 people are tweeting about the same thing at the same time. So it does feel like that's the only important thing in the world, but it's so evanescent.
Fleeting.
It's so fleeting, yeah.
All right. That's it. That's the episode, Balaji Srinivasan. That's the conversation. We're going to split this into 2 episodes because there's no way I can release, I think, a 4-hour conversation.
Was it really 4?
I think so.
Okay,
3.5.
Yeah, you should have released it in 4 hours, Ranveer. Oh yeah, that the दो video का पैसा भी मिल गया, ठीक है. So yes, actually Ashkecham, this is not the longest live stream in this channel. The longest is 4 or 20 minutes or 30 minutes. Okay, thank you for joining and staying online. The 33 people who are still online. Thanks a lot, guys. Good night. This was a marathon 1. Let's see what we discuss tomorrow. I've not decided yet. Good night, guys. Thank you for joining.